Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you could take your seats, please, we'll start the program. Good morning, and thank you all for coming. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to Rice University's Baker Institute Center for the Middle East. This is a bittersweet moment for me because this will be the last event that I will be hosting as the founding director of the Baker Institute, but the good news is that I'm very proud and delighted to be hosting this event, which is so timely and relevant in terms of the substance and the issues that we will be discussing today. There's no question that the sands are shifting in the Middle East. There are geopolitical trends that we're all aware of that affect the Middle East and affect all the countries in the region, and certainly U.S. foreign policy makers. You've seen in your program that we are going to be addressing some of the major issues. They're just a few of the major issues, drawing on the competence we've developed here at the center. And I am also very delighted that you'll see the list of participants, experts that we've recruited from outside, from prestigious universities and think tanks who are truly outstanding scholars, fellows, and experts in their various fields. So this one-day conference will consist of 4 panels showcasing not only the areas of expertise that we've developed, but going beyond that. And each of the experts on each panel will examine the most pressing issues in the region, including the ongoing developments between the Gulf Cooperation Council states and Iran, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, Islamist politics, refugees and migration, and other issues that will come up. We'll have a moderator from the Baker Institute for each panel, and then we'll have time for questions and answers. The first panel is the evolution of Islamist parties in the aftermath of the Arab uprisings. The second panel will be the Israeli-Palestinian issue and a slide toward a post-two-state reality. The third panel will be the internationalization of Persian Gulf security. And the last panel in the afternoon will be looking forward after a decade of displacements in the Middle East. We have identified at the Institute that migration and refugees is a major global issue. Amongst the other ones we know, climate change and many others, but we're focusing more on migration, not only in the Middle East because of political turmoil, but migration also because of climate change. We'll have at the luncheon, I'll have an armchair conversation with my right-hand intellectual academic advisor for all these years, who's kept me out of trouble with the faculty, Dean Alan Matisow. He taught me the art of campus diplomacy. And he will be moderating. We'll have a very informal armchair discussion, and we'll then open it up for questions also. So thank you very much again for coming, and I would like to now invite the first panel being moderated by Professor Tariq Massoud. Tariq?
Good morning. Thank you for coming to our conference this morning. I want to give a brief introduction and then introduce our panelists. We have a great lineup of panelists here this morning. So political Islam, or Islamism, as an ideology has captured the minds of those concerned with the state of Middle Eastern politics since the 1970s at least. Two developments in a span of 12 years between 1979 and 1991 has really fundamentally shifted the discourse on political Islam in the region, but also outside of the region. The first one is the Iranian Revolution, which later on became the Islamic Revolution shortly after 1979. And then 1991, 1992, the rise of the Islamic Salvation Front in Algeria, which resulted in a civil war that lasted many years. So these events laid bare two particular issues as it relates to religion and politics in the region. The first one is that Islamist politics was popular. The closed systems, political systems across the region didn't allow us to observe the extent of popularity that these groups have enjoyed over decades. But these events have really gave us a good sort of perspective into that. And secondly, this Islamist surge might actually have real consequences, real effects in the region, such as the popularity of Islamists might drive them to engage in a wholesale regime change, like in Iran, or their immense popularity could lead to civil conflict, like in Algeria. So a sense of urgency emanated as a result in the early years, in the early post-Cold War period, following a tumultuous period between the early 1990s and late 2000s, where Islamists were not allowed, for the most part, to partake in the legal political arena, and they didn't have an opportunity to translate their mass popularity into power and influence. The Arab Spring protests really opened wide the opportunities for these groups. They were able to take part in elections, in many cases free and fair, and many won elections actually and took on governmental roles, either as the government, single party majority, or as part of a coalition government. We're a little over a decade after the start of the Arab Spring protests, so we are really at a good time to take stock of what has happened, of the developments in terms of religion and politics, and Islamist parties and groups in particular. And the landscape, as Ambassador Djerejian has mentioned, has shifted significantly. Domestically, Islamists are no longer unknown or enigmatic. They have actually took part in governance. They are now maybe a little bit more known quantities, so to speak. They had some experience in the legal political arena and governance, and they now have somewhat of a track record. Internationally, the focus of the US and more broadly of the West is starting to shift away from the Middle East to other parts of the world. And lastly, there's a growing regional pushback against Islamist groups. So all of these indicate that things are changing. So we'd like to have a good view of how these changes, shifts, are going to affect Islamist politics in the region. In this context, we put together a great panel of excellent scholars and experts with us here this morning. And I'm thrilled to introduce our panelists now. Jason Brownlee is a professor of government at the University of Texas at Austin. He is the author of Authoritarianism in an Age of Democratization, Democracy Prevention, the Politics of the US-Egyptian Alliance, two separate books. And then the Arab Spring, Pathways of Repression and Reform. He authored that along with Tariq Masood, another panelist here, and Andrew Reynolds. Jason holds a PhD in politics from Princeton University. Intisar Fakir is a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute and the founding director of the Middle East Institute's North Africa and Sahel program in Washington, D.C. Before this role, Intisar was a fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in D.C., where she was also the editor-in-chief of the bilingual Middle East platform, SEDA, which is an excellent outlet to learn about developments in the region, written by really top scholars from the region, but also from around the world. Intisar is originally from Morocco and holds a master's degree from the Elliott School at George Washington University. Tariq Masood is the Ford Foundation Professor of Democracy and Governance at Harvard University's John F. Kennedy School of Government. He is the co-editor of the Journal of Democracy and serves as the faculty director at the Kennedy School's Middle East Initiative and the Initiative on Democracy in Hard Places. He is the author of Counting Islam, Religion, Class, and Elections in Reform with Jason. He is a 2009 Carnegie Scholar, a trustee of the American University in Cairo, and the recipient of grants from the National Science Foundation and the Paul and Daisy Soros Foundation, among others. Tariq holds an AB from Brown University and a PhD from Yale University, both in political science. And last but not least, Sarah Yerkes is a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington, D.C. She has been a visiting fellow at the Brookings Institution and a Council on Foreign Relations International Affairs fellow. She has taught in the Security Studies program at George Washington University and the Elliott School of International Affairs at George Washington University. She is a former member of the State Department's policy planning staff. She was a foreign affairs officer in the State Department's Office of Israel and Palestinian Affairs. Sarah also served as a geopolitical research analyst for the U.S. military's Joint Staff Strategic Plans and Policy Directorate at the Pentagon, advising the Joint Staff leadership on foreign policy and national security issues. Sarah holds an MA from Harvard University and a PhD from Georgetown University. Before I hand it over to our panelists, let me outline the format of the panel very briefly. First, I'm going to direct a question to our panelists, in which I'm going to ask them to reflect on one particular issue that directly relates to Ambassador Djerejian. And second, we're going to have a more open discussion among the panelists, more interactive. And then lastly, we'll have a chance for the audience to ask questions. So my question for the audience, for the panelists, is the following. 30 years ago, almost to the day, on June 2nd, 1992, Ambassador Djerejian warned against a surging Islamist political movement across the Middle East on the heels of what transpired in Algeria the year before with the Islamic Salvation Front. He identified Islamism and Islamist groups as a potent threat to the democratization process in the Middle East. The primary policy concern related to how Islamist groups would instrumentalize the democratic process to win power, only to destroy that very process in order to retain power and political dominance. Ambassador Djerejian coined the phrase, one person, one vote, one time. It's not one man, one vote, one time. It's one person, one vote, one time, to concisely express this idea. And this observation made sense at the time. Islamists were popular. They supported the democratic process, that is, free and fair elections. And their relationship to democracy as an idea was tenuous at best and not yet tested. They were motivated by an anti-system religious ideology that aimed to append the existing post-independent secular, political, social, and economic systems. A lot has happened in the past 3 decades. This is particularly the case since the start of the Arab uprising protests in late 2010, where many Islamist groups had direct experience with the democratic process. In recent years, the international context is also shifting. While we have Ambassador Djerejian right here with us, I want our panelists to reflect on the phrase, one person, one vote, one time, within the context of Islamist politics since the 1990s, and whether the democratic concern underlying the phrase still holds true. So the question is, do Islamists still pose a major threat or the major threat to democratization efforts in the region? We're going to start off with Tariq first, and then we'll continue with the rest of the panelists.
Great. Thank you, Qadir. I'm constitutionally incapable of speaking while seated, so I'm going to stand. First of all, I want to thank Qadir and Ambassador Djerejian for inviting me. Last time I was on a panel with Qadir and Sarah, my mandate was to talk for 5 minutes, and I talked for 15. I'm still embarrassed by that. Okay, so as Qadir mentioned, tomorrow is the 30th anniversary of Ambassador Djerejian's Meridian House speech, in which he uttered that pithy phrase that Islamists, in fact, he wasn't specifically talking about Islamists. He said, we support those who want one person, one vote. We do not support those who want one person, one vote, one time. And what I want to do, and how we've interpreted this statement is that, did I lose my mic?
Yeah, already.
Already.
Over time.
How people have interpreted this statement as really applying to Islamists, that the fear of one person, one vote, one time was most apt in the case of these Islamist political parties, which, as Dr. Yildirim mentioned, were thought of as anti-system religious fundamentalist parties whose commitment to democracy extended only so far as their ability to use it to get to power. And so what I want to do in this talk is actually subject this claim to some empirical testing. We've had now 30 years since the claim was first uttered, and it might make sense for us to try to examine whether, in fact, this statement really was an apt description of how Islamist parties would behave when they got to office. I'll start by talking about the country that I study most closely, Egypt. Everybody here knows that Egypt had a democratic revolution in 2011, and Islamists, mainly led by the Muslim Brotherhood, but there were other parties, basically won every single election in Egypt. And Ambassador Djerejian's words that these people want one person, one vote, one time, were definitely ringing in my ears and ringing in a lot of people's ears. Now, everybody knows that that democratic experiment in Egypt came undone in 2013 when the military intervened. This actually handsome gentleman intervened, that was a joke, he's not handsome, intervened to overthrow the democratically elected president of Egypt. And the argument was, this was an argument made not just by the military but many respected analysts, is that this intervention was necessary because the Islamists, though they came to power democratically, were busily undoing democracy. So here's a statement by Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the current president of Egypt and the person who made the decision to overthrow President Morsi. He said in a speech in August of 2013, so right after the overthrow, he said, what I saw is the former regime, and here he's talking about the Muslim Brotherhood, they treated democracy like a ladder that it could use to climb to power. And then he says, Sisi likes to do this, he likes to ask rhetorical questions. He said, did it then knock down the ladder? No, they took the ladder up with them. And then he got really mad. He's like, I swear to Allah, I was told, apparently by the Muslim Brotherhood, that we have come to rule for 500 years. So President Sisi is legitimating his intervention in politics by saying that the Islamists were going to do one person, one vote, one time. The great Egyptian novelist Ala al-Aswani, author of the novel The Yaqubian Building, in the New York Times shortly thereafter, made a similar argument. He said Mr. Morsi, the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood member who became president of Egypt, climbed the democratic ladder to power only to kick it away after him so that no one else could join him up there. And, we may not think a whole lot about, the engineer of the military intervention or this, in my view, not terribly great novelist, but even some great analysts, people who I actually, at whose altar I worship, also made an argument that, look, even though the democracy was undone by the military, we can't neglect that the Muslim Brotherhood's conduct in power looked, in fact, like they were constraining and constricting the democratic space. And so the most handsome person on this slide is my friend Jason Brownlee, and Professor Brownlee.
8 years old. 8 years
and
ago.
Professor, I think I was there when this picture was taken, actually. And
That's for our 2015 book, everybody.
And Professor Brownlee also made the argument, looking at President Morsi's record in power, that in fact President Morsi had taken some measures that we would have to describe as constraining the democratic space. So, lots of people have engaged in arguments about this. I have a particular point of view on it, but instead of looking at a particular story, I thought, well, let's look at every experience of Islamist political parties in or adjacent to power, and let's see whether they actually destroy democracy. And so what I did, basically, is I'm going to ask this question: what is the probability that democracy breaks down when Islamist parties are in power, and how does that compare to the rate of democratic breakdown in the Muslim world when non-Islamist parties are in power. So what that requires you to do is tot up all the years in which Islamists are in power and all the years in which non-Islamists are in power, and then look to see if those periods in power are associated with democratic retrenchments. And in this slide, I talk a lot about the data and the sources. One major, they're on the slide, but I don't want to use up my time talking about them. The only thing I will note is that I code a party being Islamist or not based on Charles Kurtzman's coding, and he only does this for 24 countries, so this analysis is restricted to those countries. And basically, here's what I want to show you. Here's the probability that democracy collapses when a non-Islamist government is in power, that you have a retrenchment in the level of democracy when a non-Islamist government is in power in the Muslim world. So it's like in any given year, about 3%. And for Islamist parties in power, we have many fewer instances of Islamist parties in power, but the rate of democratic failure, even though the confidence interval is wider, is about the same. In other words, there isn't really a difference in the rate of democratic breakdown when you compare Islamists and non-Islamists. In fact, Islamists have been in power since 1970, you could say, if you squint, for about 30 years, and there have been about 4 democratic breakdowns associated with them. And that's the one associated with Mohammed Morsi, the one associated with Sadiq al-Mahdi, who was technically an Islamist. He was overthrown like Morsi was. Another one associated with Nawaz Sharif, who, you really have to squint to call him an Islamist, but I'm trying to overcount here. And he too was overthrown. So none of these 3 people actually did the one person, one vote, one time thing. They were all actually overthrown. The one person to whom the one person, one vote, one time analysis really applies is to Erdogan, who I think is, everybody here knows is associated with democratic backsliding in Turkey. Okay, so since there are so few instances, I'm almost done. Since there are so few instances of Islamist parties actually being in power, somebody might come and say, listen, Masood, what you're doing is not really the right test. What we need to do instead is peer into what Islamists say. We need to read their documents. We really need to understand whether they have a deep commitment to democracy or not, right? We can't look at how they've behaved because there's so few instances of them actually coming to power. After all, Erdogan is famously said to have opined that democracy is a train. You get off when it reaches its destination. I've tried to find the original source of that claim. I can't find it. But the question is this what Islamists think? So the way I want to answer this question is actually by looking at a new source of data that just came out from the Varieties of Democracy project at the University of Gothenburg. And this is called the V-Party project. And what these people did is they code political parties around the world since the period I'm using is since 1970, and they code these parties on their organizational and ideological characteristics. So they're measuring the degree to which, this is based on expert opinions, but it's the best sorts of data we have at the moment, the degree to which political parties around the world believe in democracy, believe in the use of violence, believe in or are against the use of violence, believe in minority rights, etc. And so in these countries that we're looking at, I count 345 parties in this data set, and 65 of them were able to code as Islamist. And so what I want to do is I want to compare the commitment to pluralism in the Islamist parties to the commitment to pluralism as coded by these egg-headed experts of non-Islamist parties. And I want to see, are the Islamist parties less committed to pluralism than the Islamist parties? Because if that's the case, then maybe we do need to really be worried about one person, one vote, one time. So, okay. So here is the chart I'm going to show you. Non-Islamists are going to be on this side. Islamists are going to be here. And I'm just going to compare them on their scores on this anti-pluralism index that the Varieties of Democracy people put together. So the higher you rate on this anti-pluralism index, the worse you are, okay? So here's the average for a non-Islamist party. It's a scale of 0 to 1, okay? 0.5 is the midpoint. So the average non-Islamist party is a little bit above 0.5. The average Islamist party is more anti-pluralistic than that. So you would absolutely have to say, looking at this data, and we could have all kinds of problems with the data, that the average Islamist party is in fact more anti-pluralist than the average non-Islamist party. I dug into this data. I'm not going to show it now, but it seems a lot of this is driven by their lack of commitment to minority rights. But here's the thing. If you look at the average level of pluralism of all the political parties in the data set for all countries, Muslim and non-Muslim, it's this red line over here. So the real takeaway here is not just that Islamist parties are a little bit less pluralistic than non-Islamist parties in the Muslim world. It's that all political parties in the Muslim world are far less pluralistic than the average political party on God's green earth. So what is the bottom line? The first is, if that you look at that first analysis I did, we haven't seen that Islamists are appreciably more likely to destroy democracy than non-Islamist parties, and in fact, most democratic breakdowns in the Muslim world have come at the hands of militaries and card-carrying secularists. There's no way of getting around that basic fact, okay? And in fact, if we, this data that I brought to you doesn't even include Tunisia, but that would offer further evidence of this claim. Secondly, it is absolutely true that Islamist parties are less pluralistic than non-Islamist parties, and this is mainly driven by minority rights, but I haven't shown you that. But really, it seems to me that this anti-pluralism characterizes all of the parties of this part of the world. And so my view is that our focusing on Islamists only as uniquely anti-pluralistic or as uniquely threatening to democracy is a grave mistake. And you know who knew that? You know who knew that it wasn't just Islamists that you had to worry about? Edward P. Djerejian. If you actually read the Meridian House address, he states, look, let me be very clear. We differ with those who are against minority rights, who practice terrorism, who preach intolerance, regardless of their religion. He said, after all, this is why we have such basic differences with the avowedly secular governments in Iraq and Libya. His point was that our view is that we are concerned about parties regardless of their ideological coloration. And so I think our task is then not to wring our hands over why this particular subset of political parties are not perfect Jeffersonian Democrats, but instead to ask ourselves why at this very late date in human history, 30 years after that tremendous speech by our tremendous honored person of honor today, why is it that our region of the world remains stunningly bereft of those who would fight not just to establish democracy, but to keep it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tarek. We'll continue with Intisar.
Sure. I don't have any slides, and I'm perfectly happy to sit, so. Yeah, so just reflecting a little bit on the phrase, and I think, as you pointed out, the sentiment that's become associated with it from the 90s, it's really remarkable to me just how much the region has changed since, and I'm looking maybe more specifically at North Africa, which is not on the map, but that's sort of my area of focus. North Africa has undergone significant changes, certainly 9/11, the war on terror, mass mobilization, of course, in 2011, as you've explained, which brought different degrees of political change, a new political system, a transition in Tunisia, a new political process in Morocco, and a newish regime in Algeria since 2019. Ongoing political conflict in Libya and economic hardship in the aftermath of a global pandemic, the full impact of which is still unclear. And of course, also geopolitically, we've seen increasing presence of non-traditional partners like China, Russia, and more recently Israel through the normalization agreement with Morocco. So quite a different context, all told. And with this, really, to me, the question about the role of Islamists particularly for local populations, but I think also for foreign governments that are concerned about the rise of, anti-Western regimes. It's just not as much of an urgent concern as it once was, and the issue has been receding in importance for a number of reasons, as we've heard. But I think one key element is that the Islamists are perceived to have failed in delivering on their promise. For a long time, political Islamist parties positioned themselves as the answer. If they could participate fully, they would deliver on economic and political challenges that these countries face. But they've not lived up to that promise, and it was really always doubtful whether they could, given that in the context where they operate, the solution is not going to be really held by any one particular actor. So just to say a couple of things on the context in which they operate, and I'll talk maybe a little bit more specifically about Morocco and Tunisia, which have somewhat of a similar experience. In Tunisia, Nahda has been part of the post-revolution transition process, along with other actors. In Morocco, the Islamists, the Justice and Development Party, has been participating in elections since the late 90s, but came to power in 2000 election, within a system that's very much dominated by the monarchy. The monarchy's dynastic claims give it this dual religious and political role, through which they dominate politics, but they also dominate the economy, and they really set the social agenda in Morocco. So the Islamists could never really dictate a course that is different from what the monarchy sets for the population. So throughout this process of participation, what's become really clear, I think at least in Morocco's case, and in Tunisia I would say also, is that these actors were no more a threat to democracy, as you said, Tariq, than any other actor within the system. In fact, their participation, again, we could argue, sort of solidified democratic norms. They were voted in, and in Morocco's experience, voted out, at least in the last election, and are now part of a very small opposition in parliament. And B, that Islamists in Morocco had learned to kind of calibrate their relationship with their dawah wings, which is their more religious sort of scholarship, proselytizing, and outreach, social outreach wing, which in the Moroccan structure is all part of the same institution. It's called the MUR, the Movement for Unity and Reconstruction. So the party had kind of learned how to sort of modulate that relationship. And they kind of learned to put distance between these two structures whenever they needed to. And again, more important, I think, for our purposes, is that while in government and in parliament, the policies that they pursued were not meaningfully different from other political counterparts. And so in that sense, they're seen as having failed, but not as religious actors, because the religious element, again, was not at the forefront of how they governed, but they are perceived as having failed for the same reasons that other political actors fail, essentially in inefficiency and ineffectiveness. Just to give an example here a little bit on Morocco, and I can go into some of the details. If you look at the party's programs, their orientation, you wouldn't really be able to pick them out as a religious sort of group. Their appeal and what got them elected initially was because they were not seen as part of a corrupt and co-opted political class. They promised that they've kind of, in the way that they positioned themselves before the election and through very limited participation in the late 90s, is that they take public service very seriously, they take commitment to their voters very seriously, and they want to sort of serve, essentially, which is what politicians are supposed to do, but don't really do in the Middle East. And this resonated with voters in 2011 when their participation in the election was not constrained. They came to power with a pretty wide margin. The first mandate from 2011 to 2016, if you look at their governance record, it was quite mixed, but it was enough sort of to convince the people that they could do more with the second mandate. So in 2016, they had they won a second term with a higher margin, but that wasn't really the case, and we can talk more specifics about why that was. So their record for the second mandate was seen as weaker, which I think is a big part of why they lost seats and appeal in the last election in 2021, and they've been out of government. So the PJD, I think now, and Islamists really across the region have some real soul searching to do, and they need to find a new way to differentiate themselves, given that their religious credentials did not really make a big difference in how they govern. And this is again, I limit this to maybe Morocco and Tunisia. What we've heard, the experience maybe arguably in Egypt could be seen as different. But I think more importantly, they have to do so at a moment when there is, at least the way I see the region, there is a lot less appeal for these sort of traditional ideologies that have dominated in the region, right? So, leftist, Islamists, independent parties, etc. So to me, it is really remarkable the extent to which there is a lot more interest in pragmatic, sort of technocratic governance that's not wrapped up in rhetoric, where it's all about delivering on material well-being, or at least on better service delivery for the citizens and for the people of the region. So I'll stop right there.
Okay. Thank you, Intisar. Next, we'll have Sarah.
Great, thank you so much for inviting me. I have to say I'm a Rice owl by marriage. My husband is a Rice alum, so he sends his hellos to everyone and is jealous that I get to be here and he does not. But I think that the question here that was posed of do Islamists, lost my mic too. Do Islamists pose a or the major threat to democratization efforts in the region? The short answer is no, and I think we're hearing this over and over from all of us on this panel, but Tariq gave us a really great academic, and I'm glad the data confirms what I'm going to say in my think tanky, more sort of qualitative response here. And I think, what we've seen so far, and what I would emphasize, is that while the Islamists are certainly not without fault, and we'll get into the details of that, I'm sure, as we go along in this panel, they have not been, as a whole, any more autocratic than non-Islamist leaders and parties in the region. I think the best example of this is Tunisia, the area that I focus on. I'm going to offer some specifics on that. And I think there are a lot of parallels with Morocco, the things that Intisar has laid out very well about how the PJD has sort of approached politics. We see a lot of the same things in the Tunisian case related to Ennahda, the big Islamist party there. So first of all, Ennahda has been in Tunisian politics since the Arab Spring happened. They were pretty much banned before that, so they came to power following the 2011 revolution, and they've participated in one vote 3 times. So I think what we can see is that they have been able to kind of go through this democratic process, and again, we can talk more later on about sort of how poorly they've done at governing, but not related to being Islamist necessarily. They were, in 2011, not surprisingly, the best organized party at the time, and they did incredibly well in the first elections following the revolution. The elections for the National Constituent Assembly, which was the legislative body designed to make the Constitution, they won 89 seats, or about 37% of the vote, which may not seem like a lot, but the next highest party only got 9%. So you can see that they really, you could say they took these elections by storm. And there's no question that they were democratically elected in those elections. But what's important is what happened next. And I think there are 2 really key factors to show how they did really operate democratically and continue to operate democratically. The first is that they chose a consensus form of government. So they participated in government in Tunisia in what's called the Troika. They were in government with 2 other non-Islamist parties. This is a pattern that has continued throughout the past decade in Tunisia, where the Islamist party and secular parties have chosen to operate together, to work together in consensus government. The second factor, which I think is actually more important, is that in this National Constituent Assembly, again, they were charged with writing the Constitution, this body, this legislative body. This is important. You're designing the Constitution for a new democracy. You have a lot of power. You can shape this thing kind of how you want. And they did push for some things that are more in line with sort of traditional Islamist politics, but they were also forced to compromise on several major social issues, including the role of women, the role of religion more generally, sort of the way religion and the state operate together, the role of religious law. And rather than sort of take power in their own hands and say, hey, we're the ruling party here, we're going to just shove through what we want, we're going to make this an Islamist country, they didn't do that. They compromised, and maybe there were parts of the party that would have liked to see a much stronger role for religion in the initial constitution, But that's not how things played out. And I think also very importantly, when things kind of started to go south in the early years of the transition in 2013, Ennahda did something that's very rare for a democratically elected party, which is that they stepped down from power willingly. There were a lot of issues that happened. There was a series of political assassinations of leftist leaders. 2 leftist leaders were assassinated. Ennahda was blamed for this. They were the ruling party in government. And there was a lot of public pressure for them to step down. At first, they resisted this. The prime minister, who was from Ennahda, did step down. But there was a lot of pressure on the whole government to step down. They resisted this initially. But eventually, they chose, rather than, again, kind of consolidating and holding on to power, they stepped back and let a technocratic government come into power. And so I think what we've seen in the early years of Ennahda's rule in Tunisia is that over and over again, when tested, they chose a democratic path. And this has continued to play out over the past decade. You know, we can talk later on again about how successful this was for Ennahda. They ended up losing a lot of their own base, a lot of internal support for the party, but they did stay with the democratic principles. And so I think what we can say at the end of the day in the Tunisian case is that Ennahda has played by the democratic rules, and they are no more a threat to democracy in Tunisia than other parties. Now, conversely, there are some threats to democracy in Tunisia, and we're seeing these really play out in front of our eyes right now. One such party, if we look at the biggest party threat to democracy, would be the Free Destorian Party, led by a woman named Abir Moussi, who is actively seeking a return to the Ben Ali era, the pre-democratic transition era. So when you look at that, you can say that, I mean, she's not super powerful, so maybe she's not as big of a threat, but she's definitely the person who's trying to roll back democracy. But the biggest threat to Tunisian democracy is the democratically elected president, Kais Saied, who came to power in 2019 and over the past 10 months has efficiently and effectively rolled back virtually 10 years of democratic gains. He is not an Islamist. He is vehemently anti-Ennahda. He has been successful in orchestrating a real demonization campaign against Ennahda that a lot of the Tunisian public supports. So again, this is just one case, but looking specifically at the Tunisian case, it's not the Islamists who have sought to roll back democracy in Tunisia, it's the non-Islamists. And I think this goes, again, I'm glad to see that the data sort of bears out more broadly across the region as well. But I think this is a really important thing just to note that Ennahda, again, has not been the big threat, and we can get into more details about them as we go through. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you all for your introduction. So what I want to do right now is ask questions.
Jason?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jason, yes. I got ahead of myself. I was thinking about the questions.
No problem at all. All right, so like my esteemed colleague, I draw energy from podiums, and I'm going to stand here for my remarks. I want to thank Kader for inviting me. I realized as I was rolling my suitcase across campus this morning that I've kind of been waiting for this for a while. It's a little over 30 years ago that I applied to colleges, and Rice was my #1 choice. I was waitlisted, and I ended up going elsewhere. So it's nice to finally be admitted and accepted at Rice. So the panel already has done a tremendous job of laying out the contemporary situation, and we will dive more into those details in the discussion that follows. I'd like us to step back for a few minutes and situate 1992 and one person, one vote, one time in the broader arc of ideas that guide and structure U.S. foreign policy. And so in addition to having 1992 on your minds, I'd like you to think about 1776 and 1947. So 1776 got a pretty compelling argument put down in the Declaration of Independence. People have rights. They have rights to, and these are inalienable. You can't take them away. People have these rights, no matter what they do. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They set up governments to serve them, to help them advance those rights, and those governments depend upon their consent. When the governments fail in that obligation, when they no longer enjoy the consent of the people have the option to get rid of those governments or break away from those governments, start something new that does enjoy their consent, that does advance their rights. So that's 1776. 1947, the United States is the preeminent global power, the hegemon. It's the beginning, basically, of unipolarity. And the Truman administration announces an approach that runs counter to the ideas that I just reminded us of from the Declaration of Independence. If you're in Greece and you want to vote for communists, you want communists to be in your government, you're not going to have that right. Governments in Iran in 53, in Guatemala in 54, will not be based on the consent of the governed. In fact, the governments that enjoyed the consent of the governed will be overthrown. And this continues over subsequent years and decades across the Americas, Africa, and Asia, including West Asia and North Africa. Culminating in the calamity of Vietnam and Indochina. Ho Chi Minh, let's remember, actually quoted from the Declaration of Independence when he was pushing to get the French out. So, under the Truman Doctrine, which I think actually the ideas of it are very much with us still today, government is not based on the consent of the governed. It's based on the kind of the approval and the consent of outside powers to a great extent, led by the United States. And so, in that respect, there's a profound tension between 1776 and 1947. And let's note here, when I'm talking about the coups in Iran and Guatemala and these other places during the Cold War, it's not anti-communism. It's something broader than that. It was an opposition to assertive independent nationalism, a concern that people would go their own way. As the Vietnamese, I think it was the Vietnamese defense minister, later told Robert McNamara in the 1990s, we were not going to be pawns of the Soviets. We were not going to be pawns of the Chinese. We just wanted Vietnam for the Vietnamese. We wanted Vietnam, for ourselves, not for any type of outside power. So it's this fear of assertive independent nationalism that continues then in the 1990s. And so when we get to 1992, one person, one vote, one time, and then the subsequent policies and other administrations, it's really an extension of the 1947 worldview. If people in other countries don't consent to their governments, whether they're Egyptians or Algerians, they're not going to be allowed to build a new government, whether it's through elections or through revolutions or through other means. They're basically going to be consigned to live under the government that enjoys the approval of the United States and other major powers. So when I come to this one person, one vote, one time, an Islamist, this topic that we're about to get into in great detail, and the issue of Islamists and elections and their commitments, I would encourage us to consider what a kind of 1776 approach would say. And I think it would say something like this. It's beside the point whether the groups are communists or Islamists or environmentalists or something else. If they are coming from the people, then they have those inalienable rights, and they merit a government that enjoys their consent, not some type of top-down dictatorship. And it's beside the point whether they're coming to power through votes or through other means. And it's also beside the point, and it's impossible, but it's moot, whether or not they can give us a crystal ball and say, see here, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I will accept elections that go against me. I will voluntarily step down from power. It's beside the point because it's not on the people to demonstrate their claim or the merits of their argument for establishing a new government. If the current government, whether it's the Shah, whether it's the Algerian military dictatorship, has lost the consent of the governed, then the people have a right to start something new, to start something better. And so, whether or not, whoever Algerians, choose to rule them, whoever Egyptians choose to rule them, it's really their business. if we go back to those foundational ideas, which I think continue to have a great deal of merit and practical application. Thanks.
Thank you, Jason, and my apologies for the mix-up a few minutes ago. Okay, so now specific questions. I'm going to open it up at the beginning to all panelists, whoever wants to jump in, and then I'm going to ask specific questions about certain countries to our panelists. So the first question is, Islamist parties have taken on governmental roles. Do you observe, what kinds of trends do you observe in terms of the substance of the policies that Islamist parties make while in government? So the reason for this question, background is, Olivier Roy in 1990s, with the failure of Islam, has said that Islamist parties are, in fact, in their core, are not really different from secular parties in terms of what they want to do. With the track record of some of these parties at least that we see, what do you observe? Do the policies that these parties have undertaken been very different from secular parties?
Should I just?
Go ahead.
Just very, very quickly. I mean, thanks, Qadir. And I do hope that we'll have an opportunity also to discuss the really important points that Professor Brownlee just made. But you know, it's worth actually asking ourselves, what is an Islamist? So when I was trying to do this, as Dr. Yerkes generously calls an academic exercise, you know, it's not trivial to identify a political party as Islamist or not. Like, are they Islamist because they have Muslim in the name? Are they Islamist because they come out of the Muslim Brotherhood? Qais Said, the current president of Tunisia, Dr. Yerkes correctly describes as a non-Islamist. But in lots of ways, he's very conservative, and his social program would probably not be one that Islamists would oppose. So sort of figuring out what Islamism is, you know, I was lucky enough to be part of another project that Dr. Qadir led on Islamism, and basically I just concluded everybody in Egypt is an Islamist. I mean, you know, the current regime in Egypt identifies itself as very anti-Muslim Brotherhood, but they don't identify themselves, for example, as anti-Sharia. They don't identify themselves as in favor of human liberty, regardless of what people want to do with it. So I do think that's a question that we should engage in. It's relevant to the question you're asking, Qadir, which is like, what do these Islamists do when they get into power? And number one, they haven't had a lot of time in power, so this is hard for us to determine. I would say in the case of the Muslim Brotherhood, they weren't really very different from non-Islamist political parties, and you could look at, this is why I was thinking of Professor Brownlee's comments, look at how Mohammed Morsi conducted himself vis-a-vis the United States and Israel. Mohammed Morsi, when he was, God rest his soul, when he was in parliament, and there was some Israeli operation against Gaza. This was during the Mubarak years. On the floor of parliament, he said Egypt needs to cut its relations with Israel and we need to start funding Hamas. And then later, when he is the president of Egypt and Israel is also engaged in some operation against Gaza, I can't remember what it was called, Pillar of Cloud maybe, you could have been forgiving for thinking that, okay, now the guy's in charge of everything, he's going to suddenly cut relations with Israel or be tough on Israel or whatever. He didn't, and in fact, he earned praise from President Obama for helping to broker the ceasefire, etc. So I do think that the period of Islamist participation in politics validated Professor Roy's observation that these parties are not actually, they're certainly not radical in terms of wanting, I mean, I'm talking about the ones that run for and win elected office, in terms of wanting to erect a kind of pious polity. They're just kind of standard, crummy Middle Eastern political parties.
Thank you. Jason, you had a hand?
You know, I was, the term Islamist, just really quick, is there any other religion where we add IST to the end when we're talking about adherents to that faith who are interested in codifying their beliefs into law? I can't think of one. We don't say Hinduists, we don't say Christianists. So I think that gets at what you're saying, which is that we're basically talking about Muslims who are belonging to political parties and have a vision of bringing their faith into public policy making. In terms of what they do in power, I think exactly what Tarek is saying. We know what they don't do, which is, just like any other politician, they don't do exactly what they were saying literally to their supporters while on the campaign trail. So to extrapolate from statements while in opposition to what governance is going to look like is a mistake that seems to be repeatedly disproven empirically.
Sarah?
Sure, yeah, I think this is a really important discussion that we're getting into about what is an Islamist. And it gets to this point of it when you're talking about Islamists versus non-Islamists, often you really can't call most parties in the region secularists. There's not really a secular movement. So it is get very kind of sticky. But I think, an interesting sort of anecdote from the Tunisian case is that when they came to power, they really were kind of forced, I mentioned the consensus piece before, but they really had to water themselves down in order both to appeal to the Tunisian public, but also to the wider international community. And they, in fact, Rashid Ghannouchi, the head of the party at the time, came out, and through their party Congress, they became a party of Muslim Democrats. No longer, they are not an Islamist party. That they do not call themselves an Islamist party anymore. And I think that that's really important. Part of the reasoning was that they didn't feel like they needed to be because they had a democratic constitution that codified freedom of religion. They felt like they were sort of safe and that, they didn't need to keep promoting this idea, but also to be more appealing. They were losing support in Tunisia, and a lot of secular Tunisians, as I just said, we can't call them secular, but non-Islamist Tunisians, when Ennahda came to power, were really worried about what was going to happen. They feared this sort of really push towards conservatism, push towards religion, and so Ennahda was very savvy in their appeal to try to gain more sort of broader Tunisian support. They ended up losing support of Ennahda members, and we saw that didn't necessarily help. But I think that, Islamist parties in general kind of face these two dual challenges when they're in power, which is trying to keep the appeal to the base, but also to govern. And Ennahda, frankly, has not governed very well, and they also have not really appealed to their base very well. So we can't say they've been super successful, but it is, they don't necessarily go out and just shove Islamism down the throats of the people. What we've seen, at least, in most of the cases that we're talking about, is that they have to kind of water themselves down or compromise in a way that's going to allow them to stay in power and allow them to appeal to parts of the public.
Thank you.
Yeah, just very briefly on Morocco, the same thing as I mentioned earlier, just really kind of trying to sort of modulate their Islamist character to whatever moment they're in. And definitely once they came to power, the prime minister was the then elected prime minister, who was the head of the party, who's now back again as the head of the party, but that's another conversation. He made it very clear, he said to people, I have no interest in Islamizing society. I'm not going to legislate, how long the hem of your skirt is going to be. I'm not going to basically dictate on these sort of moral issues. And they adopted, even in terms of sort of their economic program, they adopted policies that you would not only associate with Islamist parties, but that really would affect the extent to which they would reach to the population. And for example, they were responsible for cutting subsidies, fuel subsidies, which had been a big issue in Morocco. They took on that task of doing that. They backed privatization in a number of sectors, particularly the healthcare sector, which again affects their ability directly to appeal to the population and say, your well-being is something that we are very concerned with. On the kind of social conservatism front, they supported exceptions to abortion in the case of incest and rape, in the case of a pregnancy that would be harmful to the health of the mother. Again, you wouldn't really think of sort of a conservative party as doing something like this. They even opposed things like taxing the sale of alcohol in Morocco, which is you would say very sort of out of character for them. So very pragmatic and not all that different from other parties. In fact, in Morocco, which as both Sarah and Tarek are saying, it's very difficult to sort of, kind of point to one party that's purely secular, where, you know, a lot of parties have their own kind of religious credentials, of course, in addition to the king as well. They stood behind some of these programs that other parties would not support.
Can I just add, just because we're all kind of agreeing, and that does make me nervous, you know, just to kind of offer just one thing that we, so I firmly believe Islamist political parties are not really different from other political parties. But of course, right, if you had completely open political systems in these places, you would absolutely expect to see some political party that says, oh, I can actually capture some votes by moving to the right. And so, and in Egypt, in that brief democratic interlude, you did see a party that emerged and did that, and they were actually more truly religiously, quote unquote, fundamentalist, to use another term that Jason will probably punch me for, than the Muslim Brotherhood. That's Hizb an-Nur, the Salafists. What's remarkable is that when the democratic experiment was undone, what was the Islamist party that nobody had complaints about and that actually participated in the legitimation of the military's overthrow of the Muslim Brotherhood? It was that super extreme political party that did want to legislate the hem of women's skirts, which to me further reinforces this idea that people's fear of Islamists is actually not really about their quote-unquote Islamism. It's more about their, superior organization, the fact that, like, when these guys get power, they manage to hang on to it, not because they dismantle democratic institutions, but because they're really good at running in elections. And that's the thing that folks objected to.
Thank you. So piggybacking on the question about the substance of policy, with the evolution of Islamist politics and the shift in U.S. policy toward the region, how does or should the U.S. engage with the reality of Islamist parties in the region? So if you want to think about it in sort of two extreme sort of ends of the spectrum where the U.S. completely ignores the reality of these parties and doesn't engage with them, as opposed to recognizing them as legitimate representatives of a distinct social political demand. Where does U.S. policy, where should the U.S. policy fall on the spectrum moving forward?
Sure, I'm happy to start. So I think, first of all, as we've been talking about, Islamists are the reality. They're there to stay. They may be, ebbing and flowing in their influence in the region. But I think, it's taken time for the U.S. government to come to that point, to realize that they are there to stay. And I would say from my own time in the U.S. government, I've seen this shift in the approach of U.S. policy towards Islamists, in that they're certainly not the party of choice for U.S. interlocutors. I think the United States, if they could choose which party they would want to work with, it wouldn't be Islamist parties. But they've come to accept them as being part of the playing field, at least in some of the cases. And I think we saw this play out particularly in Morocco and Tunisia, where the Islamist parties were the main party. These are two countries that the United States government had very close relationships with, and there was no really strong pushback against partnering with them, working with the governments that they were a part of. And I think, the U.S. has relationships with Islamist parties today like they do with any other party. And there are very much anti-American parties that are non-Islamist in the region as well. But at the same time, I think the U.S. faces this sort of kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't approach towards Islamists. And we saw this with the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, where the United States was seen as really anti-Islamist prior to Morsi's win. They were criticized all the time for being anti-Islamist, continue to be criticized for being anti-Islamist. And when Morsi won a democratic election and the Muslim Brotherhood came to power, Ambassador Patterson, who was the ambassador in Cairo at the time, approved that the democratic win, and the U.S. government's position was that they supported the democratic process. They supported Morsi coming to power, and then Ambassador Patterson was vilified for being in bed with the Islamists, which she certainly was not. So I think it's this tough line for the United States to toe, but I do think things have evolved since 2013. I think it's now more of along the lines of they're just another party. The Salafists are a different story, and we can talk about that later, but I think in general, the sort of Islamist parties that have been democratically elected are now accepted as part of the scene.
Others want to join?
No, I completely agree. I think no the way that you deal with them is no different than any other party. Again, if the concern is you have the rise of a regime that's anti-US, anti-Western, there's plenty of them that have nothing to do with Islam. And, you know, there was, even before 2011, you know, Syria, and now we see that, and I don't think that has to have anything to do with Islam. If you look at the broad sort of set of challenges and concerns that face U.S. policy in the region, Islamism and the role of Islamist politics is definitely not anywhere near the top. So in that sense, it's just not something I spend a lot of time thinking about anymore, frankly.
You know, I don't have much to add to what Intisar and Dr. Yurkis said. You know, I think, I think the bigger problem for U.S. policy is I don't know what we're trying to achieve in the Middle East. In the Mubarak era, when we would talk about, you know, the United States needs to engage with the Islamists, the idea was these Islamists are coming, and if they take power and we have no ties with them, this is going to be a serious problem for U.S. Policy in the region. And I remember I was doing dissertation field work when I guess he was Deputy House Speaker at the time, Steny Hoyer, like went to Egypt and met with a delegation of parliamentarians, among whom were some Muslim brothers, and it was this big thing. It seemed to herald like a grand shift in American policy. And today, you know, I don't think anybody in the U.S. is thinking in those terms that, oh, these regimes may yet collapse, and they will collapse at the hands of Islamists, and if we don't have connections with these Islamists, then we're not going to have our men and women in power there. I think these regimes that exist in the region are absolutely more brittle than we think. I don't think we know the mode of collapse, and in fact, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be Islamist revolution. And so I think the question is a really important question, but I've typically thought of that question as like a 2005 question, you know. Anyways, I'll shut up.
Yeah, obviously I'm not a policymaker, but my recommendation would be to just start with following domestic and international law. So on domestic law, you know, the U.S. government is not supposed to be providing aid and weaponry to governments that engage in systematic human rights abuses. When a coup happens, it's supposed to recognize that there was a coup and cease assistance to that government. In international, also domestically, the authorization for the use of military force of September 2001 applied to those that were behind the 9/11 attacks. It is now being used to attack people who were not even born on 9/11. So that would be the domestic side. And then the international side, of course, is the United Nations Charter, which says the use of force outside of self-defense is prohibited without the approval of the UN Security Council.
Thank you. So I want to ask some specific questions about certain countries in the region and developments there. I want to begin with Sarah. What's happening in Tunisia? What's the deal with President Kais Saied? What's the end game? Can we say that the democratic process, the democratic gains since 2011 in Tunisia are entirely undone?
Yeah, this is the many million dollar or dinar question. I mean, I think, as I said before, President Saied is clearly the biggest threat to democracy in Tunisia. And we've seen him steadily and efficiently erase the country's democratic gains over the past 10 months. I think, you know, it was pretty clear to a lot of outside observers right away on July 25th that President Saied was not going to quickly return Tunisia to a democratic path or wasn't really interested in democracy. The kind of self-coup, autogolpe, whatever you want to call it, that he undertook was not a new phenomenon. It was sort of maybe new to Tunisia or maybe new to the region, but It's something that we've seen before in Latin America in particular and in Eastern Europe as well. And Said himself is a textbook populist leader where, he came in, he has no political party. He's a political outsider. He'd never served in politics before. And his legitimacy, particularly from the coup onward, is based on this idea of a shabirid, what the people want. But he doesn't actually consult the people to find out what they want. And this is kind of textbook populism. And what we've seen over the past 10 months is that he's taken all these steps to make sure that democracy is non-existent and to make sure that he has all the power in his own hands. He fired the government, he suspended the parliament, he replaced the Supreme Judicial Council as well as the Independent Elections Authority with his own people, dismissed the Anti-Corruption Authority, and then most importantly, back in September, he declared that most of the Constitution is null and void, despite the fact that he's actually a constitutional law professor. So we can't say that he's ignorant. I mean, he did this knowing full well what he was doing. Is it surprising? I think no. I think what we saw is that the Tunisian people, very understandably, prior to July 25th and since, are very angry. The government was very ineffective. Tunisia, on the eve of July 25th, was facing three major crises. The first, a political crisis, where they faced tremendous polarization. You had parties, literally members of parliament, who were fist-fighting in the halls of parliament rather than governing. Governance was not really happening at the time. At the same time, you had an economic situation that really never recovered since 2010. It's quite normal in democratic transitions for the economy to take a hit. And unfortunately, the economy was just sort of coming back and starting to show some gains in about February of 2020. And then the pandemic hit, the third crisis here. And while Tunisia actually weathered the first wave of the pandemic really well, when July 25th happened, they were at their peak number of cases. They, at the time, were the highest number of cases per capita in Africa. So you're facing these three crises. People are very frustrated. They're very angry with a government that's not delivering. Said came in and seemed to be, to many Tunisians, the savior. He was going to actually, as he said, kind of fix Tunisia. He has not done that. Where is it headed? I think this is I don't want to speculate too much. I don't want to be caught saying something that's completely wrong in the future, but I do think there's a couple of things we can say for sure. So the first step right ahead is that he will be holding a constitutional referendum on July 25th, which is the one-year anniversary of the coup, is also Tunisia's national day, so symbolically important. But between now, so we're at June 1st, between now and June 30th, in 30 days, he and some people, we don't really know who they are going to rewrite the Constitution. The original Constitution, or the most recent Constitution, the Democratic Constitution, took 3 years to write. It was written with input from people across the political spectrum, civil society activists, everyday Tunisians, political parties. This is going to be a couple of guys in a back room writing a constitution in 30 days, and then they will hold a referendum on July 25th, a yes or no vote. What we know is that many civil society organizations, including most recently iWatch, who is the Transparency International branch in Tunisia, very, very effective and popular civil society group, have all called for a boycott of this referendum. So it's very likely to pass. If these groups do boycott it, we're likely to see this pass. And so I think the question of where we go next it depends on what this constitution looks like. In the worst case scenario, it declares President Said president for life, outlaws political parties, erases all of the democratic gains, in this new legal body. But even in the best case scenario, we are pretty sure that this is going to really consolidate power into the presidency, change this democratic system that the Tunisian people themselves fought for and built over a decade. I don't think there's any really positive things to say right now about where the country is going. I will say, I'm not giving up hope. I think there are a tremendous amount of civil society activists, revolutionaries who were in the streets 11 years ago who still want Tunisia to be a democracy, as well as the international community that still wants Tunisia to be a democracy and is supporting those actors. I think there is a chance Tunisia could return to a democratic path, but not in the short term. And I don't think by any means that under President Said that we're going to see that happen. So I think we're in for a really critical few months and bleak few months. I should say also finally they will be holding a legislative election in December. But the question there is, what does the legislature even look like when this new constitution comes out? And if this referendum passes and Said himself is sort of bulletproof and he can say that the majority of Tunisian voters approved this constitution in a referendum, it will be much harder to kind of push back against him. So I'm very, very pessimistic, but But I do think, again, that this is a critical couple months where there is a possibility for civil society and the international community to come together and try to prevent the worst case scenario from happening.
Thank you. Jason. So I want to pick your brain about, based on your expertise on democratization, authoritarianism. In Turkey, President Erdogan and AKP have been in power for about 2 decades now, almost in the fall. We know that he is popular. He's not, coming from he's not made of the cloth of all-time sort of authoritarians. He has a strong base, but the economy is doing not well. The lira, the currency, lost 70–80% of its value in the last 5–6 years. Inflation is through the roof. People are not doing well. How is he able to stay in power? What are the major dynamics there, and what do you expect to see in the next couple of years as Turkey is heading to elections?
Okay, well, I think one of the Turkey is a very useful case for us and for this whole panel, because I think, just to point to Egypt for a moment, if we were going to run through kind of the counterfactual of Morsi staying in power after the sort of the takeover that he was engaging in 2012, imagine there wasn't a state-supported uprising against him in 2013, and the coup didn't happen, and he stayed in power. I think potentially Morsi and the Brotherhood could have gotten Egypt kind of on this exact path, sort of an Erdogan-Turkey path. And I think that's important to keep in mind as something that is distinct from like Saudi Arabia or other kinds of authoritarianism that have a significant religious component to their public policy making. With respect to Erdogan, at this point, it's looking pretty authoritarian. But I think what's important, and Kader, you alluded to it in the question, is to recognize that Erdogan is genuinely popular. He has a significant amount of popularity, and although there may be manipulation of election outcomes at the margins, there's no evidence that he's stealing them outright. Even when the economy is going through this difficult phase, he enjoys levels of approval comparable to what American presidents try to have on an ordinary day. And so how is he doing that? Well, there has been strong economic performance for much of his tenure. He's also been able to capitalize on elements of nationalism, including ethno-nationalism when it comes to sort of depicting the Kurds as kind of an other that he can mobilize voters in opposition to. And then it's hard to see if this is a top-down or bottom-up phenomenon, but he's also benefited from a fragmented opposition. Something similar to what Viktor Orban has in Hungary, where the incumbent can position himself in the middle of a fragmented field, and the opposition combined might, like on a good day, be able to get more than 50% of the vote sometimes, but, well, not so much in Turkey, they're even weaker than that, but in Hungary maybe they could have come close. But they're not able to do it in some kind of organized way that can actually replace the incumbent. And so in that respect, he's benefited from an opposition that hasn't been able to get their act together. So overall, bottom line, I would attribute the authoritarian trend in Turkey to Erdogan's popularity, his economic performance in general, as opposed to places that are where kind of repression and coercion play a much more integral role in the maintenance of the incumbent in power. There's definitely repression and coercion going on in Turkey, persecution of civil servants, journalists, academics, one could go on. There's significant curtailment of freedom of speech from what it was 2 decades ago. But overall, this is, I would say, kind of like Hungary. This is a case where maybe it's 2 years from now, maybe it's 12 years from now, I could imagine the incumbent being removed from power peacefully in an election.
Thank you. Intisar, I want to ask you about the normalization agreement with Israel, between Israel and Morocco, that was struck in December 2020. Can you tell us a little bit more about what this process entails? How was it received in Morocco, who opposed it, and what the outlook is for the relationship between Morocco and Israel?
Yeah, so this has been really the sort of normalization deal has included some pretty remarkable gains for Morocco, right? So Morocco had kind of always had a little bit of a relationship with Israel, sort of under the radar, particularly in terms of intelligence cooperation. But there's also a big Moroccan, Jewish Moroccan population in Israel and so forth. So there were always ties there. But in the framework of the Abraham Accords, Morocco agreed through the Trump administration to normalize relationship with Israel in exchange for recognition of the U.S. recognition of Morocco's claim over the Western Sahara territory. So this has been a remarkable gain for Morocco because this is sort of something that they've always wanted from the U.S. They've worked very hard towards it. They've really longed for it, and in the Moroccan sort of regime's eyes, it really legitimizes their position, and it does actually, in many ways, kind of completely change the calculus in terms of the Western Sahara question. But just kind of putting that aside, the relationship has grown very, very quickly. I'm always struck by how, when talking to Israeli diplomats in Washington, how pleasantly surprised they are by just the extent to which Morocco has kind of embraced them. The relationship has, I think, in my perspective, it's going to have some interesting implications on sort of security and the balance of power regionally, because obviously it's a big part of the recent tension that we've seen between Morocco and Algeria. Morocco now has access to, arms from Israel that they could buy without restrictions compared to what Morocco can get from the U.S. So that's certainly one element of it. Morocco is also very eager for the economic benefit that this is going to bring. I don't know exactly how that's going to pan out or play out, but they're very excited about all of the sort of cooperation that's coming. So there's been a lot, in a very short span of time, there's been a lot of cooperation agreements on security, on military cooperation, on economic investment, tourism, and such. So it's really, the relationship has really sort of taken off quite remarkably. In terms of opposition, and let me just kind of explain, there's been some, and it tends to be from the traditional quarters. It tends to be a little bit from the Islamists, though remarkably not really the Islamist party, which was in government when the deal was struck, although they have nothing to do with it, because foreign policy is very much the domain of the monarchy. So there hasn't been a lot of opposition to it because of a number of different elements. I think in terms of population, the sort of I think people were kind of primed for this a little bit because the monarchy has spent a lot of time during kind of the war on terror talking about openness and tolerance, and part of that is really talking about sort of the minorities of Morocco, the religious minorities of Morocco, and the role that the monarchy has played in that. So we've seen the monarchy sort of embrace their kind of their relationship with the Jewish community and the Jewish diaspora long before the deal itself. There was also the extent to which this was sold as very, very beneficial economically for Morocco. This is going to bring investment from Israeli businesses and Israeli government. This is going to help in terms of tourism, etc. And I think there was also the fact that the way the deal was sold is that it gave Morocco recognition of U.S. recognition of their claims over the Western Sahara. So it's very difficult for any one political actor to say, okay, well, that's great. We do want the US to recognize our claims on the Western Sahara, but we don't really support the other side of the deal. It sort of was sold in a way that made it hard to kind of oppose politically, domestically. So, we haven't really seen a lot of mobilization on that. A part of that is also that this happened during the pandemic. There wasn't really a lot of room to mobilize. But frankly, I think even if it didn't happen during the pandemic, given the extent to which the monarchy has really sort of owned this and really made it part of the way Morocco is today, I think it would have been very hard to oppose. And I think there's another element that the Moroccan public has kind of taken at face value, which is that, the monarchy has kind of tried to say, well, look, just because we now have a normalized relationship with Israel doesn't mean that we've given up on Palestinian rights, which is a little bit of it's kind of a hard sell to me. But also I will say that in Morocco, the Palestinian question, it's not a question of demographic. It's not a question of sort of legitimacy. It's a little bit further kind of from home than the way it is, say, in Jordan or I don't know, Syria. So or even Egypt. So it's a very different kind of context in which that was sold. So I would say that this has been undoubtedly a very big success for Morocco, and it's a very big success for Israel as well to actually have kind of a presence in North Africa that they've never really had before. So I think for those two, they're definitely the clear winners. I think we all know who the losers of this deal are, but from Morocco's perspective, that's definitely been a big win for them.
Thank you. Lastly, I want to ask Tarek and then open up for questions from the audience. President Sisi's reign has largely been marked by repression and suppression of dissent in the country since 2013. At the same time, the economy hasn't done well either. Where does the Egyptian public opinion stand on how well the country is being run and where it's headed?
Thanks for that question, Qadir. Qadir, in addition to being one of our leading scholars of Islamism, is also one of the most organized people I know. So in fact, he shared these questions with us in advance. And he had another question for me, which was asking me to prognosticate about the future of the Muslim Brotherhood. And I said to him, Qadir, I really don't want to prognosticate. Why don't you ask me this other question about where things are going?
We're out of time. That's why I'm not asking.
But I think I'd say a couple of things. Qadir, you already said it. I don't think that the current government has been successful. Egypt now has something like 13% inflation. There was just a devaluation of the Egyptian pound. Even people from sectors of society that we knew were supportive of the current government, particularly the business sector, which was or some segments of the business sector that were opposed to the prior regime, chafe under the current government's heavy reliance on the military in terms of the military's intervention in the economy. So in fact, there is a feeling, I don't have public opinion data on this, but there's definitely a feeling that no matter who you talk to, they're not happy with how things are going in the country. Add to the fact, right, that the war in Ukraine is disrupted wheat supplies, and you get a ton of wheat from Russia and a lot of wheat from Ukraine, and subsidized bread is part of the engine on which the regime stays afloat, to use a mixed metaphor. So what I can say is that I think the government itself is very cognizant of the fact that their legitimacy may be ebbing. And I'll leave you with a story. The most popular television program during this last Ramadan, and Ramadan is like sweeps season in the Arab world. It's where, all of the great television series come out. And our television series, unlike television series in the West where a season is like 12 episodes, no, like we have an episode every day, okay? So The top series this year was called Al-Ikhtiyar, season 3 of this show called Al-Ikhtiyar, The Choice, which is produced by إدارة الشؤون المعنوية of الجيش المصري. It's the morale department of the Egyptian military. It's right there in the credits. And this is a retelling of the Muslim Brotherhood's year in power. One of the main characters is President Sisi. There's an actor who plays the president to a T, portrays, hasn't just gotten his mannerisms down, but anyways. And I was watching this series, I'm still actually not done with it, and thinking, why are they retelling this story? I mean, this is so far in the past. This is almost a decade hence. And yet it's like they're reminding Egyptians, remember the Muslim Brotherhood and how feckless they were and how sinister some of them were? And in this series, by the way, they also, at the end of each episode, play like a little leaked tape of a meetings with Muslim Brotherhood officials during the time in which the Muslim Brotherhood was in government. And these tapes or these leaks are meant, I guess, to cast the Muslim Brotherhood in a sinister light, but they, in my view, they do nothing of the sort. It's sort of like you'll see one clip of a Muslim Brotherhood member saying, look, we could have mass protests and make things really difficult, but we don't want to do that, and then it will cut. And you're like, okay. But the fact that the government, I want to avoid using the term regime, but the regime feels the need to invest in this kind of propaganda spectacle at this time is at least evidence to me, Qadir, that your question is right on the money, that there really is this concern that there's a legitimacy gap here, and that they're going to confront not an Islamist revolution or anything like that, but a real withdrawal of support from the people that could make government or governance much tougher. So, that's not a great answer to your question, except to say yes, what you said.
Okay, thank you. We have some time for questions. Do we have a mic? Oh, okay. So I'm going to ask, if I may, to make the questions as concise as possible, avoiding commentary and to the point, so that we can have as many questions as possible from the audience. Okay. Yes, please.
My question is, I guess my question is related to the last comments around the Abraham Accords in Morocco. And do you see any relationship between the Accords and countries that have accepted pluralism or more towards that direction? Is there a correlation? And if there's nothing to do with that, do you have any prognostication on other countries that might come along beyond I guess there were 4 originally in the Accords?
Good.
Should we answer? I don't think so. I mean, look at the ones that Israel has accords with. I mean, the UAE, I wouldn't call that a very pluralistic system. Bahrain, I think technically Sudan does have, but given where the government of Sudan is, or I don't know, where the political situation in Sudan is right now, I don't think it's clear if they actually have an accord with Israel. So I don't think that this is based on, a democratic government seeking normalized relations with other democratic. I don't think if that's what you're hinting at, I don't think that's what's happening here. I think Israel is happy to kind of create as many partnerships with Arab states that had in the past not necessarily had active conflict with Israel, but were not but were kind of not keen on normalizing relations with Israel. It kind of it circumvents any real negotiation about a lasting solution for the Palestinians. So I think that's a little bit more what this is about. We were talking about this at our table earlier this morning. It's about, and I think maybe this will come up later in the panel on the Gulf conversation. It's about diversifying security alliances. It's about creating stronger support for Israel regionally. And I think that's really what it's about. This isn't really about democracy.
Yeah, just to add, Tunisia up until 10 months ago was the one democracy in the Arab world, and they are also happen to be one of the most anti-Israel governments in the region. They hosted the PLO, they hosted Yasser Arafat for a time, and are very, very anti-Israel. The correlation, I agree, the correlation is not really there.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I do have something to say on this, if
Yeah,
I
go
might.
ahead.
I mean, just because the Abraham Accords are really interesting, and I think the premise of the question needs to be taken a little bit more seriously, because, so let me try to steelman the position that I think underlies the question. Look, you do see across the region governments, the United Arab Emirates is a good example, but I'd even make the argument that Saudi Arabia does this, Egypt does this to a certain extent, that are trying to portray themselves as breaking with the stultifying old orthodoxies of the past, including the hidebound commitment to a particular form of religion and a hidebound commitment to this constant, endless struggle with Israel. And in fact, I think this is all of a piece with their view that what they need to do is drain the soil of the nutrients for Islamism, right? So the idea is we're going to break with everything that the Islamists are about. So we're going to have relations with Israel. We're going to go whole hog, to use a technical term, on the liberation of women, which is why many of these governments frame themselves as liberators of women. And so I do think that's part of at least how they market themselves and how they market these accords. It's like the governments are finally decisively breaking with all of the old patterns of the past. But I think what Dr. Intisar and what Dr. Sarah have pointed out is that this is all just for show. And the content behind it is minimal.
Yes.
Amazing panel. Professor Jason, what you said, if it can be implemented, I think we'll have world peace. So my simple, humble question, does your message get across to the State Department? And you don't have to officially answer it, but any chance it can. And would you think the headwinds from special interest will be too much? And last but not least, any chance you could be considered as Secretary of State in the future? Thank you. You'll be amazing.
I think one thing that's encouraging is if you look at public opinion polling, you will see that American public opinion polling, you'll see that what I've said, it's just common sense. It's just known by people who are out there that when you get into the foreign policy establishment and you sort of get into the elite circles, that's when you start having these ideas that the U.S. has the ability or the responsibility to go out there and engage in political engineering in other countries. Generally speaking, the American public, and we have the data going back to the 70s, is consistent in favoring a foreign policy of restraint and a foreign policy that respects the right to self-determination in other countries. So I think the State Department doesn't need me. They can just ask pretty much anyone on the street, and they'll get a similar opinion.
Thank you. Any more questions? Right here.
My question is, do the political parties have any real independent power, or are they set up purely for the individual that leads them? And I know that's going to vary from country to country, but really, who has the power, and does the party have any real power, or is it the person that leads the party that has the real power?
Is your question to a specific panelist?
Not particularly. I'd like to get the viewpoint of whoever wants to answer the question.
Thank you.
Qadir, how much time do we have in the panel?
A few more minutes.
Do you want to collect a couple of questions?
We'll take maybe one more.
So why don't we do it as a,
Let's
get that
take one
and then-
more
yeah.
then, all right. Yes.
Very briefly, if someone wants to comment on the recent Lebanese elections and what that meant for Islam.
Okay. Can you speak to the microphone, please?
I was just very briefly was going to ask about the recent Lebanese parliamentary election and what that meant for Islamists in the country.
Okay, so 2 questions. Have at it.
I can take the one about the political parties, and here I think I will mostly talk about Morocco. I think the Islamist party, yes, the leadership plays a big role, but really the rank and file have also a very important say. They help set the direction. There are mechanisms that really allow for opinions and views to kind of inform the leadership. And the leadership itself has a very, and by leadership I mean sort of, you know, the executive council or whatever they call it, they you know, they have they're constantly talking to the rank and file, they meet with them, they kind of, they really take what they have to say in consideration. Now, there's been moments in which what the leader, there was divide between what the leadership wanted to do and what the rank and file wanted to do, and that's sort of where you have these concepts of samawata kind of coming in and playing, where, you know, the rank and file will say, well, we don't really agree with this. You know, it's clear, they kind of understand, the leadership would understand that that's where they stand, but they would still stand behind the party, which has helped the Islamist party in Morocco and in other places really avoid kind of splintering into a number of different groups. There are other Islamist parties that kind of emerge, but it tends to be not so from the kind of one party sort of splintering in others. The only example I can think of where that's happened is Jordan, I think. But it didn't happen in Morocco, although there were a lot of reasons for why it would. There was a big debate about whether it would happen in Tunisia, where Ghannouchi actually didn't used to, but has come to really dominate the party. It's become a little bit of a one-man show in that sense, but that's a much more recent phenomenon. Maybe Sarah would like to say a little bit more about that. Now, looking across the political spectrum, it really depends. Some of the older political parties that I was talking about early on, like for example, political parties that are associated with you know, liberation or independence movements, those tend to be very, very centralized. They tend to be a little more sort of all about the leader and all about the 3 or 4 people at the top, rather than kind of the rest of the political party. I would say the same thing maybe also for the sort of centrist, more leftist, or has kind of become that way as well. So in that sense, Islamist parties really are different in that they have a much more democratic kind of structure, much more you know, decentralized in their decision-making processes, and that continues to be the case at least for the PJD.
Yeah, just to add on to that, in Tunisia, I mean, I think the idea that it's absolutely true that the Islamist Party Ennahda is the most well-organized, the most democratically organized, and also sort of the most widespread in the country. They have local offices throughout the country. When Tunisia had their first municipal elections, they were the only party that ran in every single district, for example. And so they do have democratic decision-making, but as Intisar mentioned, the head of the party, Rashid Ghannouchi, is very much the head of the party, and there's a lot of loyalty to him to the detriment of the party. There have been a lot of pushes recently to try to get him, sort of give him a golden parachute, get him to step down. There's a lot of dynamic younger leaders that could maybe take over the party, but people are not willing to push him out, and he's not willing to step down. But I think, you know, it varies across parties, and I think one of the challenges in Tunisia has been that none of the other parties really, I mean, it's only been a decade, so I don't fault them for this, but they haven't evolved to the point yet. They're still very personalistic. They're still very tied around an individual. They haven't really yet formed kind of a real sort of position and been able to appeal to the public, other than Ennahda, who has been just at this longer and is better organized.
You guys want to answer any of the questions?
Maybe I'll say something that might also provoke Jason. In terms of the question about political parties, it's a really good question. I think Dr. Intisar and Dr. Sarah answered it beautifully. I do think it's a real puzzle for social scientists. Like, you know, I tried to write about this. I didn't come up with a good answer. I've never read a good answer. Why is it that these non-Islamist political parties are so feckless and so, like, everything the Islamists are doing, we know. We've written books about it. Do it also. So it's just a fascinating question as to why other political parties haven't been able to evolve beyond these very thin, personalistic organizations whose electoral fortunes, survive for as long as they have a charismatic leader, and then when his son, and it's invariably his son, takes over, it just completely fails. Dr. Salehan asked a question about Lebanon, and what I don't know about Lebanon would fill a lot of volumes. But it's very clear that there has been some in this latest election. There's a little bit of a retrenchment in Hezbollah's electoral fortunes, and that really triggered me to think about something Professor Brownlee said, because I think Jason is absolutely correct that there's no moral argument really to be made for meddling in the internal affairs of other countries. And if other countries want to elect, secularists, go ahead. You want to elect Islamists, go ahead. You want to elect Gin Ezra, Blue Genie, go ahead. So I think this call for U.S. constraint makes a lot of sense. But I also know that in the region, and particularly in a country like Lebanon, there are probably Arab citizens who would like the U.S. to be a little bit less restrained, because the country that they experience as being most threatening and as most limiting their ability to determine their own nation's path is Iran. Iran isn't being restrained. And so how do we square this? If we follow the prescription, which I think is very hard to argue with. I want you to be Secretary of State too. That does mean leaving this region to the tender administrations of those who will not be restrained, and who, I dare say, whose impact on the region will be much worse than ours.
Okay,
So Jason is provoked by Tariq's comments.
Yeah, provocation accepted. So we can link the two questions in this way. So let's think not about weak parties for a moment. Let's think about strong parties and strong movements and how they did it. And if you establish those conditions, you could see that those conditions are absent in a lot of the cases that we're talking about, especially, let's say, Egypt, the case I'm most familiar with. So, movements to overthrow hierarchies they're not easy. They require a lot of struggle. They require building coalitions over time. And yet we have numerous examples throughout history of people being able to do this and overcome what seemed to be insurmountable obstacles. Gandhi did it without foreign intervention. MLK did it without foreign intervention. So I think we should let other countries have their Gandhis and their MLKs, and have those movements arise indigenously and organically as leaders build their own constituencies and then connect with other leaders and broaden that constituency. A big problem with the opposition parties, I'll stick to Egypt, because the Egyptian opposition parties that get an audience in Washington or that are happy to meet with foreign researchers like me is they do not have broad social constituencies in Egypt, a country of 100 million people. And it was evident that, yes, they were able to mobilize tens of thousands, 100,000 in Tahrir Square. They were able to accomplish something amazing on February 11th of 2011. But 2 months later, they were not able to prevail in the constitutional referendum that began to really solidify post-Mubarak military rule in Egypt. And they pushed for a no vote, and they got 23%. So that was kind of the apogee of a lot of these parties, the parties outside of the military and the parties outside of the Brotherhood. And so, yeah, the struggle for them, and it's one in which I feel very much like in solidarity. Like I met with sister of Ala Abdel Fattah, Sana Saif, a few weeks ago. Her brother Ala Abdel Fattah is on hunger strike, the last I heard. He's been imprisoned by Sisi for years. It's pretty bleak. He's absolutely not a member of the Brotherhood, but he's Egypt's most famous activist at this point. His message, and you can, if you want to read what Ala Abdel Fattah has to say, his book is available. It's on Amazon now. It's called "You Have Not Yet Been Defeated," and the "you" is us. And his message to Americans is, "Fix your own democracy." That's pretty powerful coming from somebody who's sitting in different prison cells in Egypt. I think there are ways of being in solidarity and being in community with dissidents around the world, with human rights activists, but it involves something very different than the sort of 1947 approach that I've been discussing. So with respect to Lebanon, it's up to the Lebanese to figure out how they want to come together and organize their government. And yes, there may be outside groups that are trying to manipulate Iran, Saudi Arabia, yeah, but that does not mean that we should then add to the level of foreign intervention and manipulations going on in Lebanon as well.
Thank you, Jason, and thank you all panelists. This is the end of our panel. Thank you, everyone, for great commentaries, and thank you for being part of the conversation. We'll prepare for the next panel.
Thank
in
you,
a few
Qadir.
minutes. Nope.
So, hi, how are you?
I'm very well.
I'm stationed here in Big.
All right, is this on? There we go. Hi there, folks. We're going to go ahead and get started soon. Please take your seat. All right, good morning. Thank you, everyone. My name is Robert Barron. In my day job, I'm a program officer at the U.S. Institute of Peace in Washington. I also previously worked here at the Baker Institute for Ambassador Djerejian, so it's really an honor to be here and be up on the panel and sitting with a number of friends and colleagues that I haven't seen in quite a while. And I'll just, again, congratulate Ambassador Djerejian on 28 years of building this incredible institution. And we're very, it's a long time, it's a big effort. It was a team effort, you and Francoise, but it's really just been an honor to be a part of it. So this panel today is going to be on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the slide toward a post-two-state reality. As I'm sure most folks in this room would know, there have not been negotiations since 2014. Every year, month, day, it seems that things are getting a little bit more difficult towards reaching a resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We see violence break out, settlement expansion, weakening institutions, hardening attitudes, and there's a real sense, part of my job is talking with Israelis and Palestinians, and the default in the zeitgeist today is really that the two-state solution is dead or dying, and it's even put into policy. Scholar at Brookings, Natan Sachs, said that the Israeli-Palestinian is generally anti-solutionism, that there is no solution, and that has to be the sort of default. And so there is no clear shared political horizon between the two parties. The two would not agree that the two states for two peoples model is what we're working towards, and they're not working towards it. So there's a sense that there could ever be to use Gilad's term, a divorce, is no longer possible, that we're talking about negotiating some kind of shared cohabitation or something like that. But how do you negotiate individual and collective rights in that model? How do you divide the powers and rights of peoples and identity groups in an integrated land? And so the polling is there. I won't get into it because I think we're running a little bit late, but when you poll Israelis and Palestinians, the sense that the two-state solution is possible or feasible or desirable is lower than it has been in a long time. But it remains a very important question. We see outbreaks of violence very regularly. Diplomacy is stagnant, but to use Ambassador Djerejian's term again, is the status quo isn't static. Things are getting more difficult by the day. So one of a colleague says, we're constantly living on the edge of a volcano, and as the violence of the past year has kind of demonstrated, we're constantly on the edge of something much, much worse. So I'm going to ask, we've got 4 great panelists here, and I'm going to ask each of them to speak for about 8 minutes on a specific set of questions that I've given them. I wanted to start by sort of laying out some definitions so we could all kind of agree on a shared language. The two-state solution has traditionally been understood: 2 sovereign independent states on the 1967 lines, West Bank and Gaza as the state of the Palestinians, East Jerusalem is the capital. Those 67 lines come with land swaps, but these are often referred to as the Clinton parameters. Another term that's come up more and more is one binational equal rights state, and that's from the Jordan River to the sea. It is a state of all its people with equal rights for all. This does not accomplish the nation-state goals for either party. One unequal state, there's different ways to think about this that we may or may not get into, but you could think about it from status quo to, and again, an apartheid state, to Palestinian municipalities and individual rights without collective rights. And then finally, a confederation, which Omar will speak to a little bit. But again, this is, think Canada or Switzerland. It's an attempt to define certain areas of national sovereignty and certain areas of shared sovereignty. So in this panel, we're going to talk about where we are today, where things are going, how we got here, and we'll do each of the panelists speaking to a specific set of points, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. You have the biographies on your tables, so I won't get into very deep bios, but suffice it to say, these are all terrifically impressive colleagues, and I thank them for being here. We have Gilad Sher, who's the Isaac and Mildred Bronstein Fellow in Middle East Peace and Security at the Djerejian Center for the Middle East at the Baker Institute. Samih Al-Abid is the Sabah Fellow in Middle Eastern Studies, where he focuses on conflict resolution here at the Baker Institute. Omar Rahman is a Fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs, and Laura Friedman is the President of the Foundation for Middle East Peace. So to get started, Gilad will start us off. Gilad, your new book, Reflections on Conflict Resolution, I'm reading off the back here, offers hope that there may be ways to resolve or at least mitigate complex, violent, and protracted conflicts between communities and nations. Why are those proclaiming the death of the two-state solution wrong? Can you reflect on how we got to this current moment and what we need to do going forward? Gilad.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Ed, for organizing this, Ed and the team, and for inviting me. I'm pretty sure that the two-state solution is not over. And Robert, you were right in saying that there's a growing sense that the two-state for two people is, the paradigm is probably lost. It's like an old sweater that you stuck deep in the closet. You're not supposed to wear anymore. Nevertheless, I would say that this solution is still very valid, and I'll explain why. The current Israeli government believes that only shrinking the conflict, so to speak, is possible, and of course there's growing divides between the Palestinians, Gaza, West Bank, Hamas, Fatah, political factions, institutions, and the people. There's no shared political vision or political horizon between the parties. There's zero trust or close to zero trust. But the status quo provides no security, and it offers no hope. It undermines both parties' long-term national interests, and the status quo leads to a one-state solution, which I believe would be disastrous for both parties. The main spoilers are leadership, security, and public opinion. But I would like to explain why the two-state solution, despite the challenges that are inherent in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, is the only possible way to secure a Jewish democratic Israel consistent with the Zionist vision, and at the same time provide political self-determination for the Palestinians. We heard in the previous panel how significant was the formalization of the Israeli-Arab normalization. I recap on Intisar what you said about the Morocco-Israel relationship. It all culminated in mid-2020 in the Abraham Accords and reinforced since then. But the core contentious issues in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, Jerusalem and the holy sites, territory, borders, settlements, security arrangements, and refugees will not disappear just because someone has said that they are off the table or they're on a back burner or whatever. I see no solid alternative to the two-state solution. An institute I've been working with in the last decade, the INSS, Institute for National Security Studies in Tel Aviv, scrutinized on an annual basis all the alternatives, the plans, initiatives, ideas, and every time, according to about a dozen parameters, the two-state solution came up as the only valid solution. The question is how to get there. If that is the case, is it still attainable? I say yes. It is still attainable throughout a constructive unilateralism approach. We need to lower the bar of expectations, not a full-fledged comprehensive agreement that resolves all the core issues and ends the conflict and put a finality to all claims, but a more achievable, modest level, a series of transitional and interim phases, independent steps, all compliant with continuous binding negotiations. We have to redesign the process. We need to redesign the framework in a modular fashion, not in a one-off agreement. And the gist of the matter is to preserve the conditions for an eventual two-state solution that would come up sometime in the future, and not negate the possibility of having such a solution put together at a certain point in time in the future. I cannot overemphasize the importance of it, but here's how I suggest moving forward. First, I think that we need to discard the exclusive bilateral Israeli-Palestinian negotiation framework. As you know, and as you pointed out, Robert, in the last 8 years, there was no negotiation whatsoever. And in the last 30 years, there were only 2.5 serious rounds of negotiations around Camp David and Taba in the late 90s, beginning of the 2000 years, and then the Annapolis process in 2007, 2008, and then last round, half a round, I would say, in 2013 and 14. Accumulate altogether in 30 years since the Madrid conference, we've negotiated perhaps just a little bit less than 10% of the time we negotiated permanent status. And for such a protracted conflict, this is not enough. I think that we need to add a regional context to the talks, creating by that a Western Sunni possible axis. We need to have international involvement because we're like in a kindergarten. We cannot talk to one another anymore without someone imposing on us a process, not a solution, but a process of negotiations. We can use the Arab Peace Initiative as a general ballpark with all the reservations and observations that Israel has on it, and we need to update it. And we need to replace the formula of nothing is agreed until everything is agreed by a new formula. Whatever is agreed or mutually coordinated should be immediately implemented. We need to encourage, even to incentivize, the two sides to take constructive, independent steps towards disengaging from one another and creating a reality of two states, even in the absence of a political agreement at that point in time. The changes and the modification of the situation on the ground in themselves will help those negotiations. We have to advance gradually towards delineating a border between the two nation states of future, distinct national entities that would be sovereign two states, one beside the other. And we have to add security and, of course, economy components to the transition phases. What to do about Gaza? A big question that always comes up. I think it is crucial to mobilize international efforts in every way possible to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza. We have to rehabilitate infrastructures in exchange for the establishment of a mechanism that will act to stopping the military buildup of Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and other terrorist groups and Salafist and other violent groups. I believe that, to make it a short introduction to the deliberations of afterwards, I believe that a step-by-step approach is realistic. I believe that it stands a chance to succeeding. If it does, it would make Israel the Jewish democracy it is set out to be, and it would provide freedom and statehood for the Palestinians. Otherwise, with no political horizon, with no hope, we are bound to proceed with an intractable conflict, distress, frustration, indifference to one another. And what are the game changers here, except for what I suggested, the gradual approach and the three-pronged one, international, regional, and bilateral, encouraged by also constructive independent steps. The game changers are, I think, the youth, the young generation, the civil societies, the social networks. We are only 14 million people between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. That's, I believe, less than Houston metropolitan. Not less, but not quite over that. 14 million people, I can reach out from my smartphone, each one of them, and carve out a change of mindsets towards a more peaceful coexistence. We have other issues that are not really sensitive to borders: climate change, environment, energy, desertification, whatever, just name it. And we can use that as well. The old generations, like my friend Samih Al-Abid here and myself, we start to become redundant or almost irrelevant because, in the absence of leadership, if you put Samih and myself in a room for 3 days, we get out with an agreement, but it's worth nothing, a permanent status agreement. Am I right or not?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. And I'd like to end this brief introduction by quoting Menachem Begin, our late Prime Minister, who said to President Sadat in November 1977, just 4 years after the harshest war that Israel and Egypt had ever, the Yom Kippur War. He said, and I quote, "We have learned from history that war is avoidable. It is peace that is inevitable." Thank you.
Thank you, Gilad. So I'm now going to turn to the other Baker Institute fellow, Samih Al-Abid, with some similar questions. So why are those proclaiming the death of the two-state solution wrong? How you're a committed two-stater, continue to be, I think. Walk us through how we can get back to that place. And I want to pick up on a few of the things that Gilad mentioned. So faith in youth has been a theme of this conflict for a long time, that the next generation will solve this, but that's not actually, I think, what we're seeing. I think when you do the polling of both Palestinian and Israelis, that there is a real sense of despair, there's a real sense of hardline attitudes and a lack of willingness to compromise. So I'm interested in what your feeling is about where Palestinian youth are. The place for the region. So Gilad mentioned that we need to bring in regional actors and other longtime, let's say, partners to the Palestinian cause and from the Gulf or elsewhere in the region. What role do you see the region playing? And independent steps. So Gilad mentioned independent steps that the Israelis can take. Obviously, it's a little bit different in terms of the power and the capacity to move on the Palestinian side, but what are independent steps that the Palestinians can take? In 8 minutes.
Thank you very much for inviting me here, and Ed, thank you for having us again here to talk about this important session about the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, which has taken more than enough time to be solved, which is creating a lot of problems, not only for both of us, but in the region as a whole. Why the two-state solution is important for the Palestinians? Because it provides international recognition of the state of Palestine, living side by side with the state of Israel in peace and prosperity. Palestinians insist on a sovereign and independent Palestinian state with the right of self-determination, a state with clear borders that is viable, contiguous, and shares international relations with all countries in the region and beyond, including the State of Israel. The vision for the State of Palestine is based on fundamental human rights of freedom, dignity, and equality, and is in line with the international law and the system of justice and accountability that the international legal order is designed to preserve. Moreover, an agreement on a two-state solution would lead to reconciliation among Palestinian factions, which would need to work together under the new unified government. This would also lead to security for the State of Israel and the region. Having said that, of course, we know that from two-state solution to one-state solution to the deal of the century to shrinking the conflict, and many issues, they're running away from the fact to accomplish the two-state solution. The fact on the ground, what the Israeli government is doing by building more settlements, confiscating more land, destruction of homes, and all the action that is taking place is really harming the two-state solution, and it tells us that the government of Israel have no intention whatsoever in having a two-state solution. The status quo for them is relaxing, They are confiscating land. They use 61% of the area of the West Bank under their control, and now they control everything in the West Bank, not only 61%, but all the area in the West Bank. Now, in order to preserve the two-state solution, that there are certain actions that need to be taken from the Israeli side and from the international community, and mainly from the American administration. Because the American administration, they were the gavel holder of the peace process since it's initiated in 1994, 1993. But so far, what we've seen from the administration is, I can say that not only they were not holding Israel accountable for what they're doing there, but the continuation of the settlements there without stopping that and creating the atmosphere toward the people of Palestine and the Israelis to live together in a two-state solution became more harder than before. The young generation, as you said, that they changed their mood according to what is happening on the ground. One day for two-state solution, one day they are for one-state solution, and then when they see the reality on the ground, they came back and they said, according to new polls, saying that 40% of the people in the West Bank believe that the two-state solution is the only viable solution for that. What about the 60%? It's divided among different things, but those are the majority that they believe that the two-state solution is the only solution that we need to take place. Then there is a burden on the international community and in the American administration as well. The last administration came with a new, the deal of the century, which is really harming the Palestinians instead of creating any positive hope for the establishment of the two-state solution. And the new administration here in the state, when they came, they promised us that they are for the two-state solution. And they went to have the, reopen the Council General in Jerusalem. And they want to enhance the Palestinian Authority and to, to provide some way of getting together between the Israelis and the Palestinians to meet and to talk about peace. None of this happened till now. And the reason for this, they tell us that at the beginning, wait and see, maybe this Israeli government need to pass the budget, and after they pass the budget, we can talk more seriously about it. Then after they pass the budget, they said, it's a fragile kind of government. You have to wait and see how we can deal with them. But at the same time, they are continuing building settlements, continuing moving here and there, doing whatever their usual business there. And then in addition to that, we came to the new Abraham Accord, okay, that is avoiding the Arab Peace Initiative, which I agree with Gilad that we have to come back to the Arab Peace Initiative because that was one element that create positively toward make peace not only between Palestinians and Israelis, but between Israel and the whole Arab countries and Islamic countries as a whole. So the Abraham Accord came, and partially they avoid the issue of the Palestinian people. I agree with what you said about the Moroccan relationship with Israel. It has been since before 1994. The relationship was there. The only new elements of this is the UA as well as the Bahrainis and the Sudanese. I don't know what was the thinking behind it, but if you look at the map behind us here, you can see where the UAE and Bahrain, it's in the Arabian Sea, and in the Virgin Sea, some they like to say that. So it's only a military issue that they want to be present there. And if you look Sudan in the Dead Sea, around you here, it's only the presence of the military establishment of the Israelis to be there. So we'll have more control on this. We are in the front door of Israel. So it is making peace with us is more important than to make peace with others because we are in their front yard. And we believe that we can be the best neighbors for the state of Israel if we have the state of Palestine. In relation to, we admit that the Abraham Accord is there, okay? But how we can utilize this as part of the Arab Peace Initiative that will become more benefit for both of us in order to help and support the establishment of the two-state solution. The other issue that Gilad mentioned as well, that between the Mediterranean and the Jordan Valley, according to the Israeli statistic, there are 7 million Jews living there, and for Palestinians in the area is 7.4 million. This is now. So if you look at demographically in the year 2030, which is next door, the demographic create a different type of problems. So it is better for all of us to start to think seriously how to achieve the two-state solution before things running out of hand from both sides. How to do that? There are two steps that, in my mind, that we can establish. One, how to preserve the two-state solution, which means we need to create the infrastructure needed for the establishment of the state of Palestine in the West Bank. And the second one is the recognition of the state of Palestine from Israel and from the UN Security Council. The recognition of the state of Palestine now will create or solve many of the problems that dealing about the conciliation, dealing about other issues there, because the state, when you recognize the state of Palestine, they have to act as a state, and there will be no more factions of the PLO. There will be political parties that they will present the interest of the people, and there will be no more Hamas and Jihad and other issues, because they have to be part of the state, which goes alongside with the international community with their laws, rules, and regulation. They have to abide by this if you have a state. Then the magic word is how to recognize the state of Palestine in order to avoid all this. The recognition of the state of Palestine, at the same time, are working in how to preserve the two-state solution will be the real model to go ahead in order to accomplish the two-state solution.
Thank you, Smee. A lot to pick up on there. So next, I'm going to go to Omar Rahman and Lara Friedman for responses and additional thoughts. But Omar, as I mentioned the Confederation model earlier. He's been researching the Confederation model. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about that. But Omar, I'm interested in your response to everything that's been said so far. whether a two-state solution is possible and how this came to be. And then, again, getting into this concept of alternative solutions and what that may look like. Omar.
Thank you. First of all, thanks for inviting me to speak on this distinguished panel here, and congratulations to you, Mr. Ambassador, for your long and distinguished tenure at this center, and I'm sure you'll be missed. I'm going to start with why I think two states is no longer viable, and then move on to the Confederation model. So a lot of ground to cover in 8 minutes. I'll do my best. First, I think when you're talking about this issue, you really need to grasp the magnitude of what we're talking about when you're talking about implementing a two-state solution. And then you have to apply that to the socio-political context that exists and ask yourself, does it support this? Is it possible? And I think what we're talking about here is dismantling a state-sponsored enterprise in occupied territory that's gone on for 54 years. That means uprooting hundreds of thousands of settlers, creating a Palestinian state. And these are settlers as well that are citizens, that vote, that organize, and that resist, and that have wield a tremendous amount of political influence in Israel itself. And to be honest, have become, I think, the most influential over the political agenda in the country. But when we look at the composition of Israeli politics today, to make those kinds of changes in that kind of magnitude, and again, I think it would be a profound undertaking. That sort of direction, I think, is impossible. Israel's far closer today to annexing the West Bank than it is to ceding to Palestinian sovereignty over it. And that's not a kind of composition, a structure that can be changed overnight or in a single election. I mean, this is decades in the making. It's structural. Again, hundreds of thousands of settlers, the settlements, over 200 settlements throughout the West Bank that are fully integrated into the rest of the state through infrastructure, through road networks and everything else. And the psychological and emotional attachment that's been fostered by the state over time, in which, if you look at a map since the 1970s that's been produced by Israel, there's no green line carving out the West Bank. The entire territory is seen as itself. There's also a legal architecture that's been put in place for annexation. And that would have to be rolled back. In fact, if you look at a 2014 basic law that was passed in Israel, which is, has constitutional standing in the country, you can't move back from 1 inch of territory in which Israel applies its law without a supermajority of 80 Knesset members. For the last 4 elections, we've been unable to barely to reach 60 Knesset members, but you're going to get 80 to roll back from territory, or a public referendum. That's what it establishes, which is needed. And at the same time, if we look at the differences between when the two-state window was open and when the peace process started in the 1990s, we are so far removed from when that may have been possible. We're not even sure it was really possible to implement, but it may have been possible. The Israeli left is at the weakest point in its history. The peace movement, which was once vibrant in Israel in the 1990s, has been eviscerated. If you look at Israeli political discourse, if you listen to it, peace is a dirty word. It's a dirty word to be used in the political discourse in Israel. Who is advocating for a two-state solution today? Who is putting and applying pressure internally in Israeli politics? Meretz? I dare say, much to how uncomfortable this makes us, but the Kahanists, the most racist and bigoted in Israeli politics today, hold much more clout in Israeli politics today than Meretz, unfortunately. I just saw something happen a few days ago in which, first of all, you had the flag march in Israel, and everybody, I'm sure, saw that, in which, the kind of racism that was going on, was fully allowed, but then a contingent of people that wanted, on the left, that wanted to go, dismantle an illegal outpost, were stopped by the police and prevented from going there and not allowed to do anything. So you see the difference in terms of state backing. And also a brigadier general recently said, the settlers and the army are one and the same. And anybody that tries to distinguish them, it shouldn't be doing that. But anyway, I think more importantly also in terms of structure, when you're talking about voters, when you're talking about politicians, you think in terms of a cost-benefit calculus that people make. And as my colleague, Dr. Samih said, the status quo is so comfortable for Israelis. They don't feel the occupation. So why on earth would they make decisions to venture into this unknown territory where you're dismantling this whole thing and you're pulling out of the West Bank and you're creating a Palestinian state for Palestinians that have been, dehumanized and made to feel like the boogeyman, and that this state is going to turn into a Hamasistan and they're going to attack you with rockets immediately. Why would you ever take that step when the current status quo is? And that's not even speaking about democratically elected officials. No democratic elected official anywhere takes risky, unpopular, long-term steps when the immediate steps are easy, safe, politically popular, you don't have to do anything. I mean, who does that? And I don't hold Israelis to a different standard when they're electing their officials and how elected officials act. So, and if you listen to very serious analysts in Israel, they say that if they took that step to dismantle and pull back hundreds of thousands of settlers, you could spark a civil war in Israel. You could create fissures in the army based on, how I said what that general said. And I take that very seriously, but at the same time, I don't even see it getting to that point because no government can stay in power long enough to actually say, we're going to pull out of the West Bank and implement it. The Israeli political system is not like the US one. You're not elected and then given a 4-year mandate to rule. It's much more fragile than that. And you can just look at the current government, which is, this unwieldy coalition government. It took 4 elections to get there. They have 60 Knesset members. They lost one already. They lost another, but got her back. So, it's about to collapse. It hasn't even done anything. It hasn't done anything. It's walking on eggshells not to do any policy. You're telling me a government's going to get elected that's going to pull back the settlements, pull back 50 years of investment, uproot, break up communities that have been there for an established period of time, break the bonds, religious and emotional bonds to Judea and Samaria and all this kind of stuff. It's impossible. So I think it's a bit of a pipe dream. And Israeli politicians are open about it today. If you listen to Naftali Bennett, he says there will never be a Palestinian state on my watch. If you listen to Netanyahu before him, he said the same thing. So they're very open and blunt about it today. So who's calling for 2 states within Israel, and who's planning on implementing it? You would need an equally monumental shift in the socio-political makeup, and that's nowhere on the horizon as far as I can see. I mean, when we talk about the youth being a game changer, it's very optimistic because when you read the polling, and I read the polling, the youth are more radical actually than their parents and their grandparents on the Israeli side. And I'm not even broaching, the absolute dysfunction in Palestinian politics at the moment, and the current leadership, which has no credibility whatsoever with its own public. So how can you represent your public at the negotiation table when you have, you haven't been elected in 14 years, you have no credibility, you have no legitimacy. And public opinion is against you, especially again when we're talking about the youth more than ever is either pro one state or just, is moving in a completely different direction. The Oslo generation has no faith whatsoever in the political project that was implemented by the people that came before them. Anyway, I can go on and on why 2 states is not possible. I'd just like to say one thing more in that regard, though. The loss of 2 states, the loss of partition as an option is an absolute game changer, I think, in every aspect of this conflict, and it touches everybody that's involved in it. It changes the relationship of Palestinians in the occupied territories to the state of Israel. It changes the relationship of Palestinian citizens of Israel to the state and Israeli society. It changes the relationship of Palestinians across the Green Line to each other. It puts pressure on Israel's own self-identification as being both Jewish and democratic, and forces them, in some regard, to have to choose between the two. And with the Israeli right wing in power, for as long as it's been in power, they're actually open about it, and they say that first and foremost, Israel is a Jewish state, more than a democratic state. And you see the manifestations of that in stuff like the nation state bill, right, which never mentions democracy. It never mentions equality. What it mentions is this state belongs to the Jewish people. We are the only people with the right to self-determination in the state. So it puts pressure on that self-identification. Again, it upends 25 years of state building and the project of the Palestinian national movement, and we'll see what the consequences of that ultimately are within the Palestinian national movement, within Palestinian politics. But, and again, it changes the status of what Israel is doing in the West Bank. Is it occupation anymore if we have permanent rule? So again, the effects are tremendous, they're transformational, and they're already taking shape. It's not up to us to say, well, no two states no longer is going to happen, and then suddenly all the effects happen. They've been happening for many years. They're taking shape. Something I've been personally studying and writing about for a while. So no two-state solution. What's the alternative? Well, the first alternative, again, is permanent Israeli rule over millions of stateless Palestinians. And so that's the establishment of a single ethno-national state and the denial of self-determination to millions of people. And that's what currently exists, and that's why we're hearing the resonance and the growing narrative of the apartheid narrative, because that's what it looks like, and that's, from the legal standpoint and the human rights standpoint, that's why all these groups are coming to that conclusion. But that's, again, morally unjustifiable. It perpetuates conflict indefinitely. So there's, a one-state option as well, which is straightforward. It's conceptually clear. It's based on universal values. We're in the United States of America. We understand what one man, one vote looks like, a secular state. So we can appreciate that. In my paper on confederation, I actually argue against the one-state option for a lot of reasons that I can't get into in here, but if anybody wants to ask about it. So I look at the Confederate model, and there's a lot I can say about it, but what I envisage essentially is two states that are demarcated into their own separate borders, Jerusalem as a shared capital, and they come together to create a layer of institutions that cover various spheres of life, and that can be anywhere from tourism, trade and commerce, transportation, environmental, water rights, and all that kind of stuff. But they come together to form this layer with areas of joint sovereignty. But the bulk of sovereignty rests with the individual states. And those states, again, they have their own institutions, and they're free to cultivate their own their own national rights and all that kind of stuff. And maintain their group identities, their collective self-determination, their national institutions, their schools, their curricula, et cetera, et cetera. The two concepts that I see at the bare minimum that need to be in place to really make this work are open or soft borders and permanent residency, essentially, a system of permanent residency that allows people to live and work and settle. And so essentially what you're doing is you're decoupling political and voting rights from economic, social, residential, and property rights. And again, Jews can go live in the Palestinian state and live and work and worship and do whatever there. Palestinians can do the same, as long as everything's based on parity and reciprocity. And what this results in is a framework, I think, that's much more responsive to the needs and aspirations of both people. It preserves the territorial integrity of the entire country. It keeps the entire country accessible to everybody. It preserves freedom of movement, so everybody can move everywhere. It allows, again, for national self-determination, expression, and development of the unique national identities, and it creates a basis for a common civic identity, which currently does not exist at all. But you're separating, but you're creating at least a layer in which you can start to work together and build some kind of momentum. And again, the biggest advantage, I think, for this model is one, it's inherently flexible, so it allows the parties to approach the intractable issues that have stopped them at the negotiation table, Jerusalem, refugee settlements, et cetera, in ways that they couldn't before, and it reduces zero-sum competition. And I'll give one example of that before I have to stop. So when you draw a border in negotiations, you're creating winners and losers, basically. Or you're creating actually losers on both sides, because this side is mine and that side is yours, and I no longer have access to that side, and you no longer have access to my side. And so, when one side at the negotiation table is extra powerful and the other side is weak, the strong side never wants to give up its access to everything and draw that border because it's going to lose, right? And so nothing can ever get done. What you're doing here is you're saying, well, I'm going to draw a border, and this side is mine and that side is yours, but you have rights through this institution, through institutional structures on the other side of the border, and I have rights on your side of the border. And so where we draw the border ultimately is less important, because I have rights on that side and I can access it and do whatever I want, and you can access on my side. And you can apply the same system to Jerusalem, to the refugees. It really helps to resolve, to a large extent, the refugee issue, the settlement issue. And so that's where I'll leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. So finally, I'm going to turn to Laura. Then we'll have a brief discussion. I've got a couple follow-up questions, and we'll take questions from the audience. But Laura, I'm going to ask you to build on anything you've heard so far. What if we are in a post-two-state world? Where are we going? What does it mean? And what are we not wrestling with that we need to be wrestling with?
Thank you, and thank you for having me on this panel. And I guess part of me wants to apologize to everyone here for having to sit through yet another panel about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. There's a whole region and many things, and yet we always seem to get center stage in conferences, and that reflects the fact that this obviously is bigger than just the Israel-Palestine issue. Where I want to start here, and I want to pick up on something that Gilad said, the old sweater that you mentioned, the old sweater in the back of the closet. I usually talk about a threadbare cloak. And you know, the question of whether the two-state solution is dead or alive, I mean, it's not an animal, it's not a person, it's an idea. And it's clearly very much alive in the public discourse, in the policy discourse. But to what end? It's not in the closet. I monitor Capitol Hill and the administration in Washington every day, and it is very much alive in the discourse. It's the cloak that people wrap around themselves when they want to signal virtue when talking about this issue, but not actually have to take difficult positions. It's the issue that's brought up to discredit Palestinians who want to talk about different ideas or challenge the current paradigm. It is the argument that is brought up to undermine the ability of Palestinians to pursue their rights in any construct except the peace process construct. When the Palestinians go to the UN for any modicum of recognition, they're told it undermines the two-state solution. They're told that by the United States. That's claimed by an Israeli government that's actively working to take the two-state solution permanently off the table through settlements, but when the Palestinians say, well, recognize us at the UN, they say, you're harming the two-state solution. That's the argument for why forget boycotting Israel. People say, that's absolutely anti-two states, that's anti-Semitism, that's discrediting Israel as a state. Just boycotting settlements. You're told, well, that's anti-two-state solution. It discriminates against the Jewish states, it discriminates against Jewish citizens, that hurts the possibility of peace via a two-state solution. Really, anything the Palestinians do that is outside of waiting to come back to the table, well, you're hurting the chances of peace because you can only have peace via a two-state solution. So this framework is very much alive, but I would argue if you look at the past 25 years, it's alive mainly as a paradigm to handcuff Palestinians to a table where there isn't another side necessarily across the table, or that other side may or may not be acting in good faith, but there's no possibility for actually achieving much. So in that sense, it's very much alive. Another way to look at it is, I was talking to my husband about this morning. He said, well, kind of like Schrodinger's cat, is it alive or dead? Well, it's Schrodinger's solution. Is the solution alive or dead, or is there even a solution in the box at all? Was there ever a solution inside the box? You know, I started working on this issue. I joined the Foreign Service in 1992, and I went to Jerusalem on my first tour, so I cut my teeth on this. And I will say, and I certainly, my colleagues, I think, can say as well, that in 1993, there was there was a solution in the box, right? There was good faith, there was good intentions. 25, 30 years later, is there anything in that box at all anymore? You know, when I hear people talk about how you get back on a path to a two-state solution, I still hear things like confidence-building measures. That box relies on confidence-building measures. The idea that you're going to get to peace by the Palestinians demonstrating to Israelis that they deserve peace and are credible, that may make perfect sense to an audience in the international community. For Palestinians, that's a joke. You know, what are those confidence-building measures? And if Israeli confidence-building measures means a modicum of respect for Palestinian humanitarian needs, there's always a readiness to talk about Palestinians as a humanitarian issue, but not actually to solve it. If that's what's in the box, that's not a peace solution, right? Interim steps. There's actually an entire lexicon right now, a taxonomy of terms that no longer have been stripped of meaning. Interim steps, transitional steps, CBMs, and my all-time favorite, constructive ambiguity, which is a term that really needs to be examined carefully. So, you know, what is in the box matters. When people talk about what the way forward is, and particularly about youth, I'm struck. In my current role, I spend a lot of time giving a platform to Palestinian voices, and also Israeli voices, but Israeli voices get plenty of platform. I spend a lot more time trying to give a platform to Palestinian voices, and particularly Palestinian younger voices. And I look at the polls. And I don't think Palestinian or Israeli youth are particularly more radical when they look at the solution for Israel-Palestine than their parents. I think they're incredibly rational and logical. But that doesn't mean that what do I mean by that? To be clear. A new Israeli generation, the post-Oslo generation, several generations, look at the current situation and say, we have nothing to gain by making the compromises for a two-state solution or peace. We're getting it all. We don't need to gain. Why should we take those risks? And they're right. They're absolutely right. If you look at US policy for the past more than a decade, it doesn't matter what Israel does to challenge the two-state solution. There are entitlements now built into the US-Israel relationship, and there's a constantly escalating system of incentives which seem disconnected from what Israel does. The current administration President Biden is about to go to Israel for the first time as president, and in the past few weeks we have seen an avalanche of new Israeli moves that almost seem deliberately, I don't want to say deliberately timed to discredit him, but my goodness, yesterday they put E1 back on the table, right? I mean, it's hard to think how you could really embarrass a president more than putting E1 back on the table. And the U.S. response has basically been to make clear we will never reopen the consulate in Jerusalem, but Hadi Amar is going to be elevated to an envoy without power. I love Hadi, but that's what his role is going to be. It's an envoy to Palestinians to talk about, economics, humanitarian needs. I mean, this is it. So Israelis, a generation that says we have nothing to gain from making peace, are not irrational or radical, they're rational. And in parallel, if you listen to younger generations of Palestinians, it's not that they're more radical in hating Israel or anti-Semitic. They're more radical in saying, we have nothing to lose by giving up on the two-state solution. Our parents gave up on 78% of historic Palestine, and we are more diminished, more marginalized, more humiliated. Our situation is worse today than it was when Oslo started. We have nothing to gain by holding on to this and nothing to lose by pushing for more. Which really takes me to my last point, and Dr. Brownlee, who's not here anymore, but I want to reference him. Do Palestinians have rights? Do they have rights outside of a peace process framework? That really is the question. And if you listen to Palestinians on the ground today, particularly younger Palestinians, but not only them, that is the question they are asking. The entire peace process paradigm is predicated on the need to somehow deal with the Palestinians in a way that allows Israel to get what it wants and say the Palestinians got enough. And here I always think, in 2000, I think it was 2000, I was at an event with the then ambassador from Egypt to Washington, Nabil Fahmy, became the future foreign minister, and he was talking about why the Egypt-Israel peace agreement succeeded. And at the time, he was talking about why no matter how bad it looked on Israel-Palestine, things couldn't be rolled back so far to pre-Oslo. And his argument for why Egypt-Israel peace succeeded was that it was based on a balance of interest, not a balance of power, right? That doesn't seem to be the case for the past 25 years in how Israel-Palestine has worked. And when we talk about two states, when we talk about the future of negotiations, we still seem to talk about it as if there is a balance of power at play. There isn't a balance of power. If there's ever going to be a solution here, it's going to be based on a balance of interests, whether that requires the U.S., the international community weigh in, whatever it is. But that's not where we are today. So I come back to Dr. Brownlee. Do Palestinians have rights if there isn't a two-state construct, if there isn't a peace process construct? We have had 25, 30 years of peace processing that asked Palestinians to accept the idea that they don't, that their rights are contingent upon accepting a paradigm, and the realization of their rights is dependent on the successful completion of that paradigm. I would argue that you now have multiple generations of Palestinians who say, hell no, we don't accept that. And we recognize that staying in that is a trap. And I would argue that they are coming to that realization, or they've come to that realization in a moment in history when you have what would have been called the developing world, the third world. There is a realization around the world that the disparity in power puts people who are seeking their rights in a position that if they allow the pursuit of rights to be dictated by those who have an interest in giving their own rights priority, that they will never have rights. So in that context, I would actually say the two-state, dead, alive, it's irrelevant. Two-state, one state, 13 states. Today, if you listen to Palestinians on the ground, and not just in Palestine, we're speaking in this conference as if Palestine is just the West Bank and Gaza, or maybe, if we're being really generous, the West Bank, Gaza, with some concern for Palestinians inside the Green Line. That isn't how the Palestinian people, by and large, are operating today. Israel's erasure of the Green Line over the past 25, 30 years, and discrediting of the idea of partition, which was always very challenging for Palestinians. It was always, at best, a least worst situation for Palestinians, a least worst solution. What it has achieved is that today you have, in a sense, it's remarkably parallel. This is where I'll end. On the Israeli side, years ago, I was walking around Jerusalem with Danny Seideman, who's the Israeli expert on geopolitical Jerusalem, and he was explaining what was happening in Jerusalem and settlements by saying, look, the settlers aren't trying to finish 67, they're trying to finish 48. As far as they're concerned, 48 was incomplete. This is when you hear the group, the Israel Victory Project in Israel. This is now very mainstream in Israel, right? It's establishing full sovereignty over all of Jerusalem, Judea, Samaria. It's finishing the job that should have been finished in 48. In parallel, the end of the partition idea as being credible on the ground, the end of the idea that a diplomatic process would get Palestinians' rights, you're now dealing with 48 as well on the Palestinian side. And that doesn't stop at the Green Line. And it doesn't even stop inside the Green Line. It's now the diaspora and all. And that's a very challenging place, I think, for people who have comfortably wrapped themselves in the cloak of the two-state solution for many, many years. And it doesn't suggest any obvious solutions, except to come back to Dr. Brownlee's comment, which is, do Palestinians have rights? Does international law matter? And you know, I said I would stop, I'll say one. I think Israel-Palestine is maybe the place where that gets tested. Does international law matter? Do rights matter? And if they don't matter here, and people is too politically and historically inconvenient, it's not for nothing that we're seeing international law and the whole idea of human rights and civil rights challenged around the globe today.
Thank you, Laura. Gilad had the bad luck of going first, so I want to give him a chance to, one, respond to everything you've heard, but two, touch on some of these questions that have been raised. So even in your own remarks, you mentioned three spoilers. You mentioned leadership, security, and public opinion. If all three of those are three pretty big spoilers. If you don't have the leadership interested, if public opinion is against it, and security remains an issue, how do you overcome those questions? And even my second question would be, one of the premises here is, and you said it in your remarks, that the best solution, or the only solution, I think you said, is a two-state solution. But the premise of that is that there is a solution, that some conflicts don't get resolved. So if we take what has been said by a couple of our colleagues here, and there's not a resolution to this conflict that anyone is interested in, where is that taking us? Gilad.
Okay. I have two comments to Lara and about a dozen to Omar. I'll do it very quickly. First, just to note, a reminder that when President Carter brokered the 1978 framework agreement between Israel and Egypt, the first agreement between Israel and Egypt, there were two, one a year later, the autonomy and the final status of the Palestinians was the first and the central chapter out of two in this agreement. And 15 years later, in Oslo, there was almost an identical process and an identical set of parameters that the architecture of Oslo was built, or I would say, piggybacked on the 1978 agreement between Israel and Egypt in order to start moving towards a sovereign Palestinian entity that would be differentiated from Israel and a separate autonomous entity. So what I advocate is actually to impose a gradual process on the parties to resolve the conflict in a manner that I described before. So this is my first comment, and I'll come back to that immediately. Now, when you talk about the Palestinians living within the Green Line, you talk about Israeli Arabs that are citizens with equal rights within Israel. And when you ask the second question, not the first one, how do you identify yourself as a human being, as an Israeli, as a Palestinian, as a Muslim or Christian, or whatever, you ask the second question. Let's assume that there are two states, Israel and Palestine. Where are you going to live? Where do you want to live? I never heard one person replying, even those in villages that are cut into two by the security fence or whatever, one that would say, I want to live in Palestine. They all want to they identify with the state of Israel, despite the fact that Israel is this democratic nation state of the Jewish people, and they know that they are a minority of about 20-21% within Israel. They want to live in Israel, not in Palestine. So their adherence to the Palestinian cause is a little bit limited, more than we would like to think. Now, I'd like to put some records straight in talking about several issues that were raised here by my fellow panelists. First of all, territory and settlements were never the sticking point in the negotiation, in any of the negotiation rounds that I've participated or that I've studied and researched. The main sticking point is Jerusalem, and you cannot possibly bypass the issue of Jerusalem. Not as the shared capital is something that is or is a unified capital for two nation states or in a confederation. This does not hold any water in it. The core issues cannot be bypassed by just a framework of federation or confederation, or call it whatever you want. You first have to draw a borderline between Israel and Palestine. Then you can do whatever you want. Confederation is very welcome, but only after you resolve the core contentious issues that lie in the heart of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The question is just when do you put this kind of platform or idea of confederation? And the timing, the sequencing is, in my opinion, after you draw a border and you are negotiating the resolution of the core issues. The question of the settlers, let me just put it, give you the correct figures here. You don't have to uproot hundreds of thousands of settlers. You will have to uproot or find a solution, an adequate solution that would be acceptable to the other party. You'll have to uproot up to 100,000 settlers. This is not a small number, but it's not a huge number. And this was done in millions in the 90s when Israel absorbed more than 1 million immigrants from the former Soviet Union in less than a decade. So it could be done. It's in the hands of any Israeli government. And by the way, when there was a commission of inquiry on the disengagement from Gaza, this was actually one of the main recommendations to any prime minister. You have to plan and do it thoroughly, and now, not wait for an agreement or a disengagement, a next disengagement, a unilateral, whatever. But you have to plan how to absorb, how to uproot, how to compensate 100,000 people. This is a written recommendation from 2010 or whatever. Most of the settlers, the vast majority of them, 75%, live in the blocks of settlement in adjacent to the Green Line, to the June 1967 line. So they will be in any way within the borders of Israel. They will be annexed to Israel in consideration for a swap of land from Israel proper to the Palestinian state, in equal in size and in quality. Israel did not annex. My next point is Israel did not annex when all the stars were aligned towards annexation in summer 2020. Under the Trump administration and Netanyahu as the flagship of annexation did not move an inch. Not then, and it will not move in the future. The Israeli-Palestinian issue, by the way, was never on the table in any of the recent 4 election campaigns in Israel, general elections in Israel. I'm not advocating the two-state solution just for the sake of advocating it. I'm advocating it because I'm concerned with Israel being the single only nation state of the Jewish people. I want it to be kept democratic and liberal and secure and progressive, but I don't want to have to deal with a minority that is a majority of non-Jews within the Israeli borders. I want them to encompass democracy and a Jewish majority. Now, last but not least, you can say, well, it's too late. We've been discussing two states for the last 20 years. Look where we are, etc. Let me tell you this. Time is always ripe to do the right thing. It's never too late. And to reply to your question, Robert, I've heard a lot of why not? Why do something else? Well, I haven't found, I did not hear any constructive solution to the situation except for let's get our act together and gradually reverse the trend or the direction of the slope, which is a very slippery slope towards a one-state solution, a disastrous one-state, not even a solution, but outcome. Let's gradually reverse the direction of this slope towards a two-state solution that will ensure the future of Israel as a nation-state of the Jewish people and Palestine as the nation-state of the Palestinian people. And when you move towards a solution like that, then you ensure that security along the way is kept. You ensure that the public opinion is addressed in all the modern means of doing so. And you ensure that the people on the ground are little by little seeing the change that comes with implementation of attainable milestones over time.
Great. Thank you, Gilad. So I want to make sure we have time for questions from the audience. What I'm going to do, we can respond to each other, I think, in the next session. Let's call for 3 questions, then we'll come back to our audience here, there, and there, and then we'll get to the next one.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. So both Gilad and Samih mentioned that the Abraham Accords could provide some sort of framework to perhaps revive the Arab Peace Initiative. And you, Gilad, you talked about a regional context. I'm just curious, what would that look like?
Thank you. So we're going to go here. You, sir? And
Yes.
Then
In light of the recent $10 billion trade agreement between Israel and the UAE, in your opinion, does this make a fair and equitable Palestinian peace more or less likely as Israel continues, or Israel and its neighbors continue to reach economic agreements?
Thank you. And then I think gentleman in the back, and then we'll come back here, quick responses, one more round, and respond again.
I have three quick questions. One is, what do you think the role of the withdrawal from Gaza in 2005 had on the acceptability of a two-state solution? Number two, what role does Iran play in the possible success of this two-state solution? And number three, when you talk about risk, are you talking about like maybe losing 10% of your money, or are you talking about an existential risk to a country?
Great, thank you. So we're going to come back to the panel. I'm going to start with Samith to respond to the other panelists, but as well, I think it's important to have a Palestinian voice on these questions of how the Abraham Accords undermine or could support an Israeli-Palestinian peace.
Thank you. But let me make one point before I answer those questions. You know, when you talk about whether Palestinians have right or do they exist or all of that, of course we exist. We are demanding three major things that is in our mind, and we will never give it up. We want our freedom, which means end of occupation, and we want our dignity like any other human being in the world, and we want a better future for our children and grandchildren. That is the main issue. So when we talk about other issues related to two state, one state, or others, no, we want our state, we want our dignity, we want our freedom, and we want to control our life. We cannot live under the control of others. They have no rights to control our life. They control the water that we drink, electricity that we have, our land. And when you talk about annexation, it's an admission that this land is not yours because you want to annex it. You cannot annex something belong to you, right? And at the same time, these days, who are talking to the authority is the defense minister, which means they are saying that they are the occupier. They are occupying us. The defense minister, he's talking to our leadership. It's not Bennett as a politician or not Labid. Only the military, because we are under military occupation. So the only solution for this is the two-state solution. And evacuation of settlement, it happened before. It happened in Sinai, and it happened in Gaza, and it happened in the West Bank, by the way. When Sharon decided to evacuate some of the settlements in Gaza, he evacuated 3 sites in the West Bank, which was never implemented. That's all. So please, when we talk about this issue, there is more than the human rights of the people. They have the rights to be free, they have the right to have their own dignity, and they have the rights to have a better future for their children and others. Of course, the Arab Peace Initiative was one of the greatest offer that was made by all the Arab countries and others. Now, the Abraham Accord trying to, using the power of the State of Israel. We do not deny that the asymmetry between us and them is very wide. I mean, they have the support of the United States all over what they do. They have support of the international community as well, even though everybody's talking about the two-state solution, even this administration. Even Trump, he was talking about some sort of a two-state solution. If you look at the EU, they talk about the two-state solution. Everywhere, 140 countries in the world, they recognize the state of Palestine in the UN General Assembly. What we need, a real recognition so the state can act as a state. They build their institution as a state, and they will demolish not any other things there. The Arab Peace Initiative is important for us. It's not only the $10 billion that they exchange with the Emirates. I mean, Israel, they exchange $10 billion with China and other countries, selling them military weapons and others. So that's one thing that came recently. The Abraham Accord was a few months ago, last year. So it was only materialized now. And in my opinion, this is fragile, the whole Abraham Accords, because maybe Morocco and the benefit of the Sahara there, that was good benefit from there. But the support of the Moroccan people to the Palestinian cause is more than anybody else in the region. They support the cause of the Palestinians.
Thank you, Sami.
about the 200, what else the other third question?
It was about sort of risk analysis, I think, on the Israeli side, so I'll ask,
Okay,
save that for
maybe.
Gilad. But I want to
Okay,
give
Gilad.
Omar and Lara a chance to respond to anything we've done so far, or we can take another question that may be directed straight to you. Omar, anything you want to say?
Sure. I mean, there were a lot of comments directed at me by my colleague over here. And I can't respond to all of them. I mean, at the end of the day, like, you know, I wasn't trying to get into the fine points of what would make a two-state solution viable in terms of 1% land swap versus 2% land swap, or 100,000 settlers versus 150,000 settlers removed from the thing. What I'm saying is that there's not only no political will, you know, there's no political interest whatsoever. I mean, the interest is in the opposite. The interest is in continuing to take the land, settle the land, and not address the political rights of Palestinians and not address the right to self-determination of Palestinians. That's, I think, what's clear. And what I didn't hear from Gilad is, you know, how do you get to the negotiation table? How do you get that political will and political interest in a solution that recognizes those things, that will bring a Palestinian state to existence? You know, even the, and you know, it's interesting what we can say about the Trump plan and the map that was created and stuff like that. And I've said this in multiple talks from the very beginning. You know, the Trump plan is a disaster if you read it. But what it is, though, is a reflection of the reality that Israel has imposed on the ground. It's a reflection of the reality Israel's imposed on the ground. You know, it's Palestinians crowded into 167 mini cantons in the West Bank that are connected by this disparate infrastructure that will remain under Israeli control. You know, ad nauseum, that's what it essentially is. And even then, to get to that point, because of who wrote the Trump peace plan, to get to that point, Palestinians have to go through 15 different hoops that have to be approved to the satisfaction of Israel just to get to that point. And Israel, before the Palestinians, whether they accept it or not, can start annexing the territory. That's what it says. So, like, I mean, what are we even discussing here in terms of a two-state solution, what it looks like, and how we get to that table? Anyway, regarding the Abraham Accords, it seems to be the hottest topic. You know, we talk about it a lot. In terms of will it revive the API, and we can put the FTI agreement, the free trade agreement, FTA agreement, bulk them together. What I always say on this from the beginning is that the parties that signed these accords had no interest really in the Palestinian side of things. We weren't looking at it. These were driven by national interests from both sides, but mainly, especially from the Gulf side. Driven by the national interest. There was some you know, rhetoric around the Palestinians, some lip service paid to the Palestinians, but ultimately this was about addressing certain national interests and geostrategic interests in the region. And therefore, I don't think there's any political will on behalf of, let's say, the Gulf states to push for Palestinian rights and to expend political will vis-a-vis Israel to make these rights serve Palestinian interests at all. And in that regard, then I don't think it's going to happen. And the Palestinians, you know, at least, you know, this leadership among the Palestinians handled the whole situation, the regional development, very poorly from my point of view. Kind of mishandled it. They don't really know what they're doing in any regard whatsoever. So, you know, I don't think they're going to make it serve their interests either. Not that it couldn't. Not that it couldn't. I mean, I think any development, you know, it definitely is against the Palestinians to a certain extent, but you know, in some ways, it's like technology. It's agnostic to a certain extent. And can you seize the political advantage? Can you see the political advantage, first of all, and then can you seize it and try to leverage it to work to your advantage? Sometimes you can do that, even in something that's ostensibly very negative. But you know, this group of Palestinian leaders, that's, you know, or I've heard them described recently by Palestinian activists as not Palestinian leaders, but Palestinian rulers, and I think that's more apt, is incapable of that.
Great, thank you, Omar. Go to Lara.
Yeah, just, you know, the Abraham Accords clearly were not intended to be helpful to the Palestinians. From the Israeli perspective, they were intended to do exactly the opposite. From the perspective of the Abraham Accord partner countries, these were fundamentally transactional, right? I mean, the big challenge, the Biden administration would very much like to claim credit for expanding the Abraham Accords. That's really going to depend on the transactional piece of it. The Trump administration was willing to pay a very high cost in terms of U.S. actions, recognition of the Western Sahara, arms deals, the like. It isn't clear what is or isn't on the list of things that the Biden administration is willing to pay. particularly when you think about like Saudi Arabia, as we're desperately working to try to get an Iran nuclear deal back in play. It's not really clear how you'd get that transactional piece of it in place. But I think it's worth remembering that the countries that made these transactional deals, none of them were actually in a state of conflict with Israel to begin with. That's important. And B, none of them were actually doing anything to really help the Palestinians in the first place, except not normalizing with Israel, right? So it would actually be asking for a shift in their approach to now do something constructive that would help the Palestinians. And I think that's hard to see, particularly so long, and here I'm going to go back to the comfortable cloak of the two-state solution, so long as they can just wrap themselves in the language of supporting peace in two states, but really not have to do anything else. And I want to reference some of the comments that Gilad made. And I mean, I don't want to get into the minutiae of settlements. I did the settlement portfolio at the State Department for a couple of years. I'm really painfully familiar with the details. You know, it is true that there are ways to draw maps where you only have to remove 100,000 or so settlers. But I'd like to note that not all settlers are created equal. The settlers you'd have to remove are the ones that are the most reluctant to be removed, to put it kindly. They're the ones who are the most ideologically committed to the exercise of Jewish self-determination and sovereignty in Judea and Samaria, and arguably the ones that have the contingent within them that is most likely to reject being removed. So it isn't quite so simple. Semih pointed out that under disengagement from Gaza, you actually did have a few settlements removed from the West Bank. I would encourage people to look at the news cycle around Homesh, which is one of the settlements that was removed, and which is now the site of an ongoing effort by settlers to resettle it, which has been going on for some years, which now threatens to take down this Israeli government, right? The fate of a site of a former settlement is the issue that right now is challenging the viability of what is already a weak Israeli government. I think to in any way downplay how big these issues are is not necessarily helpful. And in terms of the march of things on the ground, and this goes back to the Abraham Accords and the language of two states or supporting peace that everyone wraps themselves in, you know, I'm old enough to remember the Israeli Supreme Court, I think last month, saying that Israel can go ahead and I'm going to use the term, ethnically cleanse a big chunk of the southern West Bank near Hebron to make it because it was declared a firing zone. It has a whole bunch of Palestinian villages in it. And the Israeli Supreme Court basically decided to reject all of the arguments of the people living in those villages that they have any right to be there. And now, you know, people say, oh, it's just a Supreme Court. They don't have to do it. They ruled they can do it, but they don't have to. And now every day we're seeing the march of home demolitions and evictions in this exact place. We saw, I think a week ago, a declaration of a new massive national park, nature reserve in the Jordan Valley. The march of de facto annexation continues. And we can still talk about two states because we have an entire contingent of actors, I think many of good faith, I think everyone at this panel is good faith, I think some of less good faith, who will keep talking about the two-state solution as something that is somehow miraculously, infinitely malleable. It can infinitely stretch to accommodate more settlements, and the edges can be reshaped to annex a little bit here and give a little bit there. You know, it is fascinating how much ability this solution has to shift, and yet somehow it's never implementable. So, I mean, the Abraham Accords, yes, sure, it could be a way to move forward for peace. I don't think anyone has the interest in doing so. And I'll say one last thing before you take the microphone away from me. A lot of this comes back to the United States, right? The United States has an ability to affect this as a policy matter. We choose not to. We choose not to. And this is irrespective of the party in the White House. The Biden administration is choosing to not put any pressure on Israel. They're choosing to not seek to leverage relationships in the Gulf. They've got other things on their agenda. I'm happy I'm not president. There's a lot on his plate. But we clearly have a role in this, and we're choosing by not exercising any power to move things in the right direction. You know, I tweeted out yesterday, E1 is back on the agenda, right? That's the big settlement that people have long said is the death blow to the two-state solution, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's back on the agenda. If it's taken off the agenda, that's a win for the settlers, because the Biden administration will have to then accept whatever Israel does by saying, well, you already pleased us by taking off the agenda. And if it's not taken off the agenda, it's a win for settlers because the U.S. will not impose consequences. And it demonstrates again that there are no red lines that cannot be crossed with impunity.
Thank you, Laura. So I'm going to very quickly do the lightning round. We're going to take 2 questions, 30 seconds, ends in a question mark, somewhere on this side of the room out of fairness, and then Gilad, I'm going to go to you with the question that was asked previously. So let's go with these two here, Alan and there we go.
Hi, my name's Al Sharif. I'll try to keep this brief. So I find myself leaning towards Mr. Rahman and Ms. Friedman as far as their view in the situation. There are two hurdles. I mean, there are one main hurdle to a two-state solution. That's united and credible leadership. You can argue on both sides. We don't have that. The Palestinians don't recognize the PLO as they did back in the day. And Israeli leadership seems to be heavily fragmented, as the current government opposes. The issue of Palestine is that of political territory, or control over political territory. How do you address political control and rights and safety concerns on both sides and develop trust? As a Sudanese, I can walk safely and own land in the land of my fathers. Palestinians have to jump through tremendous hurdles to even own land in Israel. I can walk safely in my land. Shireen Abu Akleh was killed in the land of her fathers, and we don't see more or less any condemnation, any significant condemnation, or a route towards justice on her end.
Can I ask you to reach a question, if you can?
All right, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'll just focus on my question. How do you address political control and the rights and safety concerns on both sides and develop trust in a two-state solution?
Great, thank you. Last one, Alan, real quick.
Could someone address BDS and whether or not that is having an influence in the situation, either positive or negative?
What's that?
What?
Is BDS positive or negative?
Sure.
Influence?
So we can let's just go down the line here. Semi, you want to quickly touch on anything? Any final thoughts?
BDS is one way of showing our stand against the occupation and against the settlement and against everything that is happening there. The main problem for us, I think, Clara, you mentioned that, is the American policy, is the previous administration since we started in 1995, and they were the gavel holders of the peace process, what they called the peace process. Till now, they did not act in the right way in order to finalize this issue. None of them. And that's why it's given a privilege for Israel to continue doing what they're doing. That's the only thing. If we have a strong leadership that will look at the interest of the region as a whole, the interest of Israel, the interest of the Palestinian, and the interest of the region, and the interest of the United States, then they can make a decision. They can make at least progress toward achieving that. But as long as they stand, they cannot deliver. We heard it from the previous members of the administration who came to Jerusalem, and we met with them, and they said, we are frustrated, we cannot deliver. I mean, what do we expect from them? And now, the only thing that Mr. Biden is going there, I think we hear that he's going to give some money for the hospitals in Jerusalem, because they are suffered. They are one of the hospitals, they have more than 200 people are ill in cancer. There is no place for them in Al-Muttala or in Al-Maqasid. And we begged the American for some support to that, and maybe they're saying that he might, give $100 million in order to get those hospitals in the right way. So That's the real problem. I mean, if you look at the what can build the confident building measures that is taking place. May I just look at some public opinion, Palestinian public opinion that's happening recently in 2022, you know, that they said the survey, it was done by the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research in the West Bank and Gaza. A large majority of Palestinians, 72%, support holding elections at the presidential and legislative levels in the near future. When we start the election, or at least they talk about the election, we have 37 different groups they want to go for to be voted, which means the Palestinian people, they need a change. And not only Hamas and Fatah are dominating the whole thing. No, those 37, not only two of them, one for Hamas and one Fatah, but the others are individuals who wanted to be there. And if we can get 20% of them in the Legislative Council, there will be a change. So this is one thing good. Okay, but just to continue this. Another important development supported by 60% of the holding of a special session for the PLO Central Council, in which important decision relevant to Palestinian-Israeli relationship would be taken. 40% remains almost the same as it was last quarter of 2021 for the support of the two-state solution.
Thank you, Sami. So domestic reform being a step forward. Laura, Omar, Gilad, final thoughts, reactions?
Sure. I want to take out the BDS thing, and I want to just spell this out. Trying to protest your rights via boycotts. Trying to protest for your rights by calling for divestment. Supporting a political cause by calling for sanctions against someone you feel is doing something wrong. Israel-Palestine is the only context that I know of in the world where these tactics are considered illegitimate. And in that sense, I think the BDS movement debate around it is amazingly clarifying. And it's not just that these tactics are somehow delegitimized. I was accused of undertaking an act of diplomatic terror against Israel because I spoke before the UN Security Council about settlements. The Israeli government said I committed an act of political terrorism, diplomatic terrorism. I mean, the whole debate around BDS is whether or not, aside from, again, sitting shackled to the two-state solution table where nothing is happening, whether or not Palestinians have the right to seek their rights in any other way, or to seek to defend or challenge Israeli policies in any other way. And the argument against BDS essentially is to say no, and to escalate it further by saying, if you defy that, then you're an anti-Semite. And I say this as someone who spends every single week, I spend time going through the legislatures of every single state in the United States and going through what's happening in Congress. I report this is all on the record, you can see it yourself. In order to insulate Israel from pressure, from boycotts, divestment, and sanctions, and not just insulate Israel, but insulate Israeli settlements, we have a body of legislation in more than half of US states that seeks to target people who boycott Israel or Israeli settlements. And not only that, we have this legislation now being used as a template by illiberal forces that want to block boycotts or other targeting of the guns and ammunition industry, right? Of the oil and gas industry. We're sitting in Texas. Texas has legislation which is modeled on anti-BDS legislation. The people who wrote it say we're modeling on anti-BDS legislation, not me, which basically imposes sanctions on companies that boycott the oil and gas industry or the guns and ammunition industry in ways that are probably unconstitutional, almost certainly in terms of getting contracts for state business and whatnot. That's how far people are willing to go to say it is illegitimate to challenge or protest Israeli policy. Is the problem then BDS and the tactics? Or is the problem that we are in a construct which says, again, this gets back to the subject of the panel. If you're not going to sit shackled to the two states table and wait for something to happen and wait to see if that Schrodinger's box opens and maybe there's a peace framework inside, maybe there isn't, anything else you do is illegitimate. And in order to make sure it is considered illegitimate, we're actually willing to challenge the tactics themselves. And we see this debate around Ukraine, boycott, divestment, sanctions. What is legitimate, what isn't? And if it comes down to it, my guess is we will come out on US, many in the US saying, you know what, if it's necessary to protect Israel from pressure, we're gonna call it illegitimate to boycott, divest, and sanction there too. because that's the trajectory we're on. So I think the BDS campaign has been enormously clarifying. And for those who say it's not impactful, I would say the fact that Israel has stood up an entire Ministry of Strategic Affairs, which has now been folded into the Foreign Ministry, so it stood up an entire ministry to push back on it would suggest it's actually quite impactful.
Thank you, Laura. Omar, as quickly as we can.
I'll try. I won't address the topic as much because, I mean, to me, Laura's one of the most articulate speakers on the subject of BDS, and so I'll leave you with her words. I would just add that, and this is overlapping a little bit, but you know, Palestinians are essentially stripped of their right to resist their persecution, in a sense, right? Like any form of resistance, you know, if it's armed resistance, it's terrorism, if it's anything they do, and if it's BDS again, which represents a form of protest that is legitimate in every other context throughout history, nonviolent, it's still considered illegitimate. It's considered racist. It's anti-Semitic, etc. And it's a bit ridiculous. The only thing that Palestinians are allowed to do is go sit at a negotiating table in which they have absolutely no leverage and talk endlessly and sit there for. It's been 30 years and nothing's happened. So. The one thing I would say, and this has to do with my confederation idea, is that no negotiated solution is possible unless the dynamics change, unless the structure of incentives changes, unless the cost-benefit calculus changes. And the only way to do that is to mobilize pressure on the situation as it exists. And so that applies to everything. And I just wrote a book chapter with Dalia Shenlin, who's one of the leading pollsters, American-Israeli pollsters, on the evolution of support for the two-state solution and how it's gone through an arc and now it's going down. And if you look at it, even when it was at its height, if you actually poll Israelis and Palestinians about the details of what that solution looks like, then the polling goes immediately down, the support, because when people hear about the sacrifices that it entails, the polling goes down. When you look at something like Confederation, actually, and you talk about what's actually entailed in it, because the idea is not well known and it's a little bit convoluted, but when you actually poll on the ideas, the support goes up. So, and these are things one state and Confederation and Federation have not even been elucidated at all in terms of what they actually mean and the ideas spread among the public or any of that kind of thing.
Thank you, Mark. Gilad, final thoughts? We're standing between folks and lunch, so as quickly as we can.
I'm the one standing between you and lunch, so I'll be telegraphic. Speaking about the confidence-building measures instead of real negotiations, this is analogy to prescribing aspirin pill to a dying person. It doesn't help. It doesn't affect the situation. It doesn't change anything on the ground. The BDS, I'm sorry to say, we have, Lara, we have so many redundant ministries, and this one is one of them, that dedicated to the BDS, but it has no practical effect on Israel in whichever dimension you check. I regret to say that it often is anti-Semitism in disguise, because when you ask the BDS protagonists what, I understand what you are against, but what are you for? And what do you suggest? It stops there. It does not evolve to any other place. The Arab Peace Initiative, I believe that should be the general ballpark for a regional context of talks. There's many trade-offs that could be obtained because as much as I know that Jerusalem is not an exclusively Palestinian issue. It's a much wider issue that needs to be negotiated in a larger on a larger platform. And that's how you get to negotiate if you start regionally, bilaterally, and you have some international actors within it. Then you are on track again. The UAE, Morocco, Bahrain peace agreements, the Abraham Accords, they presumably bypassed the Palestinian issue, but it came up again, of course, because even in the conference that we held in the Negev 2 months ago, there was no one participant from those Abraham Accords countries that skipped the issue or neglected the issue of the Palestinian, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and it basically what it did, those accords that are very important. There was no conflict. So this is not peace, because these were not fighting or struggling parties from one side and the other side. This was a formalizing of an affair, an extramarital affair, making it kosher after 20 or 30 years of relationship. Whether the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is an existential risk or threat, yes, it is. More than nuclear Iran and Iran and proxies, etc., because it creates the internal Israeli tribalism and sectorialism and extremism. You mentioned Kahana. 2 more points. You mentioned Kahana, and it actually legitimizes those kind of racist phenomena. And I believe that this is what pushes Israel towards the end of the third temple, what we call. Finally, my last comment, is the following. All conflicts eventually come to an end. In the last 70 years, there were 60 conflicts around the world that were resolved, and ours is not unique. It's not so special. It is very complicated, it's very complex, very protracted. But we need to make. You need to make us talk to one another. The civil society, the international community, and us ourselves on all the fronts that I mentioned. And I believe that this is the only way to resolve conflict: to talk to one another, and to make sure that what you cannot see from within the conflict, when you suffer, when you are swamped in bloodshed and in terrorism and counter-terrorism and retaliation, etc. You cannot see it, but one day it's over, and you look back and you say, wow, can I breathe now? It's over. And it's like that in every conflict. When you compare the resolution of conflicts throughout history, that's the way it is. Conflicts of dozens of years, hundreds of years, come to an end eventually, and ours will come to an end as well.
I want to thank Gilad. I want to thank all 4 of our panelists, as well as the Baker Institute for hosting us, and you, the audience, for being with us. I think we've got lunch, then we're going into the armchair discussion, but thank you all.
Good afternoon. I'm Alan Matisow of the Baker Institute, and I'm glad to welcome everybody to this luncheon event. I'm the moderator. Ambassador Djerejian is the star. I think this is a special event, not only because of the remarkable collection of talent that we've gathered here for the conference, but also because this is the last occasion in which Ambassador Djerejian will be on this platform as the founding director of the Baker Institute. He has, of course, had a remarkable career beginning in the Foreign Service, had significant postings, rose to be the ambassador of Syria and Israel, and was assistant of the Near East section of the State Department. He's been here for 28 years at the Baker Institute, took this institution from virtually nothing to the distinction it now has. And in all that time, he remained a Middle East hand. He never lost interest in it, participated in it in various ways. He's been the director of our Middle East Center here at the Institute. He was in the Iraq study group in 2004 in Iraq. He's been very active in Track 2 diplomacy with the Israelis and the Palestinians. He's been in touch in all these years with the State Department. He's still someone that the media goes to when they want some insights on current events. So what's going to happen here today is the ambassador is going to reflect on a career that has been devoted to the study of the Middle East. In a sense, this is a culmination of his 28 years here and his long career. So we'll have a conversation for about 35 minutes, and then we'll invite questions from the floor. Mr. Ambassador, you have heard today many references to your Meridian speech in May of 1992. And that speech was regarded at the time, and still, as a major statement of American foreign policy in the Middle East. And when you retired from the State Department to come to Houston, Secretary Warren Christopher wrote you a letter. And in that letter, he gives you credit for, and this is a quote, the Djerejian Doctrine on American relations with the Islamic world, which has earned a permanent place in the annals of American diplomatic history. So when they name a doctrine after you, it means you've been pretty successful. But I wonder if you would share with us how it came to be that you gave that speech.
Well, thank you, Alan. Thank you, everyone. We've had a great morning and very good sessions again this afternoon. I try to keep that phrase that Warren Christopher put in there, the Djerejian Doctrine, quiet because I never wanted to get Henry Kissinger angry at me, because only Henry wants to have doctrines named after him, and a lowly Assistant Secretary of State who had a doctrine named after him would cause me problems. But I'll tell you, it was an interesting development. I'm sitting in Washington and head of, at that time, the Near East South Asia Bureau. And this is the time, of course, as you remember, it was the fall of the Berlin Wall, the collapse of the Soviet Union. The Cold War was ending its historic period. And we began to grapple with the new geopolitical landscape that we had to deal with, and which was really unknown. It's interesting how countries and sometimes individuals define themselves by their enemies. Well, the enemy was gone. We woke up and the Soviet Union was not the arch enemy anymore. We were predominant, we became predominant. And as all of you know, because you're a very erudite audience here, people were beginning to define what's the next adversary, what's the next challenge. And I was noting my perch there in Washington of think tanks, experts, policymakers, the press, and they were coming up with various themes. One of which began to disturb me, given my responsibilities for the Middle East and South Asia, was a tendency to define Islam as the next enemy. After the fall of communism, Islamism was going to be perhaps our arch foe. And I didn't pay much attention to it. I thought it was sort of just commentary from various corners, but then it began to take more shape. Now, this is 1992. And I decided that we better define what our challenges are in a much more responsible manner, and began to have meetings with academics. I invited them to the State Department, scholars, one or two maybe here. And then I had meetings with my peers at the Assistant Secretary level from Defense, from CIA, from NSC, and then various experts, and we began to put together a concept. I was really marked by my Jesuit training at Georgetown. Something many of you may have never heard of is the fallacy of composition, St. Thomas Aquinas. And that those of us who are victims of a Jesuit education, they're great educators, but they really have an impact on you. So St. Thomas Aquinas said, if the truth is this long, and you focus on only one part of the truth, and extrapolate from that part into a whole concept, that's the fallacy of composition. And what I thought I was beginning to witness out there was that we were in search for a new ism. So I decided that, and this is of course Sam Huntington, very prevalent, and others who were advocating the role of religion in politics, etc. So long story short, I decided I should give a speech on trying to define at least what American policy interests would be after the fall of the Berlin Wall in the Middle East. So we worked on it for a couple of months. And all these deliberations we had with these groups I mentioned, I had two very bright Foreign Service officers working for me, and I picked up a very terrible habit from Henry Kissinger, for Secretary Kissinger. He would never look at the first three drafts of what anyone gave him. And I felt that was really irresponsible, but I did it. And so the first two drafts, I said, not good enough. Out in the outbox, go back to the drawing boards. But I defined to them what I wanted to say. And what I wanted to say is basically that the next ism that the United States must face after the fall of communism and after our defeat of fascism and Nazism is not any one world culture or religion, but extreme ism of either a secular or religious cloak. Now, this is 1992. 1993 was the first World Trade Center bombing. And then by so defining it in a manner in which we weren't, accusing any religious group or civilization for being behind it, but saying that we had to be sensitive to both secular extremism and religious extremism. And my personal view is one of the great toxic combinations is the combination of religion and politics. I think it's absolutely toxic. Our founding fathers, the separation of church and state, synagogue and state, minaret and state, I mean, it's fundamental in the American ethos. But when we have this confluence of religion and politics, it causes a lot of trouble. So I decided that, you know, I had to come out with this. Now, as the first panel that Kadir, excellent panel, all the two panels we've had this morning were excellent, but they've gone through this in quite some detail, the Meridian House speech and what it contains, so I'm not going to repeat that. But it was very important, I felt, that we had to make a policy statement. So the speech was done. I sent it to Secretary of State Baker. Never got an answer. The June 4th date was, the June 2nd date at Meridian House was coming up. I had to see him on something else. He was in his back office, and I said, by the way, Mr. Secretary, have you had a chance to review the draft of the speech I'm giving? He said, no, I don't have time. You know, I'm so busy, I don't have time to read it. But by the way, what are you going to say? And so I told him in very brief terms, well, I'm going to say this and this and this, what I just mentioned. And he looked at me, he said, you be careful, Ed. And I walked out of that office saying that was not a yes, that was not a no, but I knew what part of my anatomy was on the line. That when I gave the speech, and actually the speech did make a lot of noise. The one person, I was being gender neutral, one person, one vote, one time, but it was blazoned in Arabic headlines, Al-Akhbar and everything, one man, one vote, one time. And we did have our eye, as was mentioned in the panel, on the Algerian elections and the possibility of the Islamic Party coming into power into Algeria. But at the same time, as was noted, and I'm glad it was noted in the panel, I also specified that we had to be aware of secular extremism as well as religious extremism. So that's the story of how it came to be. And one thing that I think was important, and I'd like to see policymakers throughout Democratic and Republican administrations do more often, if I can use that word often, I think we have to be more clear in our Democratic and Republican administrations at what we stand for. And to clarify, I think one of the things that bothers me the most, Alan, today, and I'm thinking of the Ukraine crisis, as well as the issues that we're dealing with in the Middle East, I really feel that we're losing, in Washington and other capitals, the ability to strategize. And what do I mean by that? The ability for our administrations, policymakers, to step back and look long-term and to try what could be called anticipatory diplomacy, preventive diplomacy, that was so well done during the Eisenhower-Truman administration, the post-Cold War period with the Marshall Plan. We mentioned the Truman Doctrine in very interesting terms this morning. But I think for example, let me use the Ukraine. For 12 years at least, we have known about the Gerasimov Doctrine. Valery Gerasimov is the chief staff of the Russian armed forces. That doctrine is Putin's agenda. We've known about that for 12 to 13 years. And there are three major points. One, Russia must do everything to work for a multipolar world where the United States is no longer preeminent. Number two, Russia has to oppose the eastward expansion of NATO. Number three, Russia should have a primary role in the near abroad of the former Soviet Republic. You have these frozen conflicts, Abkhazia, Ossetia. He worked on that. He moved on Crimea. We now have the crisis in Ukraine. This was coming. We should have anticipated this. One of my mentors was Ambassador Raymond here, And he told me that the art of diplomacy is really the ability to listen. Learn and master your adversary's or your interlocutor's brief even better than perhaps he or she can articulate it. Engage with your adversaries, because as Secretary Baker keeps reminding me, you make peace with your enemies, you don't make peace with your friends. And part of diplomacy is engaging with our adversaries. We should have engaged with Putin on the Gerasimov Doctrine, knowing full well, and we have the experts in our government, knowing full well that this so-called frozen conflict in Ukraine was going to blow up in our faces, as did Nagorno-Karabakh between the Azeris and the Armenians, who brought in Turkey. We're talking about a frozen conflict today in Palestine. It's a frozen conflict that has the ability to blow up in our faces at the most inopportune times. And the excellent analysis that we heard of the conflict leaves me even more disturbed, because it is a status quo that is leading to, I think, worst case scenarios, and we can talk about that. The panel discussed it in length, but I can make a few comments on that if we wish. But the point I'm making here is that one of the biggest lessons that we should learn is that we have to get back to the period whereby our administrations are no longer mostly reactive to events, but not only deal with the events that they have to deal with in the crises, but that they begin to strategize for long-term solutions. And the art of diplomacy, to continue with Raymond Hare, he told me, I was a young diplomat when he was telling me this, he said, you listen, you master your adversary or your interlocutor's brief, you convey to him, her, that you understand their interests. And then you present your interests and your position. And then you determine in negotiations whether there's any common ground. And if there is common ground, you build on it. If there is no common ground, then you have to make the determination of what the consequences are. In the worst case scenario, that can lead to war, conflict, or coming up with solutions that are not peace or a settlement, but that keep the situation stable and not kinetic. The other thing I learned as a young diplomat, I had the great opportunity, my first job in the State Department was during the Kennedy administration. It shows you how old I am. I started out in the Kennedy administration. I tell this joke, my colleagues know this joke. You know, in the Middle East they say, you know, I'm so old I can remember the Dead Sea when it was only sick. So you know, but George Ball was my greatest mentor. Why? Well, he was Deputy Secretary of State. And I remember I was carrying his briefcase around. That was my job in helping him write speeches. He once burst into my office and said, how many troops did Alexander the Great have when he was conquering the world? Because he was preparing his briefs for John F. Kennedy and then Lyndon Baines Johnson's on why the United States should not get engaged in a land war in Indochina. He was one of the very few voices at the very top of the Kennedy and the LBJ administrations who was advocating against the commitment of US troops to Vietnam. And he had the political courage and the competence and the integrity to state his position when almost everyone else, the McNamaras, the Rostows, and all the others were advocating for involvement. In fact, Kennedy told him, I remember Ball telling, he said, you know, Mr. President, if you send these 4,000 military advisors to Vietnam, South Vietnam, in about 3 or 4 years, we'll have 500,000 troops in Indochina. We call it Indochina. And Kennedy laughed. He said, George, you're out of your mind. And then we know how it ruined LBJ's brilliant presidency on domestic affairs, but that, and you know, you're a historian on this, how it had really ruined LBJ's presidency. So what I'm saying here is that one of the lessons I'm drawing from what I'm hearing this morning and what we're witnessing in Ukraine, in our government and in our think tanks, in academia, whatever we can do to help get us back to a period when this country and this government can begin to get back to strategy is very important. And I'm not that confident. I'm not that confident. It's easy to say, but we need the people to go into public service who can do this, and we need our leaders to inculcate it. So that's sort of a long-winded way of how I wrote the Meridian House, delivered the Meridian House speech, and I benefited a great deal from the discussion and what it means today from our excellent panelists.
How many troops did Alexander the Great have?
You know, that, I hate to say it, but you know, I'm retiring. In 1963, when Ball asked me to come up with these statistics, we had a dusty old library in the State Department. We didn't have Google. We didn't have web. I had to go into the dusty State Department library and find a damn book that would have information on how many troops. So I came up with the figure of 18,000. And to this day, I don't know if that's right or not, but that went into the memorandum to the president.
That is how history gets written, by the way. Well, we had that excellent panel this morning on the Arab-Israeli problem, and it's something you've been engaged with for decades yourself. So what is your assessment of the situation going forward?
Well, I'm pessimistic. I think, as reasonably we heard from the excellent discussion in the panel this morning, I'm pessimistic about the prospects. I think the leadership on both sides of the two parties I call fragile. Despite Israel's political military might, their government is a very fragile coalition. I don't see any decision-making there that could keep the coalition together. They simply have no domestic political interest in engaging in land for peace because it'll bring down the coalition. The Palestinian leadership, unfortunately, someone in the panel said Palestinian rulers, not democratically elected leaders, has shown its incapability of seizing opportunities, but also leading their people toward what should be statehood. So it's a very complex but a very dire landscape. The issues were well described in the panel this morning, and I think the fundamental factor is that you've got these 7 million Israelis, Jews on one side, you've got 7 million odd Palestinians on the other side, in between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean. Neither one is going anywhere. They've got to know how to share the land, but more importantly, as was described, to divide the land. Partition, end of occupation, and then from there move on toward either a confederation, two-state solution, whatever it is. But it is all about land for peace, and you can't get away from that. The Abraham Accords can't get away from that. It's for land for peace, and that's what makes it so seemingly unresolvable today. But there's no question in my mind, we've had an in-depth discussion on the two-state solution. I am an advocate of the two-state solution, but every day that passes, it's becoming less viable. And I remember when we were in Ramallah before COVID, we took a delegation, and Khalil Shikaki, the pollster, and the Palestinian pollster, and I was really struck. I met with young Palestinians. Sami, you know this, and it was amazing. At that time, the polls have changed now, but at that time, a growing minority of Palestinian youth were advocating the one-state solution. And they were saying, why should we create yet another Arab autocratic state called Palestine? Like all the other corrupt regimes, these are their words. Why don't we go for a one-state solution? Of course, from their point of view, with equal rights. But that poses the issue of the survival or the existence of a democratic Jewish state. In my personal view, for Israel to be and remain a democratic Jewish state, it has to end the occupation. It has to come to an agreement with the Palestinians on the lines. A one-state solution with equal rights will be the destruction of that concept of a democratic Jewish state. A one-state solution with unequal rights is South Africa during apartheid. And therefore, the long-term future of Israel, as someone said, what is the existential threat to Israel? Is it Iran? No. It's this issue. This issue is the existential threat to Israel, and it's an existential threat to the Palestinian people. So self-determination has to be achieved one way or the other. And to get there was a very interesting discussion this morning on Palestinian rights. And that is essential outside of the context of an agreement, but the Palestinians have their rights for self-determination. They're not going anywhere. So everything that we've worked on, and we've worked on these issues, and we came to territorial compromises, they're all there. It's all feasible if the political will and the leadership is there. I think when I was ambassador to Israel, I really admired Yitzhak Rabin. We formed a good personal relationship. But his assassination set back the peace process by decades, I think. Because in my experience, and this is a truism, leaders make a difference. Leaders make a difference. We need institutions. They're critical. But at the end of the day, when you see remarkable moves forward, it's done by leaders who know how to gain the support of the people and public opinion. And Rabin represented that because he had proven himself as the warrior of Israel and yet made that critical decision to work for peace and gave up his life for that. He paid for that with his life by, of all things, a Jewish terrorist. So, the situation, we don't have the leadership now on any side that I see. And, leaders like Rabin, for example, we went into Iraq in 2003, which I think is one of the most serious miscalculations in contemporary American foreign policy in the Middle East. And I knew intimately the decision makers on that. The Rumsfelds, Wolfowitz, Richard Pearl, all the neocons. And we knew we were going to go to war here. And so I partnered with Frank Wisner and Ambassador Wisner and the Council on Foreign Relations. We came out with a report in January 2003. We went to war in March, so this is not ex post facto. And we were very concerned about going to war because I knew the ideological motivation of the neocons on this, which I opposed. They wanted regime change in the Arab world, overthrow the dictators, and start creating Arab democracies, and that Israel will be more secure if it's surrounded by Arab democracies than by secular autocratic leaders. This was the mindset behind, because I forgot the name of the think tank they came from, but you probably know there was a think tank at the time that they came from. And you know, I was contrasting their mindset with a conversation I had with Rabin once over a couple of glasses of scotch, in which I'll never forget, he said, you know, if Israel has to wait for our Arab neighbors to become democratic, we will be waiting 1,000 years, quote unquote. Here you have the Prime Minister of Israel, who understands the Arab world much better than the neocons, who felt that by regime change they were going to really bolster Israel's security. So we did a report here in January, published it, and we went to Washington and we peddled it. I went to Wolfowitz, I went directly to them. And we had three major points in that report. If we go into Iraq, which we knew we were going to do not dismantle the Iraqi military. Get rid of the goons at the top, or else the United States is going to have to provide the military security of the country. Point number two, and this was based on my experience of being ambassador to Syria, the other Ba'athist party, the Iraqi Ba'athi party, the Syrian Ba'athi party. The Ba'ath party is your Tammany Hall. The Ba'ath party is what keeps the country going. Sanitation, waterworks, electricity, civil administration, the postal service. Don't get rid of the Ba'ath party. Again, get rid of the goons at the top, but don't get rid of the party, or else we will have to assume, the United States, the running of the country. Edict number one was the dismantlement of the Iraqi army. Edict number two by Paul Bremer was the dissolution of the Ba'ath party. Disasters. We didn't know what we were doing. So, yes, there were people who knew what not to do, but the people who were making the decisions didn't have a clue as to the cultural, political environment that they were working in. Colin Powell, who's Secretary of State, he and I had a very close relationship. He called me and he said, I understand you're doing this report. I understand you have an excellent energy center at the Institute. Can you do an addendum on whether or not Iraqi's oil revenues will be able to finance the reconstruction of Iraq after the war? We put that addendum in. I forget the exact figures, but he said it would cost at least $5 billion of foreign direct investment and maybe 3 to 4 years for get Iraqi production up. I'm sitting at my home at the time here at Houston after I personally briefed Paul Wolfowitz on our report. And he's on CNN for a clip, and they asked him this question: who's going to pay for the reconstruction? He said, Iraqi oil. It was this is one of the bad things about being both in government and then heading a think tank. When you're in government, you make decisions. When you're a think tank, you advise. And we should have no illusions, those of us who are on the outside. It's a very critical role that think tanks have, and we can have influence. But all we do is advise. People on the inside decide. But, you know, I got up and I poured myself a stiff Macallan, and I said to myself, you lie. You're lying to the American public. So here, I think what we have to draw the lesson is much more humility in what we do in this new evolving Middle East. I think we need, you'll notice I think I'm right on this, in the Meridian House speech, I really don't The only time I mention democracy is the analog of we should not parachute in a Jeffersonian model of democracy into the sands of Arabia. But I never use in my recommendations in that we should pressure these countries to become democratic. Alan, the term I use is we should urge these countries to broader political participation. And I chose those words very carefully because we shouldn't try to inculcate our cultural norms or our political norms on these societies. It has to be according to their cultural context. For example, the Majlis al-Shuras in the Arab world, expand them. And actually in Saudi Arabia, they started doing that early on, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Christian, under King Abdullah. They started expanding the Majlis al-Shura. And I use that as expand the institutions you have to broaden political participation. But America should not try to impose its image, its form of democracy. And I think that's just wrong. So going forward, I think one, we have to take a look at our military posture in the Middle East. This talk about the United States, and we'll get into this in the next panel, retreating from the Middle East is, I think, overblown. But we have to choose our commitments much more intelligently.
Well, Rabin seemed to have an insight on the future of democracy in the Arab world, and you were quite cautious in dealing with that in the Meridian House speech, but virtually every administration in the United States keeps saying that promoting democracy is a foundation of American foreign policy in the Middle East. So is there any hope for that, and how would we actually have a policy that promoted it?
Well, I think the best policy for the United States to promote democracy in the Middle East and elsewhere is to fix our own democracy, as has been stated here. I think if we want to be, I'm moving to Boston, the shining city on the hill. If we want to be the shining city on the hill, we have to repair our own democracy here. If we want to be influential in promoting democracy throughout the world, we have to better our own example. We have serious problems in our own country now with these harsh partisan divisions in our country. You know, we talk about the Middle East and extremist groups, be it in Israel or in the Arab world. We have our extremist groups here. We have the groups on the margins that dictate policy beyond their numbers. So when you get into voting rights, when you get into cultural issues, when you're getting into infrastructure, when we're talking about everything that needs to be done in America, gun rights, all of this, we have to improve our own democracy. And to me, by so doing, that will be the most influential manner in which we can promote democracy abroad.
We have about 10 minutes for questions from the floor. Sir?
Yes, thank you for your comments, particularly your comments on strategy and how we're not doing enough of it, if we're doing any of it. I know when I used to go to Africa for work, all of my professional peers knew Romanian or Hungarian or Russian because the Soviets had sent them all to school. And you know, the Soviets were wrong, but they were smart. Currently, we have, I know every year about 30,000 student visas from KSA and from elsewhere around the Middle East and around the world. Are the universities going to do essentially the strategic work in carrying our message forward that is not happening at other levels? Thank you.
No, I think the role of universities and think tanks is really important. And because and I think we're very fortunate in America to have extraordinarily good universities, throughout the world. Our problem in America is K through 12. That's what we have to fix in terms of education. By the shining city on the hill, we have to fix our educational system in K through 12. But our universities are great. We have great universities. Everyone wants many, look at how many foreign applications there are to our universities. Universities have a critical role, think tanks have a critical role of analyzing the issues and coming up with cogent policy recommendations. I think we have to do better on the outside as universities and think tanks is how we get the word across to the decision makers. There are certain universities and think tanks that do that better, and others that just don't do it, and feel very happy if they get a nice printed copy of their deliberations and it goes nowhere. So it's like a tree falling, in the forest. If there's no one there, what's their sound? By the way, I have an analogy to that. I say in terms of marriage, if a husband goes to a cocktail party without his wife and expresses an opinion, is he still wrong? I'm saying that because my wife's not here today. So.
Ambassador Djerejian.
Yes.
Thank you so much for everything you've done, for your wonderful contribution to this country as a diplomat, as an academic visionary. This institution is amazing. I also want to congratulate you on the recognition that this wonderful institution has been deemed the #1 in the world. Thank you so much. And for me, over all these years, I've learned so much here. It's been beyond my wildest dreams to be a part of this, to be a part. I travel the world just in this room and next door with these great scholars, these esteemed, distinguished speakers. My question to you, in your book, Opportunity and Danger, you speak about the importance of public diplomacy, the voice of America. Would you please elaborate on that and its importance in today's context? Thank you.
Well, I was asked by Secretary Colin Powell at the time, to chair a bipartisan group on public diplomacy in the Arab world. It was congressionally mandated. And so the congressional mandate, and I laughed when Colin Powell asked me this on the phone. He said, "Ed, Congress wants us to find, why do the Arabs hate us?" And I laughed. He said, "Don't laugh, this is serious. It's a congressional mandated thing. I want you to chair my bipartisan committee," which we did. And it was a valuable experience. I brought together a bipartisan group of experts from all fields, and we traveled in the region, and we came up with our conclusions, which have been used by each successive administration in altered forms. It's evolved. But one thing that was very important is the Raymond Hare experience: listen, learn. And we define public diplomacy as first listening, learning, and only after you've listened and you've learned about the country that you're dealing with or the region you're dealing with did you start informing and trying to influence. Listen, learn, and then only start to inform and influence your interests as the United States of America. So we defined that process, if you will, and then they created an Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy, and then each bureau had a Public Diplomacy Deputy Assistant Secretary, so the report had impact. Public diplomacy is not PR. Public diplomacy is the ability of a country to express its moral values and its national security interests in a coherent, effective manner. And in the Israeli-Palestinian context, we learned, and I'm looking at my colleagues here, we've been in the trenches. We've seen where we, the negotiators, you know, we get out, we make progress, we get out this far, we're narrowing the differences, but we didn't pay attention to public opinion, and public opinion is still back there. So when the crunch time comes to make decisions, the leaders stall because the public is not with them. And therefore, the major point that we tried to make in this public diplomacy report was, in the conduct of diplomacy, you have to marry your negotiating strategies with your public diplomacy. It's not PR, you're not selling a product. Bring the public along with you. And that means informing your constituencies, in this case the Israelis and the Palestinians, the Arabs, that what is happening, and so that when you get to the point where you make a decision, you at least have public support.
Anybody else? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
Perfectly okay. I really appreciated your comments about the importance of leaders and leadership, but specifically leaders. And those of us that have roamed the hallways of the Baker Institute have certainly seen photographs of the tremendous leaders that have come through here. I'm very curious about who you would say you were the most surprised by. Not who you were impressed by, not who you liked the most, not who you agreed with, but who surprised you?
No one surprised me. No one surprised me, but the person who impressed me the most of all, it was Nelson Mandela. When we had him here in 1999, I think. And we had, you know, we didn't have a forum large enough for the interest. My wife suggested to me, you better have this in the basketball court. And we did, and we had 6,500 people. And we went out to the African American and Latino communities, HISD, high school, social sciences, because how many times in their lives would they be able to see in person this iconic man of color? And so the place was packed. And Nelson Mandela at that time, he was frail. He was frail. And so the audience, I mean, you could hear a pin drop in the basketball. I mean, you could hear a pin drop. And I had to field at the end about 500 written Q's and A's. And so I was on one podium and he was on the other podium. And he gave an excellent speech. And to me, it was the most meaningful leader we've had here because he represents reconciliation. Reconciliation. You talk about the Israeli-Arab thing, reconciliation. You talk about all these other conflicts, reconciliation. You talk about bilateral relations, where is the point of reconciliation? This man who gets out of prison for, 27 years and extends his hand to his captors, reconciliation. Iconic. So I'm fielding all these questions over here, and just one glance, I glanced at one, and I said, oh my God, this is the last question I'm going to ask him. And it said, Mr. President, I am a 12th grader, and I would like to know who you really are and what you think history will say of you. I said, great question. So I asked him this question at the end, and he sort of glances at me. If you've ever seen Nelson, he has this twinkle in his eye, and he had the twinkle in his eye, and then he stares out into this vast audience. He says, well, you know, people try to make me into a saint or an angel. I'm neither. But if your definition of a saint or an angel is that of a sinner who just keeps on trying, I may qualify. It brought the house down. So he's my favorite.
Ambassador, I think I can speak on behalf of the audience to thank you for a wonderful 45 minutes. I just wish it was longer.
We've got 2 more panels to go through.
Your stories are always wonderful, and we just scratched the surface. So let's say thank you to the ambassador for a wonderful. Thank you.
no one's really paying attention. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. We still have two panels left, and we're running behind schedule. So, could you please take your seats? Just like to make an announcement first. If somebody has left a briefcase outside, you got it? Okay, great, perfect. It was at the front desk, I was going to say. Well, my name is Christian Ulrichsen. I'm a research fellow here at the Baker Institute, and I'm delighted to welcome you to our third panel today on the internationalization of Persian Gulf security. And we've seen over the last several years how political developments in Iran and on the Arab side of the Gulf and perceptions of US disengagement, regardless of the reality, have triggered a diversification of political and security relationships that have accelerated the internationalization of Persian Gulf and of its security and strategic landscape. And we've had a number of mentions this morning of the Abraham Accords, of course, which have brought Israel into the equation in a much more meaningful way. And in 2019, both Russia, with Chinese support, and Iran presented proposals separately trying to reimagine how a collective security architecture in the Persian Gulf might work. Neither of those proposals has gone anywhere, and of course the geopolitical landscape of 2022 is very different from 2019, not only for the pandemic, but also, of course, with the after or the fallout from Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. The sense of a security community in a state of flux has also deepened as European officials diverged from the Trump administration's maximum pressure campaign after 2018, and Saudi and Emirati leaders called for regional de-escalation after a series of attacks on maritime and energy targets in 2019 as part of what Iranian officials would have called the maximum resistance campaign to the maximum pressure approach. And I would argue that the impact of the attacks on Abqaiq and Al-Qudais in Saudi Arabia on the 14th of September 2019 was absolutely critical. It punctured the air of assertiveness of Saudi and Emirati policy. It triggered a move to de-escalate tension to the extent that when Qasem Soleimani was killed in Iraq in January 2020, you had the Saudi Deputy Defense Minister flying to Washington to make the case in person to the Trump administration that this was not the time for another war. The very different rhetoric from the pre-2018-2019 period, the lack of an overt US response to the attacks on Saudi Arabia really spooked regional leaders who I think until that point had assumed that they had a security guarantee from the United States that was shown perhaps not to be as ironclad as they had hoped. And we've seen over the last 2 years a series of reconciliations and rapprochements across much of the region. We've seen Saudi Arabia and the UAE separately reaching out to Iran in different ways through the Iraqis in the Saudi case indirectly, and then directly in terms of the UAE. We've seen over the last year high-profile meetings between Turkish and Saudi and Emirati figures, again dialing down one of the flashpoints that had seemed to define a lot of regional politics over the past decade. So we've seen how things have shifted there. We've also seen how the Abraham Accords have changed the equation, how new actors are now moving in. To what extent is especially the normalization between the UAE and Israel, which I think has moved fastest, and has much more of a security and defense component to it, Is this a beginning by Emirati and Israeli officials to think about what they see as a post-American Gulf or Middle East, where they stand up as they see it, the US stands down? We've also seen regional leaders begin to hedge, begin to diversify. In perceptions from the region, they see 3 US administrations, Obama, Trump, and Biden, which have each cast into some doubt the long-term commitment, as they see it, of the US in the Middle East and in the Persian Gulf. From their point of view, the way that the withdrawal from Afghanistan was handled last year was a shock, and I think it raised questions as to what could a withdrawal of a long-standing partnership or ally happen to us in some ways similar to had been talked about after Mubarak in Egypt was jettisoned in 2011. And we've seen the diversification of relationships to the extent that since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, you've had the leaders or the de facto leaders of Saudi Arabia and the UAE declining to take phone calls from President Biden, but talking repeatedly with President Putin. So these are long-standing US partners who are becoming much more, not autonomous, but certainly much more diversified in their long-term relationships. We've seen that with just the last 2 days, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in the Gulf meeting with foreign ministers of all 6 Gulf countries in Saudi Arabia. And we've seen how one of the perceived spin-offs of the normalization between Israel and the UAE was the sale of F-35s to the UAE. Well, that deal has been held up in part because of US concerns about China's strategic and security presence in the Emirates. And so we're seeing very strong signals from leaders in Arab Gulf countries, partners of the US for decades, that they're not going to pick sides, they're not going to choose, and they're going to continue to project their own interests in a context where they think the US may not be around in the same way over the longer term. So in this panel, we have 4 excellent speakers. Their bios are in the program, so I won't introduce them all in detail, but each of them I've asked to speak for 7 or 8 minutes on one aspect of how they see the security dynamic complex in the Gulf, and then we'll have a quick Q&A between ourselves and then open it up to questions and answers from the audience. So I would like to begin with Dr. Toby Mattison at Stanford currently, and then move to Dr. Catherine Harvey from Georgetown, and then my 2 colleagues from the Baker Institute, Dr. Mohammed Tabar, and finally with from the Center for Energy Studies, Dr. Jim Crane. So, Toby.
Thank you very much, Christian, and thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to be back here at the Baker Institute and to be part of this most interesting conference. Allow me to also take up a few points that were raised during this morning's discussions, which I thought were very interesting and thought-provoking. So I'd like to speak to 3 sort of themes. The first theme, obviously the panel's theme, internationalization of Gulf security. The second point, I'd like to make a few comments on general US-Middle East relations. And the third on Saudi-Iranian dialogue, which Christian sort of asked me to talk about. So first of all, Gulf security. It depends on how we look at security and who we mean by security. If we talk about the regimes of the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, the 6 Arab Gulf states, and the regime security of these states and the territorial integrity of these 6 states, then the US presence has actually been very beneficial since, for example, it repelled the Iraqi troops from Kuwait and so on and so forth. But if we take a more holistic view of regional security that, first of all, takes in the security of all the states that border the Gulf, Iran, Iraq, and the 6 GCC states, And if we widen sort of definitions of security to obviously also include the people of the countries concerned and take a sort of more bottom-up approach, then we get a very different picture of sort of, what the current security landscape is and what maybe, the future will hold, and sort of what sort of policy recommendations we will draw from that. Because if we take that more sort of holistic approach, then in fact, the most dangerous player in the Gulf region has been the United States in the last few decades. And it's sort of a strange argument to make, but I was sort of encouraged by some of the comments on the previous panels to sort of think outside of the box a little bit. But if we really think about it, the most serious wars and military interventions and sort of confrontations had a large, to a large extent to do with, American military interventions. And sort of the one exception to that is the 1991 Gulf War, sort of, the liberation of Kuwait. But even that, in some ways, is a consequence of US support for Iraq in the Iran-Iraq war, and the building up of the Iraqi military in that decade, which was a core sort of Gulf policy and also American policy. Of course, Iraq also received support from other states, but I'm just saying it is one of those things where short-term policy making leads to problems just a few years down the line. And so if we're starting to think about more longer-term strategic thinking, I think it's important to keep those things in mind. But really, the 2003 intervention in Iraq, again, illegal under international law, has really upset a lot of the, dynamics in the region, has led to, terrible consequences, really. And so if we start to think about how can such things be avoided, then a sort of bringing in more international players might be seen as a good thing. And so the proposal that you asked us to have a look at, since you mentioned it in the abstract, which is the Russian proposal from 2019, which was authored or supervised by Naumkin, a veteran Russian Middle East expert and diplomat. It actually tries to advocate for that, and it's something that especially the Iranians have called for a long time. But of course that has often led to a serious pushback from the GCC state. I think one of the interesting things in that proposal that I found most interesting is sort of the broadening of the specter of what it means to security of this region to sort of include regions in the nearby, where these states have, directly intervened, or which they sort of see as, their backyard. And that is especially Yemen, but also Syria, and sort of link the try to find a solution that is sort of links these different conflicts together. And I think, the intractability of sort of, the political situation in those conflicts justifies such a more holistic approach, especially when it comes to Yemen, because it's now so much part of sort of the Gulf, dynamics, and has really also shown what can go wrong in that regard. In terms of models, for such a sort of regional security arrangement, the OSZE is often mentioned, and I'm afraid on this point and another point I want to make later, recent developments in Ukraine and generally in Europe are obviously bad news, because the OSZE, which was supposed to monitor developments, military developments in Eastern Europe, and in fact did so up until the very point of the Russian invasion, and had monitors everywhere, and was monitoring, was reporting ceasefire violations from all sides, and so on and so forth, but was not really taken seriously in the media, and was not able to really influence diplomatic initiatives and stop the war. And so if we think of that as the model for the Gulf region, it's a problem, because in the extreme situation it might also not be able to prevent war. And So this leads me to my second point. I mean, it's been now made a couple of times, you know, the argument that, you know, American policy in the Middle East, I mean, Professor Brownlee also has obviously authored that famous book, Democracy Prevention, you know, that sort of democracy promotion isn't really, you know, part of American foreign policy. Ambassador Djerejian has also sort of said that this should not be such a, you know, a serious part of American foreign policy. And obviously the Iraq war stands out as sort of, you know, the worst example of what can follow from that. But, you know, maybe sometimes the wrong lessons have been drawn from the Iraq war as well, because now we just have sort of a situation where the alliances are mainly with the, you know, with the most authoritarian of the states in the region. And I see a sort of wider problem for, you know, America and the world, especially at this moment where, you know, the whole rhetoric of the political establishment and of the media is about this supposed war between freedom and autocracy, right? In Europe, this is now sort of, you know, we're back to sort of Cold War era, you know, arguments and discourse. And in this situation, and, you know, sort of freedom also versus China and so on, and the Middle East, you know, completely stands out here. It makes absolutely no sense if we try to fit the Middle East into this sort of framework. Yeah, in fact, sometimes it's sort of the opposite. And that also undermines sort of America's credibility on the world stage, and has led to a situation where, you know, even close American allies, as has been mentioned, you know, do not vote with the US on the Ukraine issue in the Security Council or in the UN General Assembly, and you know, do not increase production quotas and so on and so forth. So I think a very difficult situation to sort of, you know, engage with, and it's sort of hard to come up with sort of, you know, easy recommendations for this fix. But I would just say, you know, current U.S. Middle East policy is really undermining sort of, you know, wider U.S. foreign policy, I would argue. And thirdly, I was just asked to say a few words, you know, more concretely, so I'm not just sort of, you know, saying these sort of broad, you know, perhaps provocative statements, something on the possibility of Saudi-Iran dialogue, because ultimately, you know, while I mentioned the many other countries, Iraq and so on and so forth, the two big players really in the Gulf, and those that have been most at loggerheads for the past few decades have been Saudi Arabia and Iran. And it is really also here that you see a really sort of a problem in that cultural relations, you know, haven't really existed much since the Iranian Revolution. And so, you know, initiatives at sort of dialogue, and I'd like to say there's a number of Track 2 initiatives and also direct negotiations now between Saudi Arabia and Iran in Iraq and elsewhere. And I've been, you know, for a few years involved in one of these Track 2 initiatives, and it's been very, you know, fascinating to see these sort of debates going on. And of course, you know, there are many issues of common concern. They'd been mentioned before in the Israeli-Palestinian panel as well, you know, climate change, you know, other external shocks, things like ISIS and other, you know, things that are just sort of common concern. But, and again, I think much progress has been made, and you know, op-eds have been published with sort of specific, you know, steps that should be taken by both sides. So a sort of roadmap, I think, is there, but there needs to be, in this case, I think, more in terms of, you know, confidence-building measures, because the two sides have really, you know, ordinary Saudis have probably never met an Iranian and have for decades been sort of fed with a very negative attitude. And in Iran, you know, let's face it as well, there's sort of a stereotype of sort of the Gulf Arab and sort of the Saudi, you know, goes back to Khomeini, a sort of demonization of the other. And I think if these two can sort of, you know, come closer together, we might come to a sort of better arrangement for the Gulf, which would also benefit the region. And so I know we basically should keep it very brief, and I hope you don't mind that I went a little bit outside of the remit of this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Harvey.
Thank you so much, Christian, Dr. Ulrichsen. And I should just say I'm really honored and very thankful to be asked to be here. And this is a particularly nice experience for me. I finished my PhD about 2.5 years ago, and Toby was actually one of my 2 PhD examiners in the UK. I did my PhD in London, so that was very cool. And then actually I connected with Dr. Ulrichsen because he was one of my 2 peer reviewers on a book that I've recently had published. So it's particularly nice to kind of be with this group. Dr. Ulrichsen has asked me to speak on the Iraq, not Iran, Iraq portion of kind of the peace in the Gulf. And I really intend to keep this sort of very brief, and then I look forward to answering questions. And I should just say, first of all, that I'm just glad that this panel, that it includes an Iraq portion. Historically, today, and I mean really since 2003, maybe since 1991, since the liberation of Kuwait, I think many observers, commentators, in thinking about the Gulf, think of the Gulf as a bipolar system, as kind of Iran and Saudi Arabia. Historically, and we really forget this. Historically, it was a triangular system, and Iran was number 1, Iraq was number 2, and Saudi Arabia was sort of number 3 in terms of the power structure. In the 1990s, the 1990s began Iraq's kind of complete demise. And then, of course, in the post-2003 environment, Iraq was just a mess. So the Gulf really did become a bipolar system. Iraq just wasn't a player. And it's nice to see in recent years, Iraq still faces enormous challenges, but it is, it has stabilized considerably. Since the conflict against ISIS, which is its most recent conflict of the past 40 years. And it's beginning to take steps to reassert itself in the region. And to, as I think the Iraqis would see it, to taking their rightful place, in the region. Hopefully as a force for moderation as opposed to, what the region, witnessed under Saddam Hussein. So it's just nice. It's nice that the region may be sort of evolving more towards kind of like the triangular system that it used to be. But in terms of sort of where Iraq fits in and sort of the international relation, the security dynamic, Iraq today, a democratic Iraq, a Shia-led Iraq, an Iraq where it's kind of constituent communities, really have a very prominent position in the government as a whole. Iraq is committed to a non-aligned foreign policy. I think that all Iraqis, from across the spectrum, are committed to a policy of non-alignment in the region, to a policy of not being a part of any regional axis. I think the Iraqis will tell you, and I think that they are correct, that they have been the victims of axes in the region, that the bipolar tensions between Saudi Arabia and Iran, or between any of the, Turkey and the UAE, what have you, particularly Saudi Arabia and Iran, it plays out in Iraq. It doesn't play out only in Iraq, but, Iraq is sort of the #1 battlefield. And so the Iraqis are, committed to non-alignment. They're committed to, trying to build positive relationships with all of their neighbors. And they're very much committed to trying to bring their neighbors together. And this is not some altruistic impulse on the part of the Iraqis. For the Iraqis, this is existential. When Saudi-Iran tensions flare, whether or not the Saudis and the Iranians are trying to meddle in Iraq, and that's a different question. But just by virtue of those tensions flaring, it inflames the situation in Iraq. So, I think for the foreseeable future, Iraq will, it really is an existential interest on the part of the Iraqis to try to bridge these differences, to try to bring their neighbors together, to try to do everything they can to tamp down regional tensions. And I say bridge, the Iraqis will tell you, and again, I don't think this is, I don't think this is specific to any one community. I think that this is, the Iraqis writ large, Sunnis, Shia, and Kurds. They are committed to, eschewing the previous model of Iraq as the bulwark in the region, the bulwark against Iran. They are committed to Iraq being the bridge. So no bulwark, today Iraq, they're trying to project Iraq as a bridge. And this is not actually, I think that for all the darkness of the, real kind of post-2003 period, saying that, the Iraqis are committed to being a bridge, this is not like new as of like the last 2 or 3 years. I think that, as early as 2005, 2006, 2007, the Iraqis recognized that at their best, they can be a bridge. It's just that there wasn't much opportunity for them to play that role at that point. Today, particularly in this new environment of detente, I think that's where the Iraqis can make a difference. And this is not to say that, Iraq is still, it has stabilized tremendously, but it's still not an entirely coherent place, not by a long shot. And so, the Iraqis are committed to this, but, and committed to kind of retaking their place in the Arab world and in the region, but, they will struggle and continue to struggle, just with, making their own country a more coherent entity. And the last thing that I want to touch on is that, again, this model of Iraq as bridge, what will make that successful is, if Iraq's neighbors accept that Iraq is committed to this policy of non-alignment. That, if Iraq's neighbors try to woo Iraq into a specific axis, this is when, Iraq can only be successful and can really only be stable if its neighbors accept its neutrality. And for that matter, not only its neighbors, but also the United States. If we in the US, if the US and Iran, when tensions flare between the US and Iran, this also plays out in Iraq, as we've seen in recent years. So for Iraq to remain stable, not only do the Iraqis have a lot of work to do, but their neighbors and the United States, they're very much dependent on their neighbors and the United States for letting Iraq remain sort of stable. So I'll end it with that.
Thank you. Dr. Tabah.
Thank you, Christian. I'm going to focus on Iran's threat perceptions and how it sees the Persian Gulf. Iran has been in search of a new security architecture in the region, one that allows Tehran to be a more assertive player, and at the same time it can reduce its isolation and vulnerabilities to the sanctions and threats that it perceives from the United States and its allies. This search for a new security arrangement coincides with what Tehran sees as a new Cold War on the horizon, a Cold War in which the US is constrained by new rivals and challenges across the globe. As Washington is increasingly preoccupied with Russia and China, Iran sees both new opportunities and threats emerging in the Middle East. Having survived the most paralyzing sanctions by both the Trump and Biden administrations, Iran believes that it has acquired new sources of power. First of all, in the past couple of years, as a result of several elections in Iran, the conservative factions have managed to fully control different parts of the state. So Iran is now ruled by a relatively monolithic hardline faction led by the Revolutionary Guard. It's no longer divided as it was for decades. The more moderate factions that successfully pushed for the nuclear agreement, the JCPOA in 2015, have been sidelined since the US withdrawal from the JCPOA. So there have been a major casualty of the US maximum pressure policy. Despite massive social and economic crises in the country, this hawkish government under President Ibrahim Raisi, which is strongly backed by the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has shown resolve to advance Iran's nuclear missile program and also drone programs. Has deepened its ties with allies such as Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, and the PMF, the Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq, by sharing its missile and drone capabilities with them and creating a more powerful axis of resistance, as Iran calls it. Iran considers these actors deterrence forces against Washington and its regional allies. And if anything, Iran has been doubling down its support of these actors. At the same time, as several of my colleagues mentioned, Iran is reaching out to the GCC countries to reduce tensions and forge new bilateral security and economic agreements in the region. Iran's president recently visited Oman to revive a 20-year-old project to develop a shared gas field. Both Qatar and Oman are mediating between Iran and the United States to revive the JCPOA, the nuclear agreement. As Catherine said, Iraq is also mediating between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and both Iranian and Saudi officials have said that these talks have been beneficial recently. So they have made progress, and negotiations will continue. And as Christian mentioned, Iran and the UAE have held talks as well. So we have yet to see if these negotiations will lead to any tangible results, especially given the deep tensions that exist between Iran and Saudi Arabia and Iran and the UAE, particularly after the Abraham Accords. Having used its leverage, primarily these proxies in the region, Iran is now signaling its readiness for a rapprochement with Saudi Arabia and UAE. Again, it's unclear to what extent this is a genuine and credible signal on the part of Iran, and to what extent the Saudis and the UAE are willing to reciprocate and genuinely interested. But I want to focus on one, what I see as one important and new challenge in Iran, that Iran is facing in the Persian Gulf, which could derail all these initiatives, and that is Israel. Iran's conflict with Israel is no longer limited to the Levant. The two are engaged in a shadow war on the sea, air, land, and cyberspace, all over the region and now inside Iran, and that is what's changing. The Israelis have said that they have changed their policies towards Iran, and instead of dealing with Iran's proxies in the Levant or other areas, they're hitting Iran, or as what they call the head of the octopus, directly in Iran. Israel's Prime Minister Bennett said a few days ago, right after an Iranian IRGC commander was assassinated in Iran, allegedly by Israel, he said that the era of Iran's immunity is over. Interestingly, Iranian leaders have had similar rhetoric. Iran's supreme leader has warned the US and Israel that the era of hit and run is over. If you hit us, we'll hit you back. So both sides are engaged in a multi-layered conflict. The Israelis say they're facing a wide range of threats, from knives to nuclear weapons, from Jenin to Isfahan, which is a major city in the center of Iran. And Iranian leaders say that Iran is dealing with a multi-front hybrid war, as Iran's supreme leader called it. And this confrontation involves assassinations, kidnapping, sabotage, confiscating oil tankers, carrying out missile and drone attacks, and fomenting protests and violence across the region. And it's happening almost every week, and sometimes several times a week. So the frequency is increasing. And each side leaves enough room for deniability. But they're carrying out more and more brazen operations. And as I said, the frequency is going up. So the animosity between Iran and Israel is, of course, not new. It goes back to the 1979 revolution and Iran's help creating Hezbollah in the 80s. But it used to be more limited, and the two often benefited from it. Iran used the Palestinian card to compensate for its isolation as a Persian Shia state in a Sunni Arab majority region. Israel could use the Iranian threat to further strengthen ties with the United States and overshadow the Palestinian conflict. Not to mention the two also even collaborated quietly in the past, including in the 80s during the Iran-Iraq War. But their animosity is now becoming more intense and I would argue even existential. Iran is ratcheting up its anti-Israeli threat and rhetoric, and according to Israel, Iran is providing more and more strategic weapons, including sophisticated missiles and drones to Hezbollah and other anti-Israeli forces. Meanwhile, Israel's operations inside Iran are targeting the very core of the regime's national security discourse, which could have wider consequences in Iran and broader region. And I'll say why. So in the past decade, the Iranian government has tried to boost its domestic legitimacy by claiming that it has protected the nation's territorial integrity against external enemies. And they often argue that otherwise Iran would have become another Iraq, Libya, Syria, or Afghanistan or Yemen. So they have repeatedly said, if we don't fight in Damascus, we'll have to fight in Tehran. So the leadership, using this argument, often urges Iranian citizens to support the regime for the sake of their own safety and security, even if they oppose the Islamist discourse ideology of the regime. Now, Israel's strategy is designed to show that Iran's assertive foreign policy has actually backfired. By carrying out operations in Iran, it intends to embarrass the regime, reveal its vulnerabilities, and increase the costs of its regional activities. So the calculation is that this could trigger opposition movements inside Iran and aggravate anti-regime protests that are going on almost on a daily basis now. Although one could argue that external attacks could also boost regime's popularity, as we saw in the case of the US assassination of General Qasem Soleimani, the head of Iran's Quds Force a few years ago. Regardless, I think the point I'm trying to make is that these operations by both sides invite more retaliations in order to establish deterrence and credibility, which could in turn turn into a vicious cycle and drag other actors in the region. And the question is how long this shadow war is going to continue and whether or not it will escalate to a broader conflict involving the United States, the GCC, and others. So let me stop on this point, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. That's great.
All right, everybody. Well, thanks for coming. It's nice to be in a room with people in it again here at the Baker Institute. And one thing we did to give you the authentic Gulf atmosphere in here was crank up the ACs. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but hot outside and freezing cold inside. It's just like it is in the Gulf. So hopefully we'll transport you there in that way. So I am going to talk about so maybe a little bit more on the economic side of the security equation, and specifically on these events that are impacting big oil exporting economies. So there's two kind of main events. There's a sort of a slow track energy transition that's having a sort of a long run effect as oil demand starts to slow and at some point plateau. and then start to come back down eventually. That's one thing that Gulf governments and economies are starting to grapple with. Second one is sort of more short-run event, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, its effect on oil supply and pricing, and then the COVID recovery at the same time, right? The sort of surprisingly quick COVID recovery, and that's having also a big effect on oil demand, right? It's a bit of a surprise effect. So sort of a slower long run and a quicker short run effects. And they're also kind of in conflict, these two effects. So I'll talk about the second one first, the short run conundrum that's happening here. Starting with the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, we've got really high oil prices, I'm sure you've noticed, bringing a huge transfer of wealth to oil exporting economies, including in the Persian Gulf. Kind of a big payoff for these guys for some, what we would consider here some bad behavior by Russia. We sometimes think about the resource curse as something that makes countries, as the academic theory argues, among other things, makes countries more prone to war. There's another side of this that's sort of a self-healing mechanism for conflicts. Is when oil exporting countries engage in conflict, it makes the oil price go up, and then they get a lot more resources, to either continue those conflicts or, in some cases, solve those conflicts. And that is what seems to be happening here. Saudi export revenues, I just took a look this morning, they're up 123% year on year, first quarter of this year. Just in March alone, $30 billion in revenue. So that's about $1 billion a day, or if you chop it up another way, it's about $1,000 per capita per month in Saudi Arabia. Saudis and the UAE, of course, still have spare oil production capacity that they are keeping offline. So they have, a couple, 2 to 3 million barrels a day between them that's still being held back in abeyance. And they're bringing it back in slow increments of about 400,000 barrels a day per month, as OPEC has agreed, OPEC Plus, including Russia, has agreed for a while. And so they're basically ignoring these market stress points, these pretty acute stress points that we're feeling, and most of the world is feeling. $130 oil, 14 straight months of inventory declines in the developed world, and OPEC is basically ignoring it. It's still slow walking that oil back to market at that slow pace. And actually not even keeping pace with that, right? So they're still, underproducing. So they're over-complying with their quotas. So there's still some potential. I've been reading today, actually, Wall Street Journal had a story this morning talking about possibly that Saudi Arabia and the UAE might start to backfill, as they have in the past, for some of those quota shortages, in this case especially by Russia. That the cartel's done that in the past. We'll see if they do. But regardless, they've got this big windfall that is flowing into these economies. One of the questions that's being asked is, what do they do with that windfall this time around? And I was chatting with some reporters about this recently. The last couple of booms, the 70s boom, if you spend time in that part of the world, you see all that 70s brutalist architecture around the region, and you can big building booms occurred from that. Also in the 2010s, right, starting in 2003, that second really big oil boom, some gaudy glass skyscrapers, in Dubai and Doha and Abu Dhabi and Riyadh, et cetera. This time, some of the Gulf governments are starting to signal that they are going to take some counter-cyclical fiscal discipline policies, holding on to those oil rents for now rather than spending them. So Saudi Arabia's actually got a budget surplus right now in the first quarter of this year. They're trying to replenish some of the reserves, the central bank reserves, and put some more money into their sovereign wealth funds. I think we could take some of this with a grain of salt, right? They're still going pretty hard in Saudi Arabia on the NEOM, this sort of a giant giga project on the Red Sea, and there was a go-ahead apparently on this project. I don't know if you've heard of this kind of audacious building project called the Line, the kind of linear city with the very tall and extremely long building, and that looks like it. That might get a kickstart from this current oil crisis. On the political side, short range, in this still in this sort of short range mode, Saudis and OPEC seem to be taking a kind of a pro-Russia stance, and that's partly because Russia's now in OPEC, right? They're in OPEC Plus, brought to you by shale, right? I'm not sure if you've all thought about that, but to effectively manage the oil market, as the U.S. rose up into the #1 position in oil production, the Saudis really needed to bring Russia in, and that was kind of one of the downsides, I guess, from the U.S. perspective of shale. And I think it's been really effective having Russia inside the expanded cartel, and I think the Saudis, UAE, the other movers and shakers in the cartel want to keep Russia happy and make sure they respect its interests. They're going to need Russia to cut production again at some point. They're going to want that cooperation. So they don't want to alienate Russia. They don't want to be seen to be stealing Russian market share, through picking up too much of its market share. But this new dynamic in OPEC is kind of less friendly to U.S. interests. I think it's safe to say that. And the Saudis and the UAE seem to be seeking U.S. political concessions as well through some of this oil market strategy. The swing producer role that Saudi's been pushing itself to do since the 80s seems to be on hold right now. We haven't really seen them doing this since the 70s, really since the Arab oil embargo, seeking political concessions to withholding oil production capacity despite crisis level prices and supplies in exchange for political concessions. And the second track, if I may, and this is shorter, so sorry, this energy transition. This is sort of a long range, with the plateauing and then eventual decline of oil production. Obviously, a big threat, a future threat looming off for oil economies. And so you've probably heard that some of these countries have announced net zero plans, right? Saudi Arabia, net zero 2060, UAE, net zero 2050. Even Bahrain has kind of gotten on the bandwagon, the net zero bandwagon. It's pretty interesting. These, ostensibly it sounds like something that runs contrary to their interests, or some folks have said maybe this is greenwashing. I don't think so. I mean, I think it's a way that these countries can get taken seriously in the climate action conversation, take part in it, shape it towards the direction that they'd like to see it go. I mean, I don't think the Saudis and the Emiratis want to see, or other oil, or Houston for that matter, wants to see all energy, demand being, energy being electrified through renewables, and we sort of proceed that way. I think they still want to keep fuels, these sort of marketable fuels and deliverable fuels that flow through pipelines, et cetera, alive. That fuel model that fuels that you combust is more attractive than electrons made by a renewable infrastructure that needs no fuel, right? It's just a smaller business is renewables. It's not there's no rent component in that business. So the net zero plans are, I think, part of the process of shaping that. I think it's easier than one might think to imagine a Saudi Arabia or a UAE that's gone net zero. There's a contradictory element in this because these countries want to keep on exporting oil, so hoping that the rest of the world doesn't go net zero and continues to use petroleum while they decarbonize their economies. But they have a lot of advantages. Both of these countries have big emissions clusters that are all clustered around each other. They're close to geological storage, so they can use CCS to capture those emissions. They've got a lot of empty land that gets lots of solar radiation. They can make very cheap hydrogen with those assets, et cetera. And those oil exports don't get tallied on their slate, right? That's somebody else's emissions problem. You have, countries with really big aviation sectors. International aviation also goes on the international account, doesn't go on their tab. So ostensibly, they could have a good chance to get to these to net zero goals. So why don't I leave it there and kick it back to you.
Thank you. I have a question for the panel in general, so anyone can answer. And this goes to what I think Ambassador Djerejian mentioned this morning or at lunch about perceptions of disengagement. Regardless of whether the US is disengaging or not, the perception is very strong. And that is often driving policy decisions. And one of the ways in which Gulf leaders formed that perception was they took the pivot to Asia in 2010, 2011. And that seemed to encapsulate the US leaving the Middle East. Except the pivot to Asia wasn't a pivot away from the Gulf, it was a pivot away from Europe. It was intended to be a pivot away from Europe towards a future in which the Indo-Pacific was more important to the US. So my question now is, with Ukraine, with Russia, now with the US pouring more attention back into Europe, does that change the position of the Gulf within this wider geopolitical game? And even if it does, will that change Gulf leaders' perceptions? That we've seen how the withdrawal from Afghanistan spooked Gulf leaders. They don't seem to have given the Biden administration credit for working with partners, working with allies over the last 3 months. So even if it does bring the Gulf or bring Europe back in geopolitically, will it make a difference? So anyway, any one of you want to hazard a guess?
Sure, I can
Toby?
start. I'd like to connect this, with another point, following on from Jim's talk. In a sense, the question, why is the United States even in the Gulf? Historically, these countries were either British protectorates or British mandates, like in the Iraqi case, or under heavy British influence, like Iran. The United States took over many military bases and so on and so forth after the Second World War. But there was long this assumption that the United States is there to protect the oil, or the free flow of oil. And that obviously, after 1973, 74, that got much more publicity than even before. But it's now almost completely debunked in the academic literature, that notion. Scholars as varied as Gregory Gause on the one hand and Bob Vitalis on the other, convincingly make the case that, in fact, oil markets are markets, and with the exception of the Arab oil embargo, there's actually never really been a major oil producer that didn't want to sell its oil to sort of, countries it didn't agree with or something like that. And in the Arab oil embargo, pro-Western and anti-Western states participated, even if the pro-Western states perhaps broke the embargo earlier than the others. But so that's the only sort of major case that we know of states not selling their oil, because they didn't agree ideologically with the other party. In fact, what we're seeing in the case of Iraq in the 90s and Iran to a certain extent, and today with Russia, is some countries, buyer countries, thinking we don't want to buy from that country, and therefore, undermining the market. And so that brings us to back to the question: why is the United States in the Gulf then? Because, Iran after the Iranian Revolution didn't stop exporting its oil or selling its oil. It had problems keeping its refineries on track, so it's, over time, its production reduced. But it's not because Iran, didn't want to, get dollars by selling its oil. And then for a period, it's because the country, and like with Russia now, it can't sell its oil in dollars. So, similar problems occurred with Iran. But Iran changed ideologically and changed its foreign policy. It didn't change its oil export policy. So why is the United States then in the Gulf? And it strikes me that the main reason is strategic and military. And so that makes sense, since it sort of took over Britain's role in that sort of, especially in the sort of, naval kind of strategy, global naval strategy towards Asia and onwards towards Australia and so on and so forth, communications, and sort of why the basically Cold War, strategy, the Gulfs being somewhat close to the southern border of the Soviet Union and to countries like Iran and Afghanistan, that are sort of, bordering the Soviet Union and strategic. So if the main purpose is, military, then we don't need to talk about, oil so much. And in an ideal world, the sort of proposals that we've been talking about today, internationalizing Gulf security, multilateralism would lead to sort of, a better understanding of both regional players and international powers, right? They could sort of cooperate, the Chinese navies, the Indian, Russia, the United States, some European powers were already there, France, Britain especially, and sort of, lead the world towards a better future, right? Because we all want the same thing. Well, maybe not all of us want oil to flow as long as others, but ultimately nobody wants to have not many people want to have major, interstate wars or, world wars, and especially not in this region, because, for many reasons, because, religious reasons as well, and, we've seen what, how Iraq turned out and so on and so forth. Sort of international terrorism and all these sort of ideas. But my fear is more that, in my lifetime, hopefully quite a long time, I don't know, but, over the course of this century, we more see sort of really very serious conflicts, and that they will crystallize as in the 20th century, partly in this region. And I think we see sort of the start of that. Many of the things I talked about previously are probably completely unrealistic now. Given the the escalation of the relationship between the United States and Russia, I don't see how it now in the Middle East. It's put the JCPOA POA more or less on hold, or at least delayed it. So that's it's very bad, and especially if the United States is moving more towards a real confrontation with China. This region will be really in the middle of everything, and it's on the way of the Belt and Road Initiative, both of the sea and land route. China is very expanding dramatically economic footprints, political alliances, and has this region. Perhaps it doesn't understand the region yet as well as Europeans, some Europeans and some Americans, but it's working hard on that. And my fear is more that rather than disengaging, we might see some very serious, problems in this region. And that's very sad to me because I feel very close to, the people of this region. It's what I spent sort of my professional career working on. And because I don't want to see, major wars happening.
Thank you.
Sorry for this rant.
No, thank you. Well, you mentioned the JCPOA, and I'd like to ask Mohammed, what is the status of the negotiations?
Sure. Can I say something about the first question first, and then?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Very, very quick. So, although that perception of the U.S. disengagement from the region is probably, or rather misperception, is widespread in the Arab world. On the Iranian side, it doesn't seem to be the case. At least the statements that the Iranian leaders make tell us that they have no illusion that the U.S. is going to be around, whether it's for oil or back its allies in the region. So when the U.S. assassinated General Qasem Soleimani 2 years ago, Iranian leaders said the best revenge is to try to push the U.S. out of the region. And this is their policy. That's what they want to do. They don't think the U.S. is going to leave the region. They think the U.S. is going to be preoccupied by China and Russia, but it will stay in the region unless Iran is trying to push the U.S. out. And they will try to do it by using the allies that they have in the region. I mean, we see daily rocket attacks in Iraq and other areas. Also, they see the U.S. as, for all the reasons that Toby mentioned, as a destabilizing force. That it invaded Iraq, it created a lot of chaos. But also, they see the U.S. as a threat to the Iranian regime itself. That no matter what Iran does, the U.S. will never ever accept the realities of what they call the reality of the Islamic Republic. So, so they want to counter the U.S.'s presence in the region. As I said, by trying to push the U.S. out, but also by encouraging and inviting more involvement by Russia and China in the Persian Gulf. So that is definitely the case. They're welcoming. So if as Jim said, the Saudis have a pro-Russia stance, so you can imagine the Iranians would definitely welcome Russia as well for a lot of different reasons. On the JCPOA. So there have been a lot of negotiations since the new Iranian president, Ibrahim Raisi, came to power a year ago, but Iran's approach has drastically changed. Iran has adopted a much more hardline policy. They actually blamed the Rouhani administration for being too nice, too flexible on the JCPOA, both drafting the JCPOA and then trying to implement the JCPOA. And they think the appeasement emboldens the U.S. So that's why this administration is a lot more hawkish. They are less flexible, as I said, but they also have, they want the JCPOA because the sanctions are seriously hurting the country. They want to see that the U.S. is back to the JCPOA, but the main concern is they just don't think the U.S. would allow Iran to benefit economically from it. And even if the U.S. returns to the JCPOA, they think that the next administration in 2 years will pull out again, will violate the agreement again. So they have serious concerns. On the United States side, there are concerns as well, mostly domestic issues. They just don't want to remove the sanctions because they think Iran will use the economic benefits to, as I said, back its supporters and be more active in the region. So the two sides have a lot of incentives on the one hand to return to the JCPOA. On the other hand, there are a lot of other sticking points that will prevent this from happening. But let me just say one final point, and that is, at the same time, the status quo is not sustainable either, because according to a lot of reports, Iran is only a few weeks away from becoming a nuclear threshold state, which means we'll have enough materials to be able to build a bomb, which will take a year or more. So the U.S. does not want Iran to cross that line either. So there are various proposals. One is, I actually wrote about this a few years ago, a less for less options, that Iran would scale back certain aspects of its nuclear programs, and the U.S. will not lift the sanctions, but reduce some of the sanctions. So there are some proposals. We'll have to see what will happen. So,
thank you. For Catherine, we're approaching 20 years now since the ousting of Saddam Hussein. Time does fly. And in your book, which I highly recommend, you make a compelling argument that, talking about misperceptions, King Abdullah and the way he perceived of Saudi Arabia, the way he perceived the Iraqi leadership under Nouri al-Maliki had a pretty strong impact on the lack of Saudi engagement with Iraq, and then of course leaving the field open perhaps for Iran to also expand influence. We now have a new generation of leadership both in Iraq and in Saudi Arabia. So my question is, does Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the people around him, do they see Iraq in a different way than King Abdullah and his leadership generation did?
That's a good question. And I think it's still an open question, to be honest. And I will say it's a new generation of leadership on the Saudi side, absolutely, across the board. I mean, in 2015, it's like everybody changed over in Saudi Arabia. On the Iraq side, it's not really a new generation of leaders. You know, speaking of Nouri al-Maliki, he's still, you know, very much a player in Iraqi politics, and the people that you know, on the Sunni side, there's some new faces, but for the most part, on the Kurds, it's also sort of a new generation of leadership, but it's really sort of like the sons of, you know, the previous generation. And among the Shia parties, and obviously the Shia parties, you know, constitute a majority of all the parties, you know, it's to a large extent all the same players. I think that the Saudis, I take a totally, in my book and in my research, I sort of take a very contrarian position. And I kind of joke sometimes that I'm, you know, one of the only people in DC who has something halfway decent to say about Nouri al-Maliki. And, you know, I fear that I sometimes come off as an apologist for Nouri al-Maliki, which is like a very, you know, it's never my objective in my life or career to be an apologist for Nouri al-Maliki. So it's definitely not my intention to defend him. You know, he certainly has made plenty of mistakes as prime minister and was somebody who could be very ruthless and, you know, extremely heavy-handed. But, you know, I argue actually that, you know, at the beginning of his premiership, he made an effort to engage with the Saudis, and I argue, based on what I consider to be extensive research, you know, I argue that he made a good faith effort to engage with the Saudis, and that the reason for sort of this real rupture between Iraq and Saudi Arabia was really a function of the late King Abdullah really not being able to see the new Iraq, a Shia-led Iraq, as anything other than an Iranian vassal state. And this is really much more a function of deeply embedded beliefs, misperceptions, simplistic beliefs among the Saudis than it was about really what was going on in the ground in Iraq. You know, the Saudis may have seen the Iraqi Shia as Iranian puppets, but, you know, I can tell you with confidence that, you know, Iraqi Shia political leaders, you know, they may have close ties to Iran. Some have closer ties than others, but none of them want to be puppets. You know, they all have their own interests and consider themselves to be their own actors. Now, you know, in terms of today, you know, I think that I think that the Saudis recognize that they made mistakes. I know this from kind of multiple sources that, you know, I think the Saudis recognize that, you know, they might not say this openly, that they made mistakes in not accepting and not engaging with Iraq in the Abdullah and Maliki period. And, you know, this has been sort of, and, you know, they really have changed course considerably. You know, and particularly in the last 5 years, you see Iraq and Saudi Arabia taking steps to reestablish a relationship. And this sort of started off slowly, kind of after 2017, 2018, and in the last year or two has kind of picked up pace. And so that's all good. The question, and I think that, you know, I think that the Saudis will always struggle to really, you know, I think that the Saudis would have always preferred a Sunni-led Iraq. I think that there's no question that the Saudis will always sort of struggle with a Shia-led Iraq, and will always, you know, just there'll be, you know, a little bit less trust with Shia Iraqi leaders than there would have been with Sunni Iraqi leaders. You know, as much as the Saudis detested Saddam Hussein, there was no question that Saddam was, you know, an Arab. You know, and I think that the Saudis, as much as they've changed course, you know, still struggle with that with Shia leaders in Iraq. I think that they see Qadami. I think that they have I think that they, for the most part, trust Qadami. Now, of course, you know, Qadami might not get a second term as prime minister. You know, I think that they will, I think that they will accept reality and engage with, whoever does succeed economy.
Okay.
That's probably more than anybody expected to hear about Saudi Arabia and Iraq at this panel.
Thank you. And then Jim, quickly, all Gulf countries have these ambitious visions. We've heard a lot about Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia. And of course, we're now closer to 2030 than we are to King Salman, well, about equidistant to him coming to power in 2015. So time is marching on. Do surging energy prices facilitate and complement those visions, or do they complicate them in the sense of making it less urgent for that diversification to happen just because the windfall is now so great?
Yeah, it's a bit of both, right? I mean, so it makes it easier to invest in your economy, to diversify it in the ways that that these vision plans envision, right? But it also makes your, at the same time, makes your your economy just got, your GDP just got more oil intensive, right? So your diversification went in the opposite direction because your oil rents, your oil revenues just went up as a portion of GDP. But I guess they've been through this exercise so many times, these cycles so many times now. They've been hearing the the IMF and the World Bank and others, the World Economic Forum, et cetera, kind of banging on about this. They're seeing oil, which since the 1930s has basically had a monopoly on transportation services, and that's what makes it so strategically important, because one of the big consumers of transportation services are militaries, right? And that's, I would argue that's probably the main reason the U.S. is in the Gulf, is because oil is so strategically important to economies, to businesses, but also to militaries, right? I mean, you don't need to destroy a country's military to win a war with that country, to defeat it in a battle. You just need to block its the availability of fuel to that country's military, and that it can't operate any of its weaponry. So it's and also the Gulf is also where oil prices are formed. I mean, this is the main export center of the world, and that's what, it's not the direct importation of Gulf oil that we depend on anymore. We depend on it for price formation, and our prices are based on those in the international market, which really the biggest influencer of those is the Gulf. So it's an important place. Unfortunately for the Gulf, if oil loses its monopoly on transportation services, as it's starting to, we're starting to see electricity now creeping in on the margins in transport. Oil becomes less strategically important, and then we may not want to spend so much blood and treasure in that part of the world, and keep us, spend $100 billion plus a year operating bases there, and also those countries that depend on oil exports might lose some of their geopolitical stature, right? They become, less important actors on the world stage. So this diversification, for all those reasons, is, it's a distasteful thing to do. I don't think they want to do it. I mean, oil has been a, extraordinarily successful business for them. That's the only economic sector there is on the planet that I know of that consistently has this rent component, this extraordinary profit component. In all other businesses, competition will move into that sector and drive down profits to a more reasonable rate. And oil is the only one that holds those sort of durable rent portion, the durable, extraordinary profits. So they don't want to get out of that business. They don't really want to diversify their economies. But I think if you look at it from a regime standpoint through that regime security lens, they don't want to be, they want to have a hedge. They want to have a plan B, if oil does lose its importance. And climate action, too, is also important to the Gulf. I mean, the Gulf is on the front lines of climate damage. They're being damaged. I mean, they're on equatorial part of the world. They're having disastrous heat waves and dust storms and everything else. So they, for sort of physical livability reasons, they need climate action to succeed. in that part of the world too. So it's a tough spot. I don't think they're making it. I can't say that these vision plans have been successful this time around. They might have been a bit overambitious, but some of them in the past have been underambitious, and they've exceeded them. So, I think those also go in cycles.
Thank you. Well, we're running short of time, and we have one more panel that has to finish at 5. So I propose to have one round of questions. So if you do want to ask a question, we'll take them in a group, and then I'll ask the panelists to respond. So yeah, go ahead.
So, given the material shortages to scaling the energy transition, namely inputs to batteries and semiconductors, so given shortages to batteries and semiconductors in the energy transition, are there any potential initiatives to grow rare earth mineral exports from the Persian states? I know there's some reserves of lithium in Afghanistan. I'm sure that could be explored. What do you say about this?
Okay, great. And there were other questions? Yeah, you said, go ahead.
There's been a remarkable lack of is it on? There's been a remarkable lack of discussion on the Gulf of Aden and the Yemenites. But we know that Iran has invested heavily in forming a firm military alliance with the Yemenites in order to cut off shipping. Of course, the Persian Gulf is one access of petroleum to the western states, but the Gulf of Aden is also another access, and is far more deadly than the Persian Gulf at this point in time. So I wonder what the thoughts of the panel are on focusing our attention on the Gulf of Aden and the threat of Iran and its alliance with the Yemenites in cutting off shipping in through that channel.
Okay, thank you. The 2 questions on this table here. So,
yeah. 21 years ago, we had the 9/11. And shortly after that, a group of neocons convinced Dick Cheney, Rumsfeld, to wage a war and destroy 7 countries in 5 years. They destroyed 6, but they were never able to do it with Iran. And I believe they never will be able to do so. I wonder why they got the other 6 and they didn't go after Iran. And of course, in my opinion, the 9/11 was a ground-controlled demolition. So what is the intent of the next administration would be, or the coming administrations? Because Iran, just at 6,000, and Iran being Shiite, is only 10% of the population of the Muslims. And yet, they went after all the Sunni countries, but they never touched Iran. And only one comment adding to that is the 6,000 members of Hezbollah defeated the most advanced Israeli military in 2006 and got them out of Lebanon, where all Arab governments, with all the billions and trillions of dollars they spend on military, they couldn't do. But 6,000, that's all it was, the members of the Hezbollah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then there's one more question. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, so you guys mentioned climate and the Gulf. As far as net zero projections or whatever, in Saudi Arabia or Bahrain, is there any significant investment in carbon sequestration and carbon collection? And if so, have they brought any fruit?
Okay, great. I think we'll ask each of the panelists to respond in 1 or 2 minutes each. Kitty, Catherine?
Yeah, so I'm going to, on the political economy questions, which were sort of a big theme, I'm going to defer to my colleague, Dr. Crane, and to, I'll just say on the 2003 invasion, the neocon project, Iraq was the cornerstone, or and there was the thought to obviously take that model and, regime change in Iran, regime change in Syria. I think the neocons had their hands full in Iraq, the model was not taken elsewhere. The Americans most definitely walked into a complete mess of their own making.
Okay, Jim.
So on the energy transition minerals question, I don't know of a lot of mineral production in that region. I mean, I know there's deposits and there's some pretty good geology around the region, right? So I think, Saudi has a bit. I've heard a bit about Afghanistan having some. It's in Iran, actually. Iran's got a lot of copper in Iran. But whether the costs of extraction of those are, bear, mining them, at this point, maybe not, right? So there's a huge question around the energy transition and mineral usage. I think it's safe to say that, if we get a lot of our energy from, through, wind and solar rather than, let's say, coal, for example, the material that we consume will be greatly reduced, right? So because we're not burning fuel, so that the infrastructure is more materials intensive, but if there's no fuel that you burn, the materials that you need is a smaller amount. So there's a big conversation to be had about that, and we've got some papers on that you can read. The other one on the CCS in the Gulf, carbon capture and storage, yes, this is something that they're pushing pretty hard. There's a couple of carbon capture and storage projects. I guess I'd call them kind of pilot projects. They're using the carbon dioxide for enhanced oil recovery, but at some point they're going to start producing hydrogen by splitting natural gas, blue hydrogen, and sequestering the carbon from that. I think there's a pilot project on that now. They've done some exports of ammonia through that same process. So it's one of the strategies that favors oil and gas producing countries. So it's one that they'd like to push and perfect and bring the costs down on.
Okay, Toby.
Just quickly on Yemen, I mean, there's way too complicated to explain now in 1 minute, but just one point, in this war against the Houthis, basically, that's been waged for the last 7 years now, a lot of the damage was due to, a naval blockade that the Gulf States coalition did on the Yemeni ports and prevented, on the one hand, arms coming in, but primarily, food and other supplies. So a lot of the starvation and, mass, basically murder, is due to that. So I think, we should focus our attention on things like that, which are much bigger than, attacking one ship or hijacking, one ship. Just a minor point on the climate issue. I mean, I think some years, perhaps decades from now, we'll be confronted with a very difficult relationship, possibly with oil producers in the Gulf that can produce at very low costs and can export oil really, even if the price goes very low, still at a profit. If the climate emergency continues to worsen as it inevitably will, and at some point we're sort of forced to ban oil exploration in other parts of the world, perhaps, and then I mean I'm not sure. I have no idea how it's going to develop, but it might be that the situation will be the relationship will be very, very different from today.
And Mohammed.
On the 9/11 issue and the 2003 invasion of Iraq, yes, absolutely. The U.S. would have attacked Iran if it could. I remember I was a graduate student in Washington at the time, and a popular line among the neocons was, probably have heard this, men go to Baghdad, real men go to Tehran. Yeah. So yes, there was a lot of appetite. But there is, maybe we don't have a lot of appetite now, although if If you talk to the Iranian leaders, they think the US would attack Iran any moment if it could. And I think the only reason the US is not and may not attack Iran anytime soon is precisely because of these proxies that Iran has. And as there was a report a few months ago that Qasem Soleimani, before he was killed, he told people around him that he has created, I think, if I remember correctly, 6 layers of proxies around Iran as deterrence that any country, if the US wants to invade Iran, it has to go through these layers. So they don't take this for granted that the US is not going to attack Iran because it's busy or because it's preoccupied with Russia or China. They think it cannot, that's why it hasn't. So, and that's a concern that they still have. They think the US has not shelved its regime change policy. Could be a misperception, but that's how they think. Very quickly on the issue of Yemen. So yes, Iranian leaders do say that they may soon control 2 important strategic straits in the world, the Hormuz Strait in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, as you mentioned. But guess what? This is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Iran was not as involved in Yemen before the Saudis started bombing Yemen in 2015. The Houthis pre-exist the Iranian government, the Iranian revolution. So they have real grievances and issues. But yes, Iran exploited the issue. And once the Saudis started bombing Yemen in 2015, then Iran and the Houthis, they forged very deep, important strategic alliances. But as I said, a lot of this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. It wasn't like this in 2015 before the Saudis invaded the Houthis. Now the Houthis are a powerful ally of Iran, and they have sophisticated missiles, and they have the audacity that attacked Saudi Arabia in Riyadh, in Jeddah, and Saudi civilian and military facilities. But it's partly what the Saudis brought on to themselves by bombing Yemen for years. So, and of course, Iran and other countries would take advantage and exploit any opportunities that they have. So, as I said, it is partly a self-fulfilling prophecy, unfortunately.
Okay, well, please join me in thanking the panel.
Okay, everyone, we're going to begin this last panel. Thanks so much for sticking with us until the end. I'm Kelsey Norman. I'm a fellow for the Middle East, and I'm director of the Women's Rights, Human Rights, and Refugees program here at the Baker Institute. So this last panel is focusing on migration and displacement in the region. And I began studying this issue in 2011, which would turn out to be a watershed moment in terms of migration when it comes to the Middle East and North Africa. One undeniable consequence of the 2011 Arab uprisings that we've talked about numerous times today has been this displacement of individuals and families, both within the Middle East, but also further afield. In some cases, uprisings turned into civil war. We can think of Syrians, Libyans, or Yemenis who were forced to look for safety, sometimes outside of their respective countries, sometimes internally. Other events, such as the post-2011 repression of activists in Egypt, which we also talked about today, or faltering economies in Tunisia and Lebanon, as well as most recently, the reinstallment of a Taliban-led regime in Afghanistan, have all forced individuals across international borders. And while most refugees do remain within the region, and that's an important point that we'll talk about today, I'm sure, others have had to look for safety further afield. We can think about the 2015 political crisis in Europe that was effectively the result of arriving refugees, mostly Syrians, but also other nationalities, which had these far-reaching repercussions, including the rise of right-wing parties across Europe, and as Ambassador Djerejian likes to point out in various conversations, really provided the ground for Brexit and the repercussions of that. So political fears around migration have spread as well to North America. We can think back around that same time period and former President Trump with his installment of the quote-unquote Muslim ban. And that was a direct response to the arrival of Syrians in Europe. So all of that to say, the political stakes of this issue are very high, both within the region, which has hosted the largest numbers of displaced peoples in the world, but also around the globe. So we've assembled a panel of experts to discuss several key issues related to this topic. First, how has the past decade's displacement impacted societies, domestic politics, economies, and international relations of the Middle East, but also with other regions, including Europe, as well as the US? Second, how has Middle East displacement since the Arab uprisings restructured and transformed the very nature of the global refugee regime, altering power asymmetries and diplomatic dynamics? Third, how have previous iterations of displacement pre-2011, including the historical displacement of Palestinians, which we didn't really talk about on the Arab-Israeli panel earlier today, but there's millions of Palestinians still living in exile effectively in other Arab states. That's very much impacted the way that countries have responded to later displacement, such as Iraqis or Syrians. And finally, how will new challenges and pressures, including climate change, impact displacement within and from the region in the years and decades to come, and how should policies address this going forward? So I'm going to very briefly introduce our panelists. You'll find their full bios in the program. And each panelist will speak for about 8 to 10 minutes. We're a little short on time for this panel, so we'll see whatever length of discussion we're able to have after that. So first we'll hear from Kathleen Newland, Senior Fellow and co-founder of the Migration Policy Institute in Washington, D.C. Then we'll hear from Djerejian Center, Professor of Political Science at the University of North Texas and Executive Director of the Peace Science Society. Then we'll hear from Marissa Khurma, Program Director of the Middle East Program at the Wilson Center. And lastly, we'll hear from Elizabeth Ferris, research professor at the Institute for the Study of International Migration at the Walsh School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University. So Kathleen, if you'd like to lead us off.
Thank you very much, Kelsey, and I'm delighted to be here. Very grateful for the invitation on this very important occasion. We're looking forward after a decade of displacement in the Middle East, but as we've heard today, it's actually much more than a decade, 7 decades at least. And I want to start with some figures, both to make sure we're on the same page and also to emphasize how dynamic the situation is today. At the end of last year, the consensus figure on global forced displacement, that is, all manner of refugees and people forcibly displaced within their own countries, was about 84 million people forcibly displaced around the world. Now we are approaching and maybe have surpassed 100 million. This is a milestone that we never should have reached, and it's happened very quickly with Ukraine, with displacement in Ethiopia, from Venezuela, from Afghanistan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, additional displacements in Syria and Yemen. The majority of these 100 million are displaced within their own countries, and Beth is going to talk more about that. About almost 6 million of them are Palestinian refugees in the Middle East under the mandate of the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees in the Near East. And I can talk more about that particular and rather peculiar status in our discussion if we have time. There are close to 5 million asylum seekers, over 4 million Venezuelans who've been displaced abroad. And most of the rest are more sort of conventionally defined refugees who are under the mandate of the UN Refugee Agency, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. 6.8 million of the refugees are from Syria, about 4 million from Afghanistan, a third of a million from Iraq, and of course a great many more people internally displaced in the region. Around the world, 85% of refugees are hosted in developing countries, and 73% live in neighboring countries. So refugees go quickly to the place they can get to and find a modicum of safety. I'm using rough figures here because I don't want to leave you with the misleading impression that we have exact and very precise figures for refugees, because they are very dynamic, and people who are displaced and on the move are hard to count. But we do know that global figures on displacement have been going up, and the international community has recognized that. And it's recognized that the traditional responses were not adequate or sustainable. And so UNHCR in about 2016 launched a new approach, recognizing that the system was breaking down. And the international community rarely reached a consensus that this new approach was needed and accepted it, codified as something called the Global Compact on Refugees, which was affirmed by 164 countries in the UN General Assembly in 2018, opposed only by the United States and Hungary. And the US, I'm happy to say, has since affirmed its support for the compact. It's no accident that the negotiations for the compact started in 2016, as Europe saw the largest refugee flows since World War II. In 2015 and 16, over 1.3 million refugees entered Europe, most of them from Syria. Now, Turkey, remember, has received well over 3 million refugees from Syria in that period and a few years earlier, without sparking a systemic change. But it took the direct impact on Europe, on major donor countries, to kickstart this effort. The compact has 4 main objectives. It's meant to ease pressure on host countries, and that's taken shape in things like the World Bank for the first time opening refugee facilities. Its support for refugee situations has gone from about 2 in 2017 to about 19 today. And all the international development banks together have so far committed about $2.5 billion to refugee assistance. A second objective of the compact is to enhance the self-reliance of refugees, which of course is very closely related to the first objective. So legally, by now, 3/4 of registered refugees can legally work in their host countries. Now, this doesn't always work out in practice. There are often a lot of bureaucratic hurdles to jump through and some recalcitrance on the part of especially local authorities. But still, the legal right to work is something that's extremely important. A third objective is to expand access to what are called third country solutions, to give refugees an opportunity to go somewhere other than their home country or the country of first asylum. And that has meant not just expanding conventional refugee resettlement, but also trying to open labor markets, educational pathways, and so on, to refugees who have often been excluded from getting regular work visas, for example, or education visas. And one of the most interesting and I think promising aspects of expanding third country solutions has been initiatives around private sponsorship of refugees, following the Canadian model, where private citizens can volunteer to sponsor a refugee financially and socially and help them get settled, and can even, in the case of Canada, name the refugee that they want to sponsor. So if they have relatives who are refugees, or friends, or just someone that they know or have heard of, they can sponsor them for admission. States have so far made 1,600 individual pledges to implement the compact, which is a lot. And some of them really are producing results. The donor countries have a strong stability, a strong interest in stability in the host countries. And we've certainly had much experience of the instability caused by long-lasting refugee situations. And donors also have an overweening interest in keeping the refugee problem over there, helping host countries, making refugees more self-sufficient, and so on. So we have a strong self-interest in promoting the compact. Since this conference is also focusing on challenges for U.S. policy, I want to pivot briefly to U.S. policy looking forward. The U.S. has long been the strongest supporter of the international refugee regime, financially and usually politically, though always its own geopolitical interests and views are central to that. That was especially true during the Cold War, but it certainly hasn't changed materially. This strong support fell apart during the Trump administration. The refugee resettlement program plummeted from 85,000 in 2016 to 12,000 in 2020. It's been very hard to rebuild because of that drop. The resettlement infrastructure within the United States was decimated or worse. And on top of that, we had the COVID-19 pandemic, which closed consulates in refugee hosting countries, cut off the travel of U.S. ICE officers who interviewed refugees for resettlement and so on. It's been extremely hard to rebuild. So even though the Biden administration has committed to raising the ceiling, and in fact it was raised to 65,000 in fiscal year 21, but it was only possible to bring in 12,000 refugees because of this combination of infrastructure and the pandemic. The Middle East was particularly badly affected, not least because of the 2017 travel ban list, as Kelsey mentioned, which was heavily focused on Muslim countries. And the resettlement process itself is very complex. There have been some innovations to speed it up, like being able to do virtual rather than in-person interviews, but there remains a lot of rebuilding to do. As you know, foreign policy issues are deeply interwoven, and I think I want to say just a word about the implications of the war in Ukraine for the Middle East and Syria in particular. There is, of course, competition for resources, for political bandwidth, for policy attention, and for admissions numbers. But there are some other implications as well. Turkey, for one, has learned to play the refugee card and to sort of threaten European countries with, and in fact has not been cooperating well with European countries in containing refugee flows for the last couple of years. As you may know, Russia has helped through votes in the UN to shut down 3 humanitarian corridors for relief supplies into Syria. Now it's threatening to vote in the UN to shut down the last remaining corridor, the Bab al-Hawa crossing into Idlib province, where 1 million civilians depend on it. The Bab al-Hawa crossing is expected to be used as a bargaining chip in relation to Ukraine, putting pressure particularly on Turkey to soft pedal sanctions, because Turkey could be expected to receive many thousands more refugees from Idlib if that corridor is closed. So this is a rather more direct connection between Ukraine and Syria than the more common concerns about competition for resources. So looking forward from a decade of displacement in the Middle East, I'm afraid we can expect more decades of displacement. The trifecta of the continuing pandemic, food insecurity, greatly exacerbated by the war in Ukraine, and climate change will increase displacement, but not, for the most part, in the context of refugee protection. There will be humanitarian aid in response to these challenges, but not the protections owed to refugees under international law. So a new path will have to be found to respond to these new forms and orders of magnitude of displacement. And I'm sure that my fellow panelists will take you much more deeply into some of these issues.
Thank you, Kathleen. Aideen?
All right, thank you for having me here today. My focus will be on the geopolitics of displacement in the Middle East and the implications of refugee flows and displacement in terms of international peace and stability and broader geopolitical trends. And I want to emphasize that migration has not been a side note in understanding the politics and conflicts in the region, and it's also central to understanding emigration from the region is central to understanding dynamics within Europe itself. So a large and growing body of academic research suggests that mass migration and displacement, particularly if it's disorderly, unplanned, and uncoordinated, has the potential to have negative security consequences for receiving communities. And this is especially true if migration alters the demographic, ethnic, sectarian balance within the host state, if refugees are cast as economic competitors with locals, and if there's poor capacity to integrate these communities. And that's why the host countries and the international community as a whole has an especially important role to play in ensuring that these vulnerable populations enjoy safety and security, that they can integrate effectively into workplaces and schools. But many countries in the region, indeed most of the countries in the region, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Saudi Arabia, and others, are not party to the 1951 UN Refugee Convention and only grant rights to refugees on an ad hoc basis. So what I thought I would do with the rest of my comments is to focus on the past of displacement crises and how they're essential for understanding geopolitics in the region, talk about the current situations, especially around Syrians, and maybe prognosticate about the future and how migration dynamics might affect the region as a whole. So it's beginning with the past, it's important to understand that migration was linked with security from the very beginning of the modern Middle Eastern state system. So first, let's just be clear that international migration in the core Middle East was not a thing before the 20th century. This was the Ottoman Empire, so moving between, say, modern-day Jordan and Syria was not crossing international boundaries, and it's only with World War I and the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, British and French colonial rule, that the borders of this region took shape. And from the very beginning, right after World War I, we saw the first migration crisis, refugee exodus, shaping the region, and that was Jewish refugees fleeing Europe fleeing fascism, Nazism, and really fleeing generations of persecution and marginalization in Europe, and understandably wanting a state of their own in which they can live in security. But this necessarily brought them into conflict with Arab locals who were already there and who objected to the demographic change that they were seeing and to the establishment of a Jewish state on land that their fathers and grandfathers had cultivated and lived on for generations. So we all know this history, but this conflict comes to a head in 1948, and the next major wave of refugees that affect the geopolitics of the region were Palestinians. Palestinians created the Palestine Liberation Organization. This entity became a state within Jordan, later moved to Lebanon, and in both countries sparked a civil conflict, and in the case of Lebanon, Israeli occupation until 2000. So migration dynamics have been central to understanding security within the region for a very long time. And this brings us to today with the Syrian refugee crisis, which is the largest displacement crisis in the region since the Palestinians. Of course, we could talk about Iraq, Yemen, and many other displacement crises in the region, but the Syrian exodus, 7 million people having fled the country, not counting those internally displaced, is the largest refugee exodus in the region since the Palestinians. As was mentioned, Turkey hosts about 3.5 million refugees. About 1 million have gone to Lebanon. Over 600,000 have gone to Jordan. And these are just tremendous numbers of displaced people. So the parallels with Palestinians, many people have drawn that link. Now, the bit of good news is that the worst predictions of many analysts at the beginning of the Syrian crisis have not materialized. Many feared that Syrians in Lebanon in particular would upset the delicate demographic balance between its religious communities, and that Hezbollah's entry into the Syrian civil war on the side of Iran and the Assad government would spark a new Lebanese conflict. Now, we've seen many difficulties in Lebanon. There have been some security incidents, but the country and the other neighboring countries have not, by and large, been plunged into chaos. But this doesn't mean that things have been rosy within the region. Lebanon, as we all know, remains a very fragile state. It's plagued by corruption, and resentment against Syrian refugees has been on the rise. Government policies have made it very hard for Syrians to find permanent employment, jobs, educational opportunities, and violent attacks on Syrians have increased. Turkey was once a model for hosting refugees. It welcomed refugees in the very beginning with open arms, but we've seen a real downturn, a deterioration of public opinion, and just last year there were violent assaults against Syrians in Ankara. The overall climate for Syrians in Turkey has deteriorated. Jordan has largely forced Syrians into camps, and although it has issued some work permits recently, many Syrians remain in a precarious situation. And this contrasts quite starkly with Palestinians in Jordan who are granted citizenship. The prospect for Syrians obtaining citizenship is basically not on the table. So while we haven't seen large-scale conflict as a result of the Syrian crisis in neighboring countries, these countries are not out of the woods. And it's very clear that for many, if not most Syrians, the prospect of going home is virtually gone. And if governments in the region continue to deny refugees and their children meaningful opportunities for work, employment, housing, and basic political rights, we'll have a ticking bomb of anger and resentment. It's not hard to deduce that if a significant share of people lack basic opportunities to live in dignity and suffer from a sense of hopelessness, some of them will turn toward radical groups. Now, the other geopolitical crisis that the Syrian refugee crisis, and indeed migration from across the region, has engendered is within Europe. It's raised alarm bells within Europe, and although there are sort of many factors that are driving current trends, populist trends in European politics, it was the European so-called asylum crisis of 2015 that precipitated the UK's exit from the European Union and has fueled the rise of right-wing xenophobic parties such as the National Front in France, which almost won the last French election, and the Alternative for Germany. While Ukrainians have been warmly welcomed in recent months, the approach was quite different when we were dealing with non-white African and Arab refugees. So governments within the region, within the Middle East, mostly transit countries for migrants, have recognized this and have used it to their diplomatic advantage. Migration has been weaponized to extract concessions and aid packages from the EU. The EU Emergency Trust Fund for Africa has allocated 5 billion euros to persuade North African nations to keep vulnerable migrants in hellish conditions where they have basically no rights. And similar deals have been struck with Turkey to make sure migrants stay there and don't make the journey on to the EU. Governments such as Turkey, Morocco, and Libya have used the threat of opening the door to migrants to gain leverage on European governments. Just last year, Morocco allowed 12,000 migrants to cross into Spain to extract financial concessions and to punish it for allowing the leader of the Polisario Front, the Western Sahara independence movement, entry for medical reasons. And this should be disturbing to all of us. Migrants are being used as diplomatic weapons, and European xenophobia is being turned against it for political gain. So now looking to the future, and I'll be brief on this because it's somewhat more speculative, but the looming crisis facing the entire region and indeed the entire globe is climate change and an upcoming ecological disaster. The Fertile Crescent is literally drying out, and we can see this happening. Just last year, Iran saw mass protests over severe water shortages. Currently, Iraq is facing a severe drought, which has crippled agriculture. Shared water resources between Turkey, Syria, and Iraq, and between Jordan and Israel are a continued source of tension. And this is not just about soaring populations and declining water resources, but a mismanagement of natural resources. And what does this mean for international migration or regional migration within the region? Well, the truth is we simply do not have an international framework and architecture for dealing with environmental related migration. The typical dichotomy has been people either migrate for economic reasons or they migrate for political reasons. But this climate change, climate disasters, we don't have an international framework for dealing with this problem. When people's livelihoods collapse because of climate change, they're often lumped together with other quote unquote undeserving economic migrants. So what does this mean for future migration trends? Recent research actually suggests that to the extent that climate change negatively impacts people's financial resources and agricultural livelihoods, this actually may reduce long-distance migration to places such as the EU. People who don't have the resources, don't have enough cash to pay smugglers and to make long journeys, don't migrate long distances. Instead, people and the bulk of people affected by climate change are more likely to move to cities, contributing to already stretched abilities to provide basic public services. So as agricultural livelihoods collapse in the region and urbanization increase, the region will become more dependent on increasingly volatile international food markets. And let's not forget that among the many causes that precipitated the Arab Spring in 2011, one of them was an unprecedented global price spike in the price of food. People were literally marching with baguettes in the Arab Spring, and we're seeing that now, both as a result of the Ukraine war, which has affected international food markets, but other ecological problems around the world. So an environmental crisis, continued government problems, ethno-sectarian tensions, and regional rivalries make for a very unstable mix, and as always, it's the innocent people that suffer the most.
Thank you, Aydin. And now we'll hear from Marissa.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's been a pleasure to listen to all my colleagues across the panels. So I'm going to actually start with a story that I think encapsulates many of the social and economic challenges that the most recent refugee crisis in the Middle East has basically affected the region, and that's the Syrian refugee crisis. So on one of my visits to a local public school in Mafraq in the northeastern part of Jordan as part of this project, I checked in with the school principals from time to time to see if all their needs are being met. Many of these public schools up in the northern part of Jordan are in really bad condition. And they have a hard time keeping kids in school, Jordanian kids in school. So the principal was in the middle of shifting the Jordanian girl students, female students, out for the afternoon shift where the Syrian students came in. So I got to witness that. And I noticed that there was a heated conversation between one of the moms and the principal. And later the principal explained that she was basically telling her that this is going to be her last week in school. This was technically in elementary and middle school, and that young girl was being pulled out because they found her a suitor. And that is the harsh reality of what it was like to be a Syrian refugee living in Mafraq. And the same principal sat down and started complaining about how often she is encountering this phenomenon, and then told me a story about a Jordanian woman who kept nagging her husband to take her to the Zatari refugee camp, which is about 10 kilometers from Mafraq, in order to buy this famous magdous. This is a very famous Syrian eggplant-based dish, and everybody was talking about this Syrian magdous. So they get to the camp, the lady, gets out to buy the magdous, and her husband waits in the car, and this man approaches the car with a young lady covered up in a niqab, so completely covered up, and he looked like a sheikh. He had a sort of, white grayish beard, and then within 10-15 minutes, the girl hopped in the car. And when the wife arrived, the husband said, "Oh, we're just going to drop her off on the way." But when they got back home, he basically said, "Meet my new wife." And that is how quick these deals, and unfortunately I'm going to refer to these as deals, these deals take place within, the Zatari refugee camp has its own economy, and it's been quite an active economy because it's confined within the borders of the camp itself. But unfortunately, young girls and young women were one of the commodities to be exchanged. And that, I think, encapsulates so many of the challenges that both the Syrian refugees are facing, but also the local host communities are facing. And the one thing that came out of that lady's mouth after she found out that her husband has a new wife to add was basically, how can we afford this? It was not anger that she's going to share her husband and who's going to start a new family. It was triggered by this fear of financial and economic challenges. And once again, that I think encapsulates the challenges that the host communities are facing. And having said that, when we look at the data, and that also applies, early child marriage applies also to Syrian communities in Lebanon, in both Lebanon and in Jordan. I don't have figures on Turkey. Since 2013, 2014 until 2016, 2017, the numbers have risen over 30%, and then with the pandemic, which of course hit the Syrian refugee communities hardest, because most of them are in the informal economy, despite the fact that Syrians have been granted work authorization in places like Jordan and Turkey, the vast majority prefer to operate in the informal economy. And so these economic conditions have affected more than just local host communities and refugees, but we're looking at generations that have little or no access to education, and for those who do have access to education and do go through that path, there is very little hope and very little prospects for finding jobs or starting their own businesses, because the communities and the societies or the countries that they're being hosted in are experiencing their own economic hardships. So in a country like Jordan, the latest figure that the World Bank alarmingly reported on a few months ago was 50% youth unemployment. And so when the discussion takes place amongst the government and UNHCR, as well as other NGOs and international organizations that work on the refugee issue, with regards to work authorization and providing job opportunities for Syrians, the very issue that my colleague talked about, these social and political tensions arise. Well, we have our own unemployment issues to deal with. The Syrians are going to steal our jobs. And in many cases, the Syrians that had arrived had skills that the Jordanian labor force or the Lebanese labor force did not have. And so that, again, sort of puts together the various economic and socioeconomic, as well as the social challenges that the refugee crisis, particularly the Syrian refugee crisis, has resulted with. And that is why we need to look at addressing this crisis, which is now more of a protracted issue than just an immediate crisis to respond to, as beyond humanitarian response. The humanitarian response is essential. There are families that have dropped further down the poverty line as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And organizations like the World Food Program and UNHCR and others that give cash assistance or coupons for food items and other necessities is absolutely important. But what is also more important, keeping in mind that there's a whole generation of Syrian children that have been born and raised either in refugee camps or in local host communities without any knowledge of what Syria looks like because they were born and raised as refugees, is basically the importance of investing in education, in providing health services, and creating jobs. These are sort of the ingredients for a formula to save a potentially lost generation. Again, you mentioned that in places like Jordan, many of the refugees were forced into camps, and that is absolutely correct. The government has tried to do that, but 80% of the refugees remain in urban centers, and so it becomes more of a challenge for these host communities where the public services were poor to begin with, particularly schools and health clinics or hospitals, and of course the added responsibility or burden of also having to provide for refugees has completely crumbled that system. So I would add investing in governance. Many of the problems that we're seeing that have been, I guess, unraveled by the refugee crisis, but also later on more severely by the pandemic, at the core of it is poor governance structures across the public sector that have been ignored for many years. And so any response moving forward, and this is something that the United States government is aware of, and USAID as well, has to redirect funding and focus on more long-term development assistance and development support, precisely because this is not a crisis that is going to end anytime soon. We've seen with the case of the Palestinian refugees how UNRWA, with all its challenges, has created an ecosystem where there are schools, vocational training centers, as well as other sort of community centers that brought the community together. It's not perfect. They've had their own political challenges, and in many ways, the agency itself has been politicized in many directions. But at the core of it, they provided important services and created opportunities for Palestinian children that have been born and raised in refugee camps, particularly in Jordan, but within Palestine as well. Now, Kathleen, you talked a little bit about the impact of the Ukraine crisis, and I just want to zoom in a little bit because I think this is very much tied to the donor assistance and the focus on the developmental issues. Beyond just, I guess, diverting resources to Ukraine, I think the perception as well is that refugees in the Middle East are not receiving or have not received the same treatment that refugees in Ukraine have. Social media exploded when one of the NBC reporters in Ukraine referred to Kiev as a, and the rest of Ukraine as a semi-civilized society, unlike others from Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria. And that exploded all over Arab media, and the sense of despair even more so amongst refugee populations who are also at the receiving end of the impact of this redirection of focus as well as resources. With regards to the food insecurity crisis, it will most severely affect Lebanon and Yemen because both of them are particularly dependent on wheat from Ukraine. And we're already seeing inflation rise, socio-political tensions and socioeconomic tensions rise across the region because of difficult economic conditions, and this will only make things more difficult for refugee communities, precisely because the vast majority of them live in urban centers and not in refugee camps. And so the one recommendation that I would, I guess, leave with today is continuing this conversation is essential to resuscitate the, the challenge of the refugee issue in the Middle East. It is nowhere near the headlines anymore because it's been completely overtaken. And with that attention diminishing, resources also diminish. The response plan that UNHCR put together for 2020 was only 20% funded. And the expectation is that other response plans for this year and next year will also be underfunded. And that's just basic humanitarian needs. So there is an urgency to address many of these issues in a way that both refugees but also host communities are benefiting, because in the future, both on the economic but also on the socio-political fronts, it will create more challenges and instability. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa. Okay, and last we'll hear from Beth.
Thank you very much. And kudos to the Baker Institute for putting displacement on the agenda. Displacement is a security issue, is a strategic issue, it's a development issue. It's too important to just leave to humanitarians. Certainly if we're going to resolve displacement, find solutions, but also if we're to see that displacement doesn't destabilize economies, create resentment, tensions, and create more conflicts, we need to take this very seriously. Since I am speaker number 23 today, I'm going to be very brief and talk particularly about internal displacement. 2/3 of the world's displaced are internally displaced. That means they've been forced from their homes, often for the same reasons as refugees have fled their countries, by conflict, violence, persecution, but they haven't made it to a border. Sometimes they've made it to a border, as in making it to the Syrian-Turkish border, and haven't been able to cross. Borders everywhere are closing. It's likely that we're going to see more people who would leave their country if they could, but they can't, so they remain internally displaced. Unlike refugees, there is no convention on IDPs, internally displaced persons. Even in countries like Jordan and Lebanon and Bangladesh and others that haven't signed the convention, at least there's binding international law that sets out what you should do, what the obligations of countries and other actors are. There's nothing like that for IDPs. There's a little bit of soft laws, some general guiding principles, but no law. There's no single UN agency. Refugees have the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. UNRWA serves Palestinian refugees. For IDPs, it's all up for negotiation. Who's best placed? Who has resources? Is this in the media? Are the funders interested in it? Then maybe we can help out. Most importantly, the responsibility for protecting and assisting IDPs lies with the national government. That means the Yemeni government is responsible for protecting and assisting over 4 million IDPs in Yemen. It means the Syrian government is responsible for protecting and assisting 7 million IDPs inside Syria. You know, sometimes you see in the media these depictions of refugees as victims of, you know, really the worst off people from a conflict, and yet sometimes refugees are the lucky ones. I mean, think about Ukraine, the faces we've seen on the Polish and Moldovan border, and then think of those who've moved within their country. And please give a thought to those who can't move, those who are trapped for reasons of physical mobility, or because they're caring for a grandmother, or because they don't have the resources even to move. We know there's a relationship between internal displacement and cross-border movements. You know, surveys in lots of different countries, unfortunately not in Syria. There's not great survey research among IDPs in Syria. But we know that in many countries, people will move 3, 4, 5, 6, 25 times within the country before they cross the border, seeking protection elsewhere. One characteristic of internal displacement in the Middle East is that it is protracted. You know, most IDPs in the region have been displaced for more than 5 years, some for more than 10 years. It's a dynamic process. You know, people don't just move once, they will move multiple times. They'll go stay with an aunt and things get hot there and they move on, and stay with a friend here and they move to a shelter there. And so it's hard to keep track of the dynamic nature of that movement. That's also true of refugees, by the way. We don't hear much about refugees going back and forth across borders. The Iraqi refugees were really well known for this, going back to Iraq to collect a pension or check on property or on a relative. And the Turkish government has said 500,000 Syrian refugees have returned voluntarily to Syria. The UN puts the figure at 50,000 and says, really questions how voluntary some of those returns have been. In the case of Syria right now, there's particular concern about the 2 million or so who are displaced in the northeastern part of the country near the Turkish border. And maybe you read that just last week the Turkish government said yet again that it intends to set up a buffer zone in northeastern Syria of about 30 kilometers, and that it was hoping that 1 million Syrian refugees could be returned to that buffer zone, that safe area. And as Ideen said, this seems to have been in response to concerns about Swedish and Finnish accession to NATO, of saying that this is a way of really diminishing Kurdish presence in that area, and also putting pressure on European governments not to react for what could turn out to be quite problematic. Also, you have the situation in northern Syria of these detention camps with former ISIS fighters who've been imprisoned, including large numbers of Iraqis, other nationalities. This is a ticking time bomb, and this is an issue that's very politicized. The camps are awful, Al-Hol camp in particular. These camps are made up of 60% women and children, many of whom are married to or have a relationship with individuals who fought against or with ISIS. So it's a very delicate political situation. It's a security threat for northeastern Syria and indeed for the region as a whole. Kelsey asked me just to say a word about Afghanistan, although it really hasn't come up much today. But you know, do you remember last August and September when we all stared at the television and social media watching the evacuation of desperate Afghans at the airport? I remember having an Afghan fella come talk to my class, and about a month later, and he said, "Oh, I hope there's no invasion of Ukraine, because if there's an invasion of Ukraine, Afghan is off the agenda." And indeed, we've seen much less media attention. But the situation inside Afghanistan, particularly for the 4 million plus internally displaced people, is terribly, I mean, it's grim, it's catastrophic. The destruction of the infrastructure, the public health system isn't working. There isn't enough food. You've got, it's really a very dire situation. And very little attention now to Afghanistan. There are still Afghans being evacuated to the United States, but the scale of humanitarian need inside Afghanistan is very, very high. Since this has been a depressing panel, actually it's been a depressing day, I want to close with a few remarks about what's happening in northern Iraq. Now, you'll recall that when the big conflicts with ISIS occurred, some 4 or 5 million people were displaced in northern Iraq. Most of them have returned to their home communities. There's still about 2 million IDPs, and unfortunately there are new displacements that are also occurring. But the Iraqi government in northern Iraq decided to close the IDP camps in August 2019. Since then, most of the IDPs have made their way home or near home, or at least in the same region as their home, with it's gone remarkably well. The biggest problems with that are housing. People aren't returning because their homes were destroyed. There isn't a compensation scheme set up to provide assistance to returning Iraqi IDPs to rebuild their homes, but that's been very slow to get started. So even though you see that some of these situations have gone on for a long time, desperate humanitarian need, and at the same time, there are possibilities for finding solutions when there is political will. We don't see that, of course, in Syria and other countries right now, but hopefully there will be some progress. And then just to say a word about climate change. Climate displacement has become the hot new issue in the humanitarian field. There are dozens of conferences and reports and so on that are written about what's going to happen to people who show up on a country's borders because of a disaster or environmental hazards. The reality is most people are not going to cross an international border. Most people displaced by the effects of climate change, disasters, environmental hazards of all kinds, some of which aren't caused by climate change, are going to be displaced internally. We think what's going to happen is that people with resources will see the handwriting on the wall. Things are getting bad. And they will use traditional migration routes. Won't show up in anybody's statistics as moving to another city to avoid the problem. But those who are displaced by sudden onset or slow onset disasters are going to be the ones who are going to need assistance, and where governments, and here I would especially point to local governments, municipal, state governments, are probably going to be on the front lines of this migration. I sometimes use the example of, I have 2 sisters who live in South Texas. After the hurricanes of the last couple of years, they were both evacuated 3 times. They both had flood damage. They're about the same age, about the same socioeconomic condition. And one of my sisters who lives in Beaumont said, "I've had it, I'm out of here, I'm moving to San Antonio." And she did. And my other sister said, "Well, I can't move, my job's here, my husband's job's here." So she's still in Galveston. And she says, "Well, I'm just kind of getting prepared that, every few months we'll just pack up and go see my sister now in San Antonio." But these are individuals have different levels of risk tolerance too, you know, and so that kind of movement is going to take place. And who knows, maybe one of my sisters can officially call herself a climate migrant or an internally displaced climate person. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beth. There's so many questions I want to ask. Unfortunately, we're a little short on time. So I'm just going to try one question that kind of ties a few different things together, and everyone's welcome to respond. So, Marissa, you really emphasized the importance of a shift from humanitarian aid to longer-term support, especially development support and support for host communities. But I want to think about that in juxtaposition with some of the issues that Aideen and others brought up about how do we, it's a slippery slope between that kind of aid and governments, and we've seen this especially from countries in the Middle East over the past 6 or 7 years, using that kind of leverage to pressure Europe for more aid, to engage in this type of sort of rent-seeking behavior regarding refugee hosting. So how do we find this middle ground between offering aid that supports host country governments, host country communities, as well as refugees, and also preventing that type of bargaining chip behavior, using refugees as a bargaining chip? So anyone's welcome to respond.
I'll take a stab at that. I think the middle ground is ensuring that the aid is being sort of monitored and tied to progress on the ground. There will always be excuses for missing the target when it comes to work authorization documents, for example. But I think there are ways around it, and it has to be a frank and open and candid conversation. And this is the right time to do it, precisely because many of these countries are in dire need for support. It has to be tied to a timeline, to projects, and I think and monitored. That progress has to be, monitored on the ground. Of course, the region is also subject to so many different disruptions, both from within the region, but also, as we've seen with the global pandemic, things that you cannot predict. So there will always be these interruptions, and that's just the nature of how things work in the region. But I think something along the lines of monitored progress that is tied to this donor aid is one way around it. Because if you cut out that aid, a lot of these countries will sink further and further. And many of these communities will also be severely affected, both refugees, but also host communities. And so I see that as one possible way of doing it.
Yeah, I concur on most of what you just said, Marissa, but I think we also need to get away from the sort of donor assistance mentality, and which encourages that kind of rent-seeking behavior or transactional sort of behavior. And I think it's very consistent with what you've said about moving to development aid, that I think donors need to focus very heavily on investing in and deploying the skills and energies of refugees themselves, because that not only benefits refugees, but the host communities. And, when the Syrians first started going to Turkey in great numbers, it was a real boost to the Turkish economy, and not just because of the humanitarian aid that came in, not even mostly because of that, but because the Syrians brought tremendous skills in the textile industry, in a number of industries, particularly artisanal industries, and were also provided labor for Turkish agriculture, which was languishing because not many Turks wanted to work in agriculture. Refugees, the least skilled among them, are always going to be sort of at the bottom of the ladder in the labor market, but they can get a foot on that ladder in many cases. And if there is investment in their skills and just their raw energies, I think it's possible for support to using those assets can encourage the host countries to welcome them. This will be even more true for Ukrainians who are entering countries that are facing aging and declining populations and have really serious labor needs. It's more difficult in countries where you have saturated labor markets, but the secret is to expand labor markets, expand industries, and make sure that the refugee populations and the native populations are working together and benefit equally, or perhaps not equally, perhaps with a bit of a bias toward the native populations for those benefits.
May I add just one thing with that? And I agree with you, Kathleen, on the shifting a lot of these to project-based and skilling, education, etc. But also tapping into the local organizations that are already working on the ground. So,
yes.
And that empowers civil society groups and other groups, for that matter, to be part of the solution. So yes, we need to shift away from donor aid, but that is important in the interim, and that could be part of a long-term solution. As you phase out, you empower local organizations to be able to take more of that responsibility.
Of course, that's not going to compensate for disastrous economic management, as in Turkey, where and very often when you have a declining economy, whether through mismanagement or external affairs, it's all too easy to blame refugees for the declines.
If I could just add here to pick up something that came up in an earlier panel, is just the importance of leadership. I mean, when the head of a government gives a positive sign about refugees, it makes a difference. And I think we see in Turkey that originally welcoming, perhaps for political reasons as well, really expecting that the Assad regime wouldn't last very long, and that didn't work out. And so became almost scapegoating of refugees as an excuse for poor economic behavior. Turkey is really a sad case. I don't know if any of you follow the Syria Barometer, which are public opinion surveys in Turkey, but over the last 5 years, you've seen Syrians feel much more at home. Every year they report more Syrian friends, less crime, their kids are accepted, they're learning the language, they feel comfortable, they feel safe. And from the Turkish perspective, it's just the opposite. Every year there's more hostility, there's more crime, there's more fear. They don't fit in, we don't want them as friends. I mean, this is exactly the opposite of what you would hope would happen, with Syrians feeling more comfortable and being more accepted by Turks. So I think that role of public opinion and leadership is really crucial as well, as we've seen in this country when it comes to accepting refugees.
I think I should actually, sorry, Aideen, do you want to also comment? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think it's time to gather a few questions if there are some from the audience. I see one hand back there.
This kind of gave way or propelled what's defined as the populist movements in Europe, like we saw as an example with lately with the French elections with Marine Le Pen and even Eric Zemmour. Now, but however, they didn't make it all the way. When we look at the same situation here, it seems, the populist movements, or what's defined as, will gain ground. What's the main difference between the two?
Well, one, it's a difference of electoral system. So we have a two-party system with the president, so that explains part of it. But I still wouldn't discount the role of the populist movements within Europe, and maybe not always taking control of government, but having real changes on the policy output and the tenor of the debate. So if we think about how Angela Merkel in the beginning of the Syrian asylum crisis handled the situation, she was actually quite welcoming, alone among many European leaders, and welcoming Syrian refugees. But when the AfD then became the third largest party, and the rise of this sort of far-right xenophobic movement threatened her coalition, she quickly changed tune and changed policies toward asylum seekers. So even if they haven't been able to capture national governments in all cases, France, Germany, and so on, they've changed the national discussion quite a bit. Although the Brexit party or the UKIP party only won 1 seat in the British parliamentary elections, they were able to successfully push for Brexit. Migration was not the only issue in the Brexit campaign, but it was probably the biggest issue that they campaigned on. So although the parties didn't come to power, they did have dramatic implications for European cohesion and for the rise of these extremist groups.
I'm a little more optimistic about that, I must say. I mean, AfD collapsed in the last German elections, and the far right in France only gained ground by de-emphasizing migration. Marine Le Pen hardly spoke about migration in the election, and really emphasized sort of pocketbook, kitchen table issues, and really tried to distance herself from the even farther right opponent. And in Brexit, I think, and I lived through that, that the immigration issue was much more about Eastern European immigrants who were members of EU member states who could travel freely and did travel freely to Britain and work in Britain, and very successfully. And the British working class was much more exercised about the Polish plumbers than about refugees, partly because Britain didn't let in many refugees. So I think there's some nuance there, and that the really harsh anti-immigration rhetoric has not pulled the right to success, or certainly not to power, but even to sort of declining results in much of Western Europe. It's a different story in Eastern Europe. But I was very struck with, and I lived part of the time in Paris, I was very struck with Le Pen's retreat from the migration issue and from xenophobic rhetoric in this last election.
Do you think that's because it's a losing issue, or just it lost its pressingness over time in the minds of the voters?
I think it's a losing issue.
One more, yes, oh sorry, the ambassador has a question.
That there's no international convention on the looming climate change migration. Are you aware of any thoughts, plans, strategies being put in place in order that you could recommend to the administration or administrations on, creating an international framework for climate change migration?
Yeah, one of the first things President Biden did when he came in was issue an order asking for the State Department to come up with a report on how to deal with climate migration. So they produced their report. Right now there are at least 10, 12, maybe 20 draft international conventions on climate migration. Most of them are written by academics and lawyers who think this is a great idea. The real problem is defining who is a climate migrant. Is everyone who leaves Honduras after a hurricane a climate migrant? What about someone who flees an earthquake or a volcano? That's not climate related. We know that climate change always interacts with other factors. So your economic situation, for example, your age, the intellectually honest term would be to say someone who moves at least in part because of the effects of environmental hazards. That does not roll off the tongue in terms of, In terms of climate refugee, at least people kind of understand that, but they're not refugees under the convention. So I think they're really struggling with these issues of what's the appropriate policy response and what do we do. And if I could just add one more thing that hasn't come up on our panel, and that is that our system for dealing with refugees is broken. I mean, it's a systemic problem. We can talk about donors and particular governments, but the original idea was the country hosting, it would be a shared responsibility, not just a country that happens to border a country with a crisis producing refugees. We should all be responding. And instead what we see is this system of responsibility sharing never worked terribly well, but it certainly isn't working now in terms of sharing the responsibility. So maybe we need some new system, but there aren't a lot of creative minds or political will to come up with a better system for dealing with people who are forced from their countries for reasons beyond their control.
May I add something to that? Because that's one point I wanted to raise. When you bring up this issue about the dwindling donor aid coming in from the West, many people raise a red flag around, well, what about all the Arab countries in the region, beyond just the bordering host countries? What is their role? I mean, many of them give money to UNHCR and directly to some of these governments, or they sponsor a small camp. But beyond that, they have not taken any refugees. And those that they have taken are highly skilled and come from a particular social economic level. So that's a conversation that has to be had, and if it's a shared responsibility, it cannot only be shared with the West, it has to be shared with the rest of the region, where the rest of the region has the means to do it.
It's interesting because none of the Gulf states, for example, are signatories of the Refugee Convention, and they don't have a legal category of refugee. And yet a great many Syrians have gone, for example, to Saudi Arabia. Tens of thousands are living in Saudi Arabia and working. They're not called refugees, and they don't have the protections of refugees. But it's, I think many refugees would rather be migrant workers, skilled migrant workers, than refugees, which carries its own sort of stigma. I think it is a very interesting question of how to involve, beyond just as donors, how to involve other countries in the regions. And there again, I think, trying to make as many refugees as possible into assets rather than drains on an economy. The last time I went to Syria, about 2 or 3 months before the war broke out, I was looking at the plight of Iraqi refugees in Syria. And there was an UNRWA training center for Iraqi refugees, which was turning out medical technicians, IT engineers, not high level, but programmers, coders, and so on. And they were in great demand in the Syrian economy, to the point where I was getting a little bit worried that, there would be resentment among Syrians because so many of these Iraqi refugees and Palestinian refugees, of course, were getting jobs, skilled jobs in Syria. But if that could be the model, or at least part of the model, to turn out refugees who are equipped to fill jobs in demand, I think that would go a long way. And this is one of the secrets of the success of Canada, probably the most successful country in terms of refugee policy. Not only do they accept a large number of refugees and have great citizen involvement, but their immigration policy is very much attuned to the needs of the Canadian economy, so that newcomers are not seen as burdens, and refugees sort of come under that umbrella as well. And there's almost no political controversy about the refugee program or about the fact that Canada accepts 1%, the equivalent of 1% of its population as immigrants and refugees every year. It's seen as an asset.
Well, we can end there on that somewhat optimistic note. I'm also half Canadian, so I like. Thank you so much to our panelists. I have just a few comments before we end for the day. So thank you so much to all of you for sticking with us. Thank you to Ambassador Djerejian for the impetus for this event, and of course for giving us the opportunity to mark such a prolific career, her running the Baker Institute and Center for the Middle East. Also, quickly, we want to thank our events team for putting all this together, and Anna Martin-Gill, our program coordinator, for all her work. For anyone who missed the event, a recording will be available on our website, and we'll also be publishing a summary report of today's proceedings, so please keep an eye out for that. Thank you again. Please join us in the fall after the summer break at the newly renamed Edward P. Djerejian Center for the Middle East, where we'll continue to host timely discussions. So thank you. Oh, thank you all. Yay, we did it. We cut out on time.